Recently, my children's biological mother re-entered their lives, and now they are calling me names. My husband hasn't supported me, so I am filing for divorce. Me, 30-year-old female, has been married to my husband, 34, for 6 years, and he has twins, a boy and a girl. Both of them are 16 now. When we started dating, got married, we went to family therapy, and I made it clear that I was not trying to be their mother or replace their mother. Their mother hasn't been in their life since they were about 8. Life had settled into a comfortable rhythm for me and my family. 6 years of marriage blended seamlessly with my husband's twins. We'd navigated the complexities of step-parenting, finding our own unique groove in the family dynamic. They even started calling me mom when they were around 12. When their biological mother vanished from their lives 8 years prior, I never imagined she would resurface, nor did I anticipate the whirlwind of emotions that would follow. Recently their bio mother came back into their lives and they were really excited. Things were great for about 6 months, and then they started to call me by my real name. That hurt, but it's what they chose to do and I never questioned it. Their excitement at reconnecting with their biological mother was palpable, radiating through the walls of our home. I watched them eagerly await her arrival, their anticipation tinged with a longing that I couldn't quite understand. For 6 months, everything seemed harmonious. They showered her with affection, catching up on lost time and building bridges that had been left in ruins for years. But with her return came a subtle shift, a fissure in the foundation of our family unit. Their once frequent use of the word mom to address me dwindled, replaced with the stark reality of my given name. Each time they uttered it, it felt like a tiny dagger, piercing the carefully constructed facade of familial bonds. I grappled with the hurt, swallowing it down with a forced smile, unwilling to let them see the cracks forming within me. They had a right to reconnect with their biological mother. Yet, the ache of being relegated to my given name echoed in the hollow chambers of my heart. I never questioned their choice, never demanded an explanation for the sudden shift in our dynamic. Instead, I buried my pain. Recently they've been getting very disrespectful. The twins, once the embodiment of innocence and joy, have become agents of chaos. It began subtly, like a whisper on the wind, barely perceptible but impossible to ignore. They chafed against the confines of our household rules, pushing back against the boundaries that had once kept our family unit intact. Curfew became a mere suggestion, a trivial inconvenience to be disregarded at will. Their bedrooms transformed into veritable war zones, strewn with the detritus of their adolescent rebellion, a silent protest against the order I had fought so hard to maintain. But it was their words that cut the deepest, each barb a venomous arrow aimed squarely at my heart. "You're not our real mom," they spat, the words dripping with contempt. I recoiled at the accusation, the weight of their words crushing me beneath their burden. How could they not see the love I had poured into their lives, the sacrifices I had made in the name of family? They're talking back to me, stating that I'm not their real mom, that I'm the reason she left. Which is not true. I didn't meet him until almost a year and a half after she left. That now that she's back they don't need me anymore. 3 weeks ago there was a big blow-up where my stepson called me a bitch. I felt the blood drain from my face, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to comprehend the magnitude of his betrayal. In that moment, all sense of reason fled. I snatched his phone from his trembling hands, my fingers trembling with a mixture of rage, and told him to stay in his room until his dad came back, but instead he ran out and went to his mom's. She came over and it was a big argument. She tried to hit me and I pushed her out of my house. My stepdaughter told me if I ever put my hands on her mom again then she'd kick my ass. They both went to their mom's place. In the quiet aftermath of the storm that had torn through the fabric of our once happy home, the memories of happier days lingered like a bittersweet ache in my heart. I cast my mind back to those moments of joy, the simple pleasures that had bound us together as a family. I remember the laughter that had filled our home on lazy Saturday afternoons, the sound of their voices mingling with mine as we shared stories and dreams over bowls of melting ice cream. It was a ritual, our own little tradition born out of love and shared experiences. We would gather around the kitchen table, our faces sticky with sweet indulgence, as we savored each creamy spoonful, the taste of chocolate and vanilla a comforting reminder of the bond that held us together. And then there were the adventures we had shared, the memories we had made on family vacations to Disney World. I can still feel the warmth of their small hands clasped in mine as we navigated the crowded streets, their eyes wide with wonder at the magic that surrounded us. We would spend hours exploring every nook and cranny of the theme park, their laughter ringing out like music in the air as we rode roller coasters and met our favorite characters. But now, in the aftermath of the storm, those happy days felt like a distant memory, a faded photograph tucked away in the recesses of my mind. The joy that had once filled our home had been replaced by a hollow emptiness, a numb detachment that left me feeling adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Gone were the days of chauffeuring them to their various sports and activities, replaced instead by a sense of resignation that weighed heavily upon my shoulders. I would sit in the driver's seat of the car, the radio playing softly in the background, as I waited for them to emerge from the house. But they never came, their absence a stark reminder of the distance that now separated us. And so, with a heavy heart and weary soul, I made the decision to step back, to allow their mother to take on the responsibilities that I had once shouldered alone. I would no longer wake them up for school or ferry them to their extracurricular activities, instead, leaving them to navigate the complexities of their daily lives without my guiding hand. It was a painful decision, one born out of necessity rather than choice. But in the end, I knew that it was the only way forward, a small step towards reclaiming my own sense of self amidst the chaos that threatened to consume us all. And as I watched them disappear into the distance, their figures fading into the horizon like ghosts in the mist, I knew that it was time to forge a new path forward, one that would lead me back to myself. And then came the bombshell, a revelation that shattered the fragile peace that had settled over our fractured family. We were supposed to go to Disney World for their spring break this week, but I canceled everything. I told them and my husband, and I guess they thought I was bluffing. We were supposed to leave Thursday night, and when I didn't start the usual vacation roundup, they were shocked. They started saying I was jealous that their mom came back in their lives, that I'm a horrible person, I'm selfish. There was some name-calling, and my husband was silent. They hurled insults like daggers, each one finding its mark as they lashed out in their pain and confusion. I asked him if he was going to step in, but his response was cold and indifferent, his words a knife twisted in the wound that was already bleeding. He said I was wrong for canceling. And so I stood alone, a solitary figure amidst the wreckage of our shattered dreams. For in that moment, I realized that I was fighting a battle that could not be won, a war of attrition that had already claimed its casualties. I left and went to stay in a hotel. I knew that I could no longer bear the burden of our fractured family alone. With a heavy heart and weary soul, I made a decision born of necessity, a choice to seek solace in the quiet refuge of a hotel room, far removed from the chaos that had consumed our once happy home. I needed time to heal the wounds that had been inflicted upon my soul, time to find the strength to rebuild the shattered remnants of our fractured family. He has been blowing my phone up asking me to come back, and yesterday he told me that their mother disappeared again. His voice, pleading and desperate, pierced the silence like a knife, its sharp edges cutting through the numbness that had settled over me like a shroud. He spoke of their tears, of their cries for forgiveness that fell upon deaf ears in my absence. They too have been calling me, crying and apologizing. In their moment of desperation, they had turned to me, seeking redemption in the arms of the woman who had loved them unconditionally, despite the wounds they had inflicted upon her heart. But, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't feel like I'm part of their family, and they can't just cry and come back now that she disappeared. The love that had once bound us together as a family had been replaced by a sense of resignation, a recognition that our paths had diverged in ways we could never have anticipated. And so, with a heavy heart and tear-streaked cheeks, I spoke the words that would irrevocably alter the course of our lives. I want a divorce, I said. My voice barely above a whisper, as the weight of my decision settled like a stone in the pit of my stomach. I watched as my husband's expression shifted from shock to resignation, his eyes filled with a sadness that mirrored my own. And as I turned to leave, the silence of the empty room echoing in my ears, I knew that there was nothing left to say. In the stillness of the night, as the city outside my window lay shrouded in darkness, I found myself grappling with the weight of my own emotions, the turmoil of my thoughts threatening to overwhelm me. Yes, I knew their mother was manipulating them, twisting their fragile emotions, like a puppeteer pulling the strings of marionettes. I never said otherwise, but even with this knowledge, the sting of their betrayal cut deep, a wound that refused to heal no matter how hard I tried to ignore it. Yes, they are 16 years old. An age teetering on the precipice between childhood and adulthood, but even in their youth they don't have the right to treat me this way. Being 16 doesn't mean you get to be disrespectful and threaten me. Despite the venom that dripped from their lips, I have always been in their corner. I had opened my heart to them, embracing them as my own flesh and blood, despite the absence of a biological connection. I know their feelings matter in this, but I am a person too with feelings that ran just as deep as theirs. And as I stood alone in the darkness, I realized that it was time to reclaim my own voice, to assert my own worth in a world that had seemed determined to diminish it. I am not only considering or moving forward with this divorce. The child acts only took a small part in my consideration, the rest are due to the fact that my husband did not back me up in this. I had always believed that marriage was a partnership, a sacred bond forged in love and mutual respect. But as I watched him stand idly by, his silence a damning indictment of his loyalty, I couldn't help but wonder if our union had been built on shaky ground from the start and that he had never loved me. The realization cuts deep, If I can't count on him to help me navigate this tough situation that we were all going through, then why should I stay? That does not mean that I should be treated the way I was being treated. That is not normal 16-year-old behavior. To threaten me? Call me vile names? I just need time for myself. And yet, even as I acknowledge my own flaws, I cannot shake the feeling of betrayal that lingers like a bitter taste upon my tongue. To be threatened and insulted by those whom I had loved and cared for as my own, it cuts me to the core. A wound that refuses to heal no matter how hard I try to ignore it. And I don't want an apology just because their bio mother ran out on them again. Yes, their mother's sudden disappearance had reignited old wounds, dredging up memories of past betrayals and broken promises. But even as I struggle to make sense of the chaos that surrounds me, I want an apology because they really mean it, and I don't believe anyone can be truly sorry 2 days after their mother vanished again. I do not doubt the sincerity of their words, nor do I question the depth of their pain. But forgiveness cannot be rushed, nor can it be won through empty gestures and half-hearted apologies. I need more than words to heal the wounds that have been inflicted upon my soul, more than empty promises to mend the shattered remnants of our fractured family. I would never just abandon them. But I do need time for myself because my feelings were disregarded. But I am not selfish for needing time for myself, for acknowledging the depth of my own pain amidst the chaos that threatens to consume us all. Yes, I am an adult, but I am also human, with feelings that run just as deep as theirs. And in this moment of vulnerability, I realize that I cannot be the pillar of strength that they so desperately need, not when my own foundation is so fragile and tenuous. As I sit in the dimly lit hotel room, the gentle hum of the air conditioner providing a soothing backdrop to the cacophony of thoughts that swirl within my mind, I find myself grappling with the complexities of human emotion. The events of the past few days weigh heavily on my heart, a burden too heavy to bear alone. I had never asked or expected them to be perfect, for I knew that imperfection was the very essence of humanity. But even in the midst of our flaws and shortcomings, there had always been love, a bond that transcended the trials and tribulations of everyday life. I had never expected them to be the most mature people, but I had hoped that they would at least understand the depth of my pain, the wounds that their words had inflicted upon my soul. They have feelings and so do I. I love them with a fierceness that defies reason. They are my children, my heart and soul woven into the fabric of their being, but this is a very complicated situation. This is not because they called me a bitch. Yes, they called me a bitch. But I have been called worse. I am a woman, strong and resilient in the face of adversity. This is ultimately about my husband not backing me up during this situation, and yes, I am hurt that they called me that I'm allowed to be. It hurts even worse coming from two people who I love dearly and would never hurt or want any harm to come to them. I had always believed that marriage was a partnership, a sacred vow to stand by each other through thick and thin. But as I watch him stand on the sidelines, his silence a painful reminder of his failure to stand up for me, I cannot help but feel a deep sense of betrayal. To all the step-parents navigating the often rocky terrain of blended families, I want to offer a few words of advice from my own perspective. I understand the challenges you face, the emotional roller coaster of loving someone who comes with their own children, and the hurdles you've likely overcome to earn acceptance in their lives. First and foremost, remember that building a family in a blended situation requires teamwork. You and your partner must be on the same page, communicating openly and honestly about your hopes, fears, and expectations. Without this solid foundation of mutual understanding and support, it's easy for resentment and discord to seep in, undermining all the efforts you've made to create a loving and harmonious home. Embrace the unique dynamics of your blended family. Every family is different, and what works for one may not work for another. Be flexible and adaptable, willing to adjust your expectations and approach as needed to accommodate the needs and preferences of all family members. The key is that you and your partner must work together to build a family. It's the only way for things to work out. Otherwise, all of your efforts and all the love you pour in will be useless. Hello, I have been getting a lot of messages asking for an update. I am now in a place to be able to give an update. You can look at my previous post for what this is about. I went back to the house 2 days ago. My husband and I had agreed to sit down and have a long overdue conversation about what had transpired, about the cracks that had begun to form in the foundation of our family. As we sat across from each other in the dimly lit living room, the memories of happier days lingered like ghosts in the corners of my mind. I couldn't help but cast my thoughts back to the countless afternoons spent together as a family, the sun-drenched days filled with laughter and love. But now, as I sat across from my husband, the gravity of our situation pressing down upon us like a leaden weight, I knew that we could no longer ignore the cracks that had begun to form in the foundation of our family. We had a long talk about what happened and how I didn't feel protected by him, and how he knew how disrespectful they were being but didn't stop anything. As I sat across from my husband, the weight of his words settling like a leaden weight in the pit of my stomach, I couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief wash over me. He said that he still loved his ex, and that's why, pretty much. He spoke of his lingering feelings for his ex-wife, of the fear that had gripped him in the aftermath of her sudden return to their children's lives. He didn't want to do anything for her to leave them again, them as in him and the twins, but that didn't change how he felt about me. I listened in stunned silence, the air heavy with the weight of unspoken truths and unresolved emotions. How could he expect me to believe that his heart still belonged to another, even as he professed his love for me? It was a contradiction that left me reeling, a bitter taste of betrayal that lingered on my tongue. The reality of our situation crashing down around me like a tidal wave, I knew that the happy memories of our past could no longer sustain us. His admission of lingering feelings for his ex-wife was a wound that cut deep, a betrayal that shattered the fragile illusion of our marriage. I told him that I've been there, not her, and how could he still love her, and it was very emotional and there was crying and yelling. I made the decision to move along with the divorce. I spoke to the twins and they cried and said it's their fault and to forgive them and their dad and not to leave. With a heavy heart and a voice thick with emotion, I explained to them that while I still loved them dearly, remaining with their father was not a path I could choose. I reassured them that I would always be there for them, that our bond would endure even in the face of adversity. But I also made it clear that their actions had consequences, that they could not treat people with such disrespect and expect everything to simply return to normal. I told them that as much as I loved them, staying with their dad and in this home was not an option, but I would still love to have a relationship with them if they want, but I am still very much hurt by what happened and would still appreciate a little more time for myself. I did move out and I was staying in a unit in one of my rental properties. Exciting news, I bought my first house. It was a fairly quick process. I'm excited for what's next. I bought my first house ever, and next month I am taking a break from work for a few weeks or the whole month. Maybe 2 or 3, and doing some exploring of the world and healing and finding myself. I lost myself in the twins and my husband and didn't really focus on what I wanted and what made me happy. So I bought tickets again for Disney World. I have also made plans to go to Thailand next month, and from there, I have no clue. I'm doing some spontaneous trips. I have always wanted to see the 7 wonders of the world. Anyway, I am really happy to be getting a break. I told the kids I would love to have them over for dinner when I get settled into my new place. I do feel bad about canceling their trip to Disney, so I am thinking about funding a trip for them to go this summer for their 17th birthday. Just not with me. I'm excited to be traveling alone and I need the mental break. That is all, really. My brother-in-law, who married my sister, told my wife that he was in love with her. This led to a chain of horrific discoveries in our family. Yesterday, out of the blue, my brother-in-law asked my wife if she could meet him for lunch. He said there was something he needed to talk to her about. When my wife told me about his invitation, she seemed puzzled but not overly concerned. "Do you think it's about my sister?" she asked, furrowing her brow. "Maybe they're having problems, and he wants to get a woman's perspective on things." I found the whole situation odd. My brother-in-law had never reached out to my wife in this way before, but he often texted her and other family members for mundane reasons, so I didn't think much of it. After all, we were a close-knit family, and it wasn't unusual for us to support each other through tough times. "Go find out," I told her, shrugging off my initial unease. My wife agreed, deciding to meet him at a cafe near her office the next day. The next morning, as she was getting ready for work, she mentioned lunch again. "I'm still not sure what this is about," she said, a hint of worry in her voice. I reassured her, saying it was probably nothing serious. "Just listen to what he has to say, and if it's something we need to help with, we'll figure it out together," I said. It's a busy cafe, filled with the usual lunchtime crowd, and my wife feels a bit more at ease being in such a public setting. She arrives a bit early, finding a table near the window where she can keep an eye on the entrance. He arrives a few minutes later, looking more nervous than she's ever seen him. They exchange the usual pleasantries, talking about work and the kids for a few minutes. But then, as soon as their food arrives, he takes a deep breath and dives into what he really came to say. He starts by complimenting her, telling her how beautiful she looks. At first, she thinks he's just being polite, but then he keeps going. He tells her how she's always been the light in his life, how she makes him feel things he's never felt before. "It was love at first sight," he says, his voice trembling slightly. "I've loved you since the moment I first laid eyes on you. If you were mine, I would treat you like the queen you are. I'd give you everything you deserve." My wife is stunned. She stares at him, unable to believe what she's hearing. This man, my brother-in-law, married to my sister and father of their 2 kids, is pouring his heart out to her. He lays it on thick, making grand promises about how different life would be if they were together. He goes on, saying how he's been holding these feelings in for years, how he's watched her and admired her from afar, feeling more and more that they're meant to be together. She tries to interrupt, to tell him he's making a huge mistake, but he keeps talking over her, almost as if he's rehearsed this speech 1,000 times in his head. Mind you, this man has always had a friendly relationship with my wife. Our families see each other often since we're a close-knit bunch. He's always been the fun uncle to our kids, the guy who's there at every family barbecue, every holiday dinner. He does text my wife frequently, but it's always been about mundane things, the kids' schedules, family events, things like that. Nothing overly sexual, nothing that would set off any alarms. In fact, he texts and calls my mom too. They have a friendly rapport, and none of us ever thought anything of it. To us, he's always been just a good guy, someone we trust implicitly. So to hear my wife recount this to me is like a punch to the gut. My wife doesn't let him finish. She stands up, her chair scraping loudly against the floor, and walks out. She's shaking as she calls me, telling me everything that just happened. While she's on the phone with me, the texts from him start. First it's apologies. He didn't mean it, he thinks it's only infatuation. He's sorry for making her uncomfortable. But the damage is done. She leaves work early to come home and talk to me about this, her phone buzzing incessantly with his calls and messages. I tell her to answer one of his calls, to put him on speaker so I can hear. He's crying, begging her not to tell my sister. He keeps saying it was a mistake, that he misread signals, that he thought she felt the same way. Apparently, when we were together this past weekend, he thought my wife was flirting with him, that they had a moment alone in our kitchen where he felt a connection. My wife is a major ballbuster, and I suppose I can see how that can be taken as flirting, but this is beyond anything we could have imagined. He asks if she told me, and I answer yes, as I'm on speaker. Then he starts begging me too, pleading for us to keep this a secret. This went on for a while, him begging and us listening. My main question was whether he had cheated on my sister before. He swore he hadn't, swearing on his kids' lives that it was just my wife. He said I should understand that it was her, only her. At that point, I was done listening. I told him I wasn't going to do anything tonight and that I'd call him tomorrow. Now we're left with this mess, not knowing what to do next. My wife says we should drive over there right now and tell my sister, but the idea of wrecking my sister's family is killing me. Thinking about what this will do to my nieces makes me want to vomit. I know the right thing to do is to tell my sister, but I'm also thinking about my wife. It's not her fault, but there's sure to be resentment from my family. Even if my sister doesn't divorce him and they reconcile, I can't see how we'll ever be together again like we were before, if at all. This whole episode can tear my family apart. I don't give a shit about him. He tried to destroy my family, but I do care about everyone else. Update. So everyone that told me last night that I couldn't wait to tell my sister was right. A little after 12, I got a call from my sister. She sounded upset and said she had to tell me something. My heart sank as she explained that her husband, my brother-in-law, had come to her in tears, claiming my wife had tried to begin an affair with him. He spun a tale where my wife was the instigator, trying to shift the blame entirely onto her. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. I immediately told my sister that wasn't the case and assured her I would be right over. This situation needed to be addressed face to face, not over the phone. I hung up and, with a sense of urgency, called my parents. I woke my mother and father, explaining what was happening in quick clipped sentences. My father was furious. My mother sounded shocked, but resolute. They agreed to head over to my sister's house to sit with her kids, offering the support she would desperately need right now. Next, I called my younger brother. He groggily answered, confusion turning to alarm as I filled him in. He promised to come over to our place and stay with our kids, ensuring they wouldn't be left alone during this turmoil. His calm, steady presence would be a comfort to them. Meanwhile, my wife was already gathering her things, her face pale and drawn. She was dreading the confrontation, but knew it was necessary. We left the house in a hurry, the drive to my sister's place feeling longer than it actually was. The silence in the car was heavy, both of us lost in our thoughts. When we arrived, the scene was even more tense than I had imagined. My sister is out on the front porch with my brother-in-law when we get there. He looks beaten, eyes downcast, his posture slumped in defeat. He knows we have the texts and voicemails, the undeniable proof of his betrayal. I really don't know what he was hoping to accomplish by calling my sister in the middle of the night with his lies. Maybe he thought he could get ahead of the story, twist the narrative to save himself, but it was a futile effort. As we walk up to them, the tension in the air is palpable. My wife is trembling, her face a mask of controlled anger and hurt. She hands my sister her phone without a word. My sister takes it, her hands steady but her eyes burning with a mix of fury and pain. She scrolls through the texts, her expression hardening, with each one she reads. Then she listens to the voicemails, the damning evidence of his declarations, and her refusals. Before she can say anything, My brother-in-law starts sobbing. This is a man who runs into burning buildings, who faces danger daily without flinching. Seeing him like this, broken and vulnerable, is jarring. His cries are deep and guttural, raw with regret and fear. It's a scene that's almost surreal. A big tough firefighter brought to his knees by his own actions. My sister's face remains impassive, a mask of stern resolve. She's always been tough, but right now, she's unyielding. She waits for him to finish, her silence more powerful than any words. When he finally quiets down, still hiccuping with the remnants of his sobs, she speaks. "Pack a bag and go," she says, her voice cold and clear. "I can't stand to look at you." He tries to argue, to plead his case, but she's having none of it. "Stop it," she snaps, cutting through his words. "There's nothing you can say that will make this better." She turns away from him, walks over to my wife, and pulls her into a hug. It's a moment of solidarity between them, a small comfort in the middle of this nightmare. They've been friends since college, and the strength of their bond is evident. It's a relief to see that despite everything, they're standing together. This leaves me standing with my brother-in-law. He's a wreck, his face red and swollen from crying, his shoulders slumped. He looks at me, his eyes pleading for some kind of understanding or forgiveness, but I have none to offer. He tries to speak, his voice cracking, but I cut him off. "You need to leave," I say firmly. "This is your mess. You need to deal with the consequences." He nods, defeated, and slowly makes his way inside to pack his things. My sister stays with my wife, the two of them talking quietly, leaning on each other for support. The rest of the night is a blur of conversations and plans. We all rally around my sister, helping her figure out what to do next, how to protect her kids from the fallout. My sister begins questioning my wife, trying to understand why her husband thought any of this could possibly work out. He must have had some reason to believe she reciprocated his feelings. My sister insists that there hadn't been any issues in their marriage, everything had been normal. My wife is crying at this point, tears streaming down her face as she tries to make sense of the situation. "There's nothing you haven't seen," she says, her voice shaking. She hands my sister her phone again, and together they painstakingly go through every text message sent over the past 2 years. They read each one carefully, looking for any hint of inappropriate behavior, but there's nothing there. My wife was just being herself. She has a playful personality, always joking around and teasing. It's part of what makes her so lovable and approachable. My brother-in-law has a similar sense of humor, and they've always teased each other in a lighthearted, harmless way. She does the same with my mom and my younger brother. It's just how she interacts with people. The only incident my wife can think of that might have been misconstrued happened this past weekend. She recounts it, trying to pinpoint where things went wrong. They were all together at our place, and she and my brother-in-law both reached for the fridge at the same time. They playfully jostled for who would get there first, laughing as they did so. He let her win, but then he reached around her waist to grab a beer, moving his hand slowly. She admits that in that moment, the way he did it felt a little inappropriate. It was a fleeting feeling, and she brushed it off, not wanting to make a big deal out of it. She wonders now if her silence gave him some misguided hope. My sister listens, her expression softening. She doesn't blame my wife for any of this. She knows her well enough to understand that her playful nature isn't an invitation for anything more. "It's not your fault," she reassures her, and my wife nods, though the guilt still lingers. As they finish reading through the messages, it's clear there was never any mutual attraction, no hidden signals or secret flirtations. My wife was just being herself, and my brother-in-law took that, and twisted it into something it wasn't. The realization that this misunderstanding has caused so much pain is almost too much to bear, but at least, for now, my sister's belief in my wife remains intact. So then, my sister starts going through his MacBook to see what else she doesn't know about. She's angry and frantic at this point, her hands shaking as she types. She guesses the password, and on the third try, she's in. With a deep breath, she starts searching through his files, looking for anything that might shed more light on this nightmare. It doesn't take long before she finds something disturbing. There, buried in a folder labeled innocuously, are a lot of pictures of my wife. They date back years, and what's more unsettling is that they're always isolated shots, just her, never in group settings or candid family moments. My sister clicks through them, her anger turning into a cold, creeping horror. One set of photos stands out. A few years ago, we went on a couple's trip to the Caribbean. It was a rare vacation without the kids, and my wife, feeling more relaxed in the adults-only environment, had worn a bikini. She usually doesn't, preferring more modest swimwear, but this time she had felt comfortable enough to do so. There were probably 50 pictures of her in that bikini, each one taken without her knowledge. My sister's face pales as she scrolls through them. It's clear he's been secretly snapping these photos for years, collecting them obsessively. The realization that he's been harboring this fixation, lurking in the shadows of family events, sends a shiver down her spine. Does this now enter restraining order territory? She wonders aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. This has taken a creepy turn, far beyond what any of us had imagined. The boundary between inappropriate and outright disturbing has been crossed. She calls us over, showing us the pictures. My wife gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. She had no idea he was doing this, no inkling of his obsession. My sister, her anger now tempered by a deep sense of betrayal, starts talking about next steps. Legal action, protection for her kids, and a restraining order. All possibilities that need to be considered now. We're all reeling from this new discovery. The man we thought we knew, who we trusted as a husband, a father, and a brother-in-law, has shown a side of himself that's dark and disturbing. It's not just a matter of infatuation anymore, it's something far more insidious. Unfortunately, the mess continues. My sister agreed to talk to her husband last night and let him explain himself. She was determined to get the full story and decided to involve my wife directly to ensure there would be no lying or half-truths. They set up a FaceTime call with my wife, and I listened in off camera, my heart pounding with a mix of anger and dread. My sister, ever thorough, recorded the entire conversation for good measure. As soon as the call began, the tension was palpable. My brother-in-law looked exhausted, his eyes red-rimmed and swollen from crying. He started hesitantly, his voice shaky, but as he spoke, the truth began to pour out, and the story unfolded in a way none of us had fully anticipated. He admitted he's been obsessed with my wife for years. It started the day I met her, he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. He went on to explain that it was during one of those early gatherings where my sister, eager to introduce her new boyfriend to her friends, had brought him along. My wife and I were dating at the time, but he had met her before he met me. At first, he thought his feelings were purely physical, an innocent crush that he could brush aside. But as time went on and he spent more time around her, he realized it was more than that. He became fixated on her personality, her laughter, the way she interacted with everyone around her. He described moments where he found himself watching her, captivated by her presence, even as she was just being herself, playful and kind. He detailed how he had tried to suppress these feelings, convincing himself that they were harmless. But over time, his obsession grew. He started finding ways to be near her more often, volunteering to help with family events, making excuses to text her about trivial things. It was a slow, insidious process that eventually led to the point where he felt compelled to confess his feelings, deluding himself into believing she might feel the same way. My sister listened, her face a mask of controlled rage and heartbreak. She didn't interrupt him, letting him dig his own grave with each word. My wife, on the other hand, was visibly shaken. Hearing how long this had been going on, how deeply his obsession ran, was almost too much for her to bear. When he finished, there was a heavy silence. My sister finally spoke, her voice icy and measured. "What made you think that my wife would leave me for you?" she asked, her eyes boring into his. He stammered, struggling to find the right words. He mentioned the supposed mutual attraction, the moments he had misinterpreted as signs of her reciprocation. My wife and sister exploded at that point, their pent-up anger and frustration spilling over. There was a lot of cussing, a lot of screaming, the raw emotion of betrayal and hurt coming to the forefront. My wife hung up the call, her hands trembling, her face pale. She was concerned for me, for us, assuring me repeatedly that the attraction was one-sided. I believed her. I always had. Even if she did find him physically attractive at some point, I knew she would never act on it. She's serious about trust and fidelity, something she made clear early on in our relationship. This whole ordeal was a twisted fantasy of my brother-in-law's, a dangerous delusion that had nearly torn our family apart. The tension that had been building up during the call finally erupted into a storm of cussing and screaming. My wife's voice was a mix of fury and hurt, while my sister's was steely and unforgiving. The barrage of emotions was overwhelming, the air thick with betrayal and disbelief. The phone call abruptly ended when my wife, shaking and distraught, hung up because she was concerned for me. She turned to me, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. "It was one-sided," she assured me, her voice trembling. "I never thought it wasn't," I replied, trying to soothe her. Even if she did find him physically attractive at some point, I knew she would never act on it. She's just not that type of person. Early on in our relationship, there was a moment that encapsulated her stance on trust and fidelity perfectly. I remember watching her one morning as she was dressing, admiring her without saying a word. She noticed, gave me a teasing smile and asked if I liked what I saw. But then her expression turned serious, almost cold. "Never fuck up," she said, her tone leaving no room for misunderstanding. "Or you'll never see this again." She meant every word. My wife is serious about trust. Once it's broken, it's almost impossible to mend. As I sat there, replaying the chaotic scene in my mind, I couldn't help but reflect on my brother-in-law. I knew he was a little cocky, always walking with a certain swagger, but my God, I never knew he thought so highly of himself to believe he could pull off something like this. His delusions of grandeur were staggering, completely detached from reality. I talked to my sister later on, once the initial shock had started to wear off and we could speak more calmly. She was resolute, determined to protect her children from the fallout of her husband's actions. She told me she would be contacting a lawyer first thing Monday morning to see what steps she could take to limit his exposure to their kids. She wanted to ensure that they were shielded from as much of this mess as possible. As far as I'm concerned, he's detached from reality, she said, her voice steely with resolve. Her concern was no longer about saving her marriage but about safeguarding her children and maintaining a semblance of stability for them. Anyway, my brother-in-law returned home yesterday, not because my sister wants him back but because she can't legally stop him. Despite the turmoil and the clear betrayal, he has the right to be in the house until the legal proceedings move forward. The atmosphere is tense and uncomfortable, filled with unspoken words and palpable resentment. They are done, and I think he realizes that now. There's a hollow look in his eyes, as if he understands that any hope he had of salvaging their marriage is gone. The lawyer tells my sister that since my brother-in-law's behavior over the past few days has been documented, there is a good chance she will be granted full custody of the kids. The texts, voicemails, and the disturbing cache of photos all paint a clear picture of his obsession and instability. He doesn't seem to even want to fight her on that. It's as if he knows he's lost everything and is too weary to put up a battle. My sister will be fine. She's stronger than she looks, and any love she had for him is gone. She moves through the house with a determined air, her focus now entirely on her children and their future. She doesn't seem to be broken up about it. Rather, she looks like someone who's finally seen the truth and is ready to move forward. The kids don't know what happened yet. They sense something is wrong. Kids always do. But they don't know the details. My brother-in-law was never around much anyway when the kids were home. He often slept at the fire station, pulling double shifts and overtime. His absence was a constant in their lives, a silent but ever-present gap that they had grown used to. But it is certain to be hard on them once they know what's going to happen. The stability of their home, the presence of both parents, even if it was fractured, will change. My sister is prepared for this. She's already spoken to a child psychologist to help them navigate the inevitable questions and emotions that will arise. She's ready to be both mother and father, to provide them with the love and support they'll need. As for my brother-in-law, he stays in the guest room, a silent figure in a house that no longer feels like his home. He seems resigned to his fate, going through the motions but devoid of any real fight. It's a sad, pitiful sight, but my sympathy is limited. Some of my friends have said that there must be more women, that someone as obsessive as my brother-in-law couldn't have fixated on just one person. But as far as we can tell, there hasn't been anyone else. It's really just the obsession with my wife. His fixation on her has been singular and intense, leaving no room for anyone else. After everything came to light, my wife blocked his phone number, trying to create some distance and protect herself from his unwanted advances. But on the same night he returned home, he sent my wife an email from an account he had just made. It started with a seemingly sincere apology, but it quickly took a turn into something much darker. He began by saying he never got to finish at the restaurant that day, implying there was more he needed to confess. Then he launched into paragraphs and paragraphs about all the things he loves about my wife. He detailed the desperation he felt, the overwhelming emotions that had driven him to act so irrationally. He recounted every little detail he admired about her, her smile, her laugh, the way she interacted with others. It was unsettling, to say the least, to see his obsession laid out so starkly. He mentioned their supposed mutual attraction again, insisting that there was a palpable sexual tension between them that he had always felt. He was delusional, mistaking her friendly, playful nature for something more. He painted a picture of a connection that existed only in his mind, a fantasy that he had convinced himself was real. The email ended with a rather large section about me. Let's just say I didn't know he had such a low opinion of me. He was quite certain that I was not satisfying my wife properly. He criticized everything from my appearance to my demeanor, implying that I was somehow unworthy of her. His words were meant to undermine me, to sow seeds of doubt and insecurity. Reading the email was a gut punch. It was clear that his obsession with my wife had twisted his perceptions and fueled his disdain for me. He saw me as an obstacle, someone unworthy of the woman he had placed on a pedestal. But instead of feeling threatened, it only solidified my resolve to protect my wife, and my family, from his delusions. We forwarded the email to my sister and her lawyer. It was more evidence of his unstable state of mind, Another piece of the puzzle that showed just how far gone he was. This email, with its mix of apology, obsession and vitriol, might be enough to get him removed from the house permanently. For now, my wife and I are taking it one day at a time. The support from our friends and family has been invaluable, helping us navigate this surreal and painful situation. Finally, my wife isn't doing great, but she is improving each day. She does feel guilty for being too comfortable around my brother-in-law. Normally, she is very careful about setting boundaries with other men. In case it wasn't clear, my wife is quite stunning and receives a lot of male attention. However, she felt safe around my brother-in-law because he was family, and she never thought he would cross any lines. Fortunately, she and my sister are on good terms, and there doesn't seem to be any resentment, which is a relief. We will all be okay, but it will take time. Thank you to everyone who commented and offered their support. My primary concern throughout this was my sister and her children. The impact of my brother-in-law's actions on their lives is immense. Ensuring their protection and emotional well-being became our priority. Children, especially, need shielding from such toxic situations to maintain their sense of security and normalcy. When faced with such a situation, it's essential to act quickly and decisively. We didn't hesitate to gather evidence, confront the issue, and involve legal help to ensure the safety and well-being of everyone involved. Procrastination or denial could have led to further harm. What do you think about this story? Please share your comments down below. Thank you for listening to Vibe Tales. I've been taking care of my wife's best friend's kid. I'm exhausted, so I told my wife that I'm tired of raising a kid that is not mine. Am I the A? I, 31 male, am married to my wife Amber, 30 female, and we have a daughter, Emma, 7 female. The problem is my wife's best friend Jennifer has a daughter named Harper, 7 female. Harper's dad is a lazy sack of crap and refuses to do anything with his daughter. He is the type of guy that brags about how he never changed a diaper. To elaborate, Harper's dad epitomizes the worst kind of uninvolved parenting. While most fathers would cherish the opportunity to bond with their children, he prides himself on his detachment. His lack of participation isn't limited to diaper changes, it extends to every aspect of Harper's upbringing. He doesn't attend her school events, help with homework, or show any interest in her hobbies. His weekends are spent drinking and watching sports, completely ignoring Harper's need for a father figure. Jennifer, despite her best efforts, struggles to fill the void left by Harper's dad. She juggles work, household responsibilities, and trying to be both mother and father to Harper. The emotional and financial burden is immense, and it's clear that Jennifer is often exhausted and overwhelmed. This situation has led Jennifer and Harper to spend most weekends at our house while Harper's dad is drinking and watching sports all weekend. Amber and Jennifer have been best friends for years, and Amber feels a strong sense of duty to support Jennifer and Harper. However, this dynamic has created a unique set of challenges for me. Every Saturday, the time I had hoped to dedicate exclusively to Emma is now shared with Harper. It's not that I don't care for Harper, but the situation feels unfair, especially when Harper's own father should be stepping up. My frustration boils over when I think about how Harper's dad's neglect impacts not only Jennifer and Harper but also my family. It's disheartening to see such a blatant disregard for parental responsibilities. His behavior isn't just lazy, it's irresponsible and selfish. He seems content to let others pick up his slack, while he remains in his bubble of indifference. The resentment builds as I find myself taking on roles that Harper's dad should fulfill. Whether it's teaching the girls to ride bikes, taking them to dance class, or simply being a present and attentive father figure, these responsibilities weigh heavily on me. It's not Harper's fault, and I know that, but the constant intrusion on my father-daughter time with Emma leaves me feeling increasingly resentful. What's worse is that Harper's dad's attitude hasn't changed, despite numerous opportunities for him to step up. He remains steadfast in his neglect, leaving Jennifer and Harper to fend for themselves. This ongoing neglect not only affects Harper's emotional well-being but also places an undue burden on Jennifer, who is left to shoulder the parental responsibilities alone. It's a cycle of frustration and disappointment that affects everyone involved. In conclusion, while my wife and I strive to support Jennifer and Harper, the situation with Harper's dad remains a significant source of tension. His failure to be a responsible parent impacts not only his own family but also ours, as we find ourselves compensating for his shortcomings. Mother's Day was the last straw. That Saturday morning I took both Emma and Harper to their dance class. Amber and I pay for both girls' classes because Harper's dad, the deadbeat, won't contribute a cent. This has always been a sore point for me, but I've tolerated it for the sake of peace. However, this Mother's Day pushed me over the edge. After dance class, Emma asked if we could stop to get something for her mom for Mother's Day. I agreed, wanting to make the day special for Amber. But as soon as Harper heard this, she asked if we could also get something for her mom, Jennifer. Instantly, a wave of frustration washed over me. Why was it falling on me to buy a Mother's Day gift for someone else's wife? That's her dad's responsibility, not mine. As we drove home, I couldn't shake off the anger bubbling inside me. Here I was, trying to do something nice for Amber, and it turned into another chore imposed by Harper's dad's neglect. I couldn't help but think about all the times I've had to step in for him. Whether it's dance class fees or buying Mother's Day gifts, his absence is constantly felt. It's not just about the money, it's about the principle. This man is shirking his duties, and I'm left picking up the pieces. A few days later, after Mother's Day had passed, I decided it was time to speak up. I didn't want to ruin the holiday for Amber, so I waited until the right moment. When I finally broached the subject with her, I tried to be as calm and rational as possible. I told her that I was tired of raising Harper and that her real father needed to step up. I expressed how it was taking away precious time I wanted to spend with Emma. It's not that I don't care about Harper, but the constant burden was becoming too much. Amber didn't take it well. She insisted that Jennifer is her best friend and that we need to be there for Harper. I understand her perspective, but it felt like my concerns were being dismissed. The conversation quickly turned heated, and Amber ended up not speaking to me. She's been sleeping in the guest bedroom ever since. The silence in our home is deafening. I didn't want to cause a rift, but I felt like I had no choice but to voice my frustration. It's hard enough balancing work and family life without the added pressure of compensating for Harper's dad's negligence. I hoped that Amber would understand where I was coming from, but instead, it feels like she's chosen Jennifer's needs over mine. This situation has left me feeling isolated and misunderstood. I love Amber and I want to support her, but I also need her to see how this is affecting me and our family. I'm at a loss for how to move forward. Just wanted to add some additional info. Emma and Harper are best friends. Their bond is incredibly strong, and they do almost everything together. Seeing them so close is heartwarming, but it also complicates things. Because of their friendship, Harper is almost always at our house, especially on weekends. It was my idea to spend Saturdays with Emma. I work long hours during the week and don't get to see her as much as I'd like. Saturdays were supposed to be our special time together, a chance for me to reconnect with my daughter and create lasting memories. I also wanted to give Amber a bit of a break, some time for herself to relax and recharge. However, this plan often gets overshadowed by the presence of Harper. We pay for both girls' activities because Jennifer's husband, the deadbeat, thinks it's a waste of money to pay for dance class. Jennifer can't afford to pay by herself, so we cover the costs for Harper as well. It's frustrating because this isn't our responsibility, but we do it to ensure Harper doesn't miss out on opportunities she deserves. Jennifer and Harper do things with Amber and Emma once or twice a week during the weeknights. These outings help strengthen their bond and provide some support to Jennifer, who is struggling to manage everything on her own. While I understand the importance of these interactions, it adds to the ongoing issue of Harper's father's neglect. He should be the one stepping up and providing for his daughter, not relying on us to fill in the gaps. Update 1. Things at home were much worse than I was aware of for Jennifer, and my wife had only recently found out how bad things were. Jennifer had been dealing with a lot more than I had imagined. Her husband's neglect and emotional absence were just the tip of the iceberg. The situation was dire, and Jennifer was struggling to keep it all together for Harper's sake. Mother's Day was the straw that broke the camel's back for Jennifer as well. She grew up in a family that believed you must stay together for the kids, no matter what. But when Harper came to me for a Mother's Day gift, Jennifer had a revelation. She realized that her daughter did not see her biological father as a real dad. This moment was pivotal. It was a harsh reality check for Jennifer, making her see that staying with her husband was doing more harm than good. It was time for her to get out. Jennifer came to my wife to ask for help leaving because she had no family in the area and lacked the financial resources to leave on her own. She was desperate and had nowhere else to turn. Jennifer confided in Amber, revealing the true extent of her struggles. She was trapped in a toxic and neglectful environment, and the situation had reached a breaking point. Amber, always the compassionate friend, was deeply moved by Jennifer's plight. She knew that Jennifer needed support and a safe place to stay. So, the night my wife was going to ask me if we could help Jennifer is when I, completely unaware of the depth of Jennifer's situation, told her I was tired of raising someone else's kid. My frustration with Harper's father's negligence had built up, and I vented to Amber without realizing the full picture. That's what caused Amber's strong reaction. The Saturday after our initial argument, Jennifer did not come over and Emma went to her grandparents'. This break from the usual routine gave Amber and me a chance to have a long, uninterrupted discussion about what was really going on. Amber shared everything she had learned about Jennifer's dire circumstances. The gravity of her situation hit me hard. It wasn't just about Harper's father being a deadbeat. Jennifer was in a crisis and needed our help more than ever. Hearing the full story, I felt a deep sense of regret for my earlier outburst. Jennifer wasn't just dealing with an uninvolved partner. She was facing a serious crisis with no support system in place. Her plea to Amber wasn't just a casual ask for help, it was a desperate cry for assistance from someone she trusted. Amber's explanation made me see the situation from a different perspective. Jennifer and Harper needed more than just occasional help. They needed a stable, safe environment where they could start rebuilding their lives. My initial frustration seemed trivial in comparison to the urgency of Jennifer's need for a lifeline. With this newfound understanding, Amber and I decided to open our home to Jennifer and Harper. It was clear that they had nowhere else to go, and turning them away was not an option. Our focus shifted from the inconvenience of the situation to the necessity of providing support for someone in genuine need. Amber and I decided that Jennifer and Harper could stay with us for the time being. My problem was never with those two. It was that I had to take over for the deadbeat. Knowing the full context, I couldn't turn my back on them. They needed us. When we told Emma about this, she was super happy that her best friend was staying with her. We had a conversation with her, explaining that if she wanted to have time with either parent without Harper, she just needed to let us know. We assured her that we didn't want her to feel left out of anything. Last weekend, with the help of Hall and some friends, we got all of Jennifer's and Harper's stuff and moved it into our house. The good thing is we have a 4-bedroom house, so everyone gets a bedroom. The bad news is my wife's office moved to the basement, which isn't ideal but necessary under the circumstances. Wish me luck, we shall see how this goes. This situation is far from easy, but knowing the full story has given me a new perspective. We're doing the right thing by helping Jennifer and Harper, and hopefully, we'll come out of this stronger as a family. Update 2. Jen and Harper are still living with us. As I mentioned before, Jen did not make that much money. She worked as a phlebotomist for our local health network, which didn't pay well enough to support herself and Harper independently. Despite her dedication and hard work, the financial strain was a constant burden. The good news is that with the current nursing shortage, the health network introduced a program that pays for employees to go to nursing school. This opportunity was a lifeline for Jen. She was able to start the program at the end of August. It was a significant step forward for her, offering a chance to improve her financial situation and secure a better future for herself and Harper. However, the program came with its own set of challenges. It's an 18-month intensive course, and participants are only allowed to work 20 hours a week while enrolled. This meant that Jen's already tight finances would be stretched even thinner during this period. She would need to juggle studying, limited work hours, and caring for Harper, all while living with us. The arrangement we came to was that once Jen graduates, she will move out. This plan gave her a clear goal to work towards and provided a timeline for us as well. It's a challenging path, but the end result would be worth it. Jen's graduation is expected to be next May, which feels both far away and just around the corner. In the meantime, our household dynamics have to adapt to accommodate Jen's rigorous schedule. She spends most of her time either studying or working her reduced hours. It's a demanding routine, but she's incredibly determined and focused on making it through the program. The support system we provide is crucial, giving her the stability and peace of mind she needs to concentrate on her studies. We've all made adjustments to help Jen succeed. Amber and I take on additional responsibilities to ensure that Harper's needs are met and that Jen has the space and time to study. It's a team effort, and while it's not always easy, we all understand the importance of what Jen is working towards. The prospect of Jen becoming a nurse is a beacon of hope. It promises a better future for her and Harper, free from the financial insecurities that have plagued them. While the present situation is tough, the light at the end of the tunnel keeps us all motivated. We look forward to celebrating her graduation and the new opportunities it will bring for her family. In the meantime, the divorce with deadbeat is still ongoing. Once he found out he was going to have to pay child support, he tried every dirty, nasty trick he could think of. It's been a nightmare for Jennifer, who already has enough on her plate with nursing school and caring for Harper. Deadbeat's tactics have ranged from delaying court proceedings to making false accusations against Jennifer. He's done everything he can to avoid his financial responsibilities, dragging out the process as long as possible. Each new trick he pulls seems designed to make Jennifer's life more difficult and stressful. For example, he's constantly failing to show up for court dates, forcing them to be rescheduled and prolonging the whole ordeal. He's also tried to claim that Jennifer is an unfit mother, despite having no evidence to back up his accusations. These claims are baseless, but they add emotional strain and complicate the legal proceedings. Every time Jennifer thinks she's made progress, deadbeat throws another wrench into the works. It's exhausting and demoralizing, but she remains determined to see it through. She knows that getting the divorce finalized and securing child support is crucial for Harper's well-being and their future stability. The legal fees are piling up and the financial strain is intense, especially with Jennifer's reduced work hours due to nursing school. We do our best to support her emotionally and financially, but it's a heavy burden. The uncertainty of not knowing when the divorce will be finalized adds to the stress. Despite the challenges, Jennifer remains resolute. She's focused on her goals, completing nursing school, securing a stable income, and ensuring a better life for Harper. It's a difficult road, but she's not facing it alone. We're here to help her navigate the twists and turns of this prolonged and bitter divorce battle. It's a frustrating situation for all of us. The sooner the divorce is finalized, the sooner Jennifer and Harper can move forward without the shadow of deadbeat looming over them. My wife is doing good. She is happy she is helping her best friend. However, having 5 people in the house is a lot more work than having 3. Since she works from home, the pre- and post-school work often falls on her. Despite the added workload, Amber remains positive and dedicated to making this arrangement work for everyone. Emma and Harper are still best friends, and their bond is as strong as ever. Shockingly, Harper is doing much better in this environment than before. The stability and support she receives here have had a noticeable positive impact on her. They don't do everything together anymore, which has allowed both girls to explore their individual interests. Harper quit dance class, but she started with soccer, which she really enjoys. I think knowing that she will get fatherly attention no matter what she is doing has given her some freedom to pursue other interests. It's heartwarming to see her confidence grow as she finds new activities that she loves. Interestingly, Harper has turned into my Lego buddy. Emma never had any interest in Legos, but Harper and I have done some nice sets together. This has become a special bonding activity for us. Building Legos not only provides a fun pastime, but also gives Harper the fatherly attention she has been missing. It's rewarding to see her enthusiasm and creativity flourish through our Lego projects. Amber and I work hard to balance our responsibilities and ensure that both Emma and Harper feel supported and loved. While the dynamics of our household have certainly changed, we're adapting and finding new ways to connect and spend quality time together. It's not always easy, but seeing the positive impact on Harper and the strong friendship between the girls makes it all worthwhile. Emma and I still have our daddy-daughter dates on the weekend. I still take her to dance class, and she recently started taking fencing classes. Watching her learn to fence has been both exciting and a little intimidating. I don't know if I should be proud or scared that she could defeat me in a sword fight one day. It's incredible to see her develop new skills and interests, and our time together remains special and cherished. A year later, I think I am doing better. Having a plan with a timetable for Jen and Harper has relieved a lot of stress from my life. Knowing that there is an end goal in sight helps me manage the day-to-day challenges more effectively. The fact that I also don't have to see deadbeat has been a significant relief. His absence from our lives has removed a source of constant tension and frustration. I also try to take a few hours a month for myself to do my hobbies. These moments of me time are crucial for my mental well-being and help me recharge. Whether it's working on a personal project or just relaxing, these breaks are essential in maintaining my balance. The bad part is I had thought that I was done with the portion of my life where I had roommates. Adjusting to having more people in the house has been challenging. While we all get along and support each other, the lack of privacy and the constant activity can be overwhelming at times. It will be a relief when Jen either gets her nursing job and/or secures child support, so that Amber and I can stop footing the bill for so much. Despite the challenges, there have been many joyful moments. Watching Harper flourish in a supportive environment, seeing Emma and Harper's friendship grow, and even building Lego sets together, these small moments of happiness are precious. They remind me to appreciate the good amidst the difficult. In the midst of supporting others, I learned the importance of self-care. Taking time for my hobbies and personal interests has been crucial for maintaining my mental and emotional well-being. You can't pour from an empty cup. Taking care of myself enables me to better support my family.
Mom and stepdad asks me to have S*X with the stepdad. She is a piece of crap for allowing and enabling such behavior. My mom had me at 18 right out of high school. Long story short, my dad died at 19 while he was away at uni. Then my mom remarried at 21 and had my sisters. My stepdad, we'll call him Scott, was the only father I've known. He's been a great father, nothing out of the ordinary. Absolutely perfect parenting until I turned about 19. I remember Scott was becoming a little more touchy than normal, and a little too personal. He would offer me wine, I declined, and would ask me about my sex life after one too many glasses. I brushed it off because I thought maybe he was being a nosy father and just wanted to make sure his daughter wasn't having sex. Then this kind of stuff continued, to the point where my stepdad tried to kiss me last year. I told my mom and she just laughed and told me, that's how he gets after too many drinks. I knew then I had to make plans to leave, so I started saving up. After that incident things died down a bit until my mom got pregnant at 39. It's a higher risk pregnancy, so she's on a lot of bed rest and taking extra care of herself per her doctor. A couple of weeks ago, my mom and Scott sat me down and told me her doctor said she should avoid sex during her pregnancy due to various health reasons I won't get into. They asked me if I could have sex with Scott just until she was able to have sex again. Of course, I said no. I was livid, I was crying. She told me she'd be okay with it, and she'd be in the room as well. I told her that was even worse. Like, what are they thinking? I have enough money now for an apartment, I got approved, I'm signing my lease next week. My parents are ignoring me and the whole house is full of tension. My younger sisters don't understand what's going on and my mom told me not to say anything. But my sisters are smart, they know something is really up and won't stop asking me about it, especially the oldest. She came to me crying today and told me I better tell her what's going on right now. I didn't say anything. So, any advice? What do I tell her? What do I say to the younger ones? How do I tell a 16-year-old about this without being inappropriate or bashing my parents? Response to OP: bashing your parents would be unfairly putting them down for something benign. What they've done is wrong and sick on so many levels. Forget about not wanting to be inappropriate because it's more important to prevent you and them from dealing with more abuse. It is highly likely that your other sisters will be subjected to this if they have not already, and they are younger and more easily victimized. You could speak to your teen sisters privately and ask them if they have had any uncomfortable experiences with your stepdad. Like him talking too much about sex or making advances, and make it clear that you're a safe person to confide in. I would also reach out to a trusted family member or someone you can ask for help from. OP: last year when he tried to kiss me, Child Protective Services interviewed all the girls, and the girls were very confused because their dad has never said or done anything to them inappropriately. My aunt, who is a child therapist and called Child Protective Services to begin with, talked to each girl and said there were no signs of foul play, which upset her because she really hates Scott, but made her happy because he's done nothing to them. Child Protective Services said it was like a roommate complaining about sexual assault since I'm not his biological daughter. My aunt has been fighting to make my mom leave for years, but since Scott is not abusive to her or the girls, and makes a lot of money, she won't leave. But my aunt has actually mentioned he's been manipulating her with kindnesses all these years, so she would be okay with him having sex with me when I became an adult, and it worked. My aunt and I don't think he's going to hurt the other girls, but you never know. We most likely will call child services again. OP: my aunt and I are probably going to call again and try to get the girls out and with her, or my grandparents who want them to stay there. My concern is telling the girls. I would be devastated if I was 16 and someone told me my dad tried to have sex with my sister, so now I have to live with my grandparents. So what do I say to her? Do I break her heart? Response to OP: yes. You need to break her heart so that she will not be groomed into a sexual relationship with him. Then you can encourage her to get therapy. Another response: do I break her heart? You will never be the one to break her heart in this situation. It's your mom and stepdad who are breaking her heart. You're just the one who has to tell her. None of this is your fault. You are not responsible for the trauma inflicted on anybody here. Much easier said than felt, I know, but I can't articulate how strongly I believe this. Their trauma will involve you, but it will never be because of you. You're a good sister. A really, really amazing sister. Update: the original post is above, too long. Didn't read? Basically, my mom and stepdad asked me to have sex with my stepdad. I declined, freaked out, and am now leaving. My concern is for my sisters. My aunt did what she said she was going to do. She barged in with 3 other people, one of them a social worker friend of hers, who was off duty, and my uncle. None of them are allowed at the house, so as soon as Scott found out they were there, he called the police. Before the police even showed up, I told my 16-year-old sister and the 14-year-olds what happened. The 16-year-old got angry at her dad. She was walking around the house ranting at her dad and crying. Eventually she decided to come with my aunt and I, and then we would figure out where she could go from then on. However, the 2 14-year-olds did not believe me. They actually started laughing. Then they got angry and told me I was trying to destroy our family and how could you make up a sick lie. It got to the point where they threw my and my 16-year sister's stuff out the window. By that time the cops came and told my aunt, uncle, and the social worker they had to leave the property. The social worker friend let the cops know everything that's been going on. The cops didn't care. They just cared about the noise and the trespassers. So I, my 16-year-old sister, my aunt and uncle and their friend left. Very soon after my grandparents came and got the other 3 girls, after the 14-year-olds called them and came to their senses. I found out from my grandma that one of the 14-year-olds confronted her dad and he didn't deny anything. In fact, he called me a whore and said I should have had any problems doing what he asked. That's when they packed a bag and called my grandparents. My grandparents explained everything separately to the little one. She told my grandpa she prefers him to our dad because grandpa doesn't yell at her. As much as that pained me, I hope it's enough to keep the girls at my grandparents for good. My 16-year-old sister is going to emancipate herself and stay with either our grandparents or our aunt. Child Protective Services was called, but it was my grandparents this time. I have multiple screenshots on my and my aunt's phone of my mother incriminating herself, so we will be able to file charges and hopefully get Scott on the sex offender registry. That way the girls can stay with their grandparents permanently. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate each and every one of your comments, and to the survivors who shared their stories, you're all so strong, thank you. OP on why Aunt wasn't allowed over. Because they hate Scott and know he's a creep. Many years ago when I was about 13, at my younger sister's gender reveal party. My cousin, my uncle's daughter, who is trans, decided at university that she was female and came back as female. We all accepted and loved her the same except Scott, who got drunk and lifted her skirt and said, "Do you still have your boy parts?" That's when my uncle beat the shit out of him and knocked over a couple of tables. From then on, half of my family wasn't allowed back at the house per a trespassing order. They knew then that he was an absolute perv. But I, as a young child, didn't fully comprehend it. Good comment, the cops didn't care. Why is this always their fucking default setting? Now to the next story, story 2. I, 26 female, want my husband, 27 male, to immediately block one of his friends Kyla, 27 female. He thinks I'm overreacting, and wants opinions from some cool-headed people on if I'm just acting crazy, or this is something that would cross the line for you. My husband has a group of 8 friends he has been close with since his college days. Kyla is one of his friends. When my husband and I started dating, he introduced me to all of them, and everyone was very friendly. I used to hang out with them frequently. I am an introvert, and so is my husband. I would always ask him to spend time alone as being in social settings just saps all my energy away. His friends, and especially Kyla, always made it a point to tell me how he hangs out with them less after he started dating me. Kyla also had a weird energy around me. If I was with my husband, she would be the friendliest with me. However, as soon as he walked away, she acted like I did not exist. My husband hates to be touched by others, we both are neurodivergent, but Kyla would always tease him by trying to hug him, mess his hair, etc. I never felt she was flirting with him, but just teasing him to make him annoyed. Overall, she just feels like a person who has a severe social boundary issue. We got married 2 years ago, and things have been great between us. Last week, we had our second marriage anniversary and invited a bunch of people. His friends stayed back after all the guests left, and we were all drinking and chatting. One of his friends, Jen, became a bit tipsy and started complimenting me on how beautiful our house is, how I care for my husband, and how he has changed for the better since marriage. Everyone was laughing at my husband at how much of a slob he was when he was single. Jen then pointed at Kyla and said, "You better pay up, cause you had bet that their marriage would not even last for 2 years." Everyone became silent and started changing the topic. I also did not want to spoil the mood, and let it go, but it stuck in my head. After everyone left, I asked my husband what Jen was talking about. He also had noticed Jen saying that and was ready with a full explanation. He told me the story of what happened when we got engaged. When he proposed to me, he had not told his friends that he was going to do that. We went on a trip to Puerto Rico, and he surprised me there. We put our engagement pictures on Instagram while we were on the trip, and it was a big surprise to everyone as we were only dating for 1 year. When he came back and met all his friends, everyone congratulated him. However, Kyla started ranting about how he was a fool to propose so quickly, and she felt that I was not the right girl for him. Seems like she said some unkind things about me, implying I was a gold digger. My husband's family is wealthy, but so is mine. She had said that she bet we would break up within 2 years if we got married. That is why Jen was taunting her about how happy my husband was with me. I was very furious at this point, as I feel this is something he should have told me. I asked him to tell me truthfully if he had ever dated Kyla or had any history with her, as he has always told me that he has never dated anyone from his friend group. He said that he has of course not dated or hooked up with Kyla. However, Kyla had asked him out a few times when they were in college, and he always politely declined. I asked why he said no to her, and he said he just does not have any romantic feelings for her. I can see that because my husband does have a type based on me or the other people he has dated in the past, and Kyla is the opposite of that. I am just mad at her for saying bad things about me, especially after knowing that we were already engaged and betting against my marriage. I told my husband that he needs to minimize contact with Kyla and she is not invited to parties at our house anymore. He feels I am being too harsh for something she said almost 3 years ago. He also pointed out that she has been very supportive to both of us, and also helped a lot during our wedding arrangements. He feels she is just blunt and forthright when she speaks, but does not mean those things. He told me to take some time and calm down, and we would revisit this topic in a week. He is worried this will completely change the dynamics within his friend group. Am I the A for wanting him to block her and stop inviting her to our house? Do you think I'm overreacting? I think betting against our marriage and bad-mouthing me behind my back seems like a huge betrayal. I am also mad at my husband that he kept this fact from me, and also never told me that Kyla asked him out during college days. Am I just being crazy and reactive? How would you react in this situation? I don't want to distance my husband from his friends, but I also do not want to see that bitch Kyla's face again. Relevant comments. Commenter. Info. How has Kyla acted since the wedding? Has her behavior changed? You describe a bad behavior in the past tense, so one might believe she's not doing those things anymore. Does she still exhibit boundary issues with your husband? OP. Yes, her behavior with my husband has not changed at all after marriage. However, she is the same with all other friends too. With me, she is fake nice, where she acts like we are best friends in front of my husband and barely talks to me when he is not around. Commenter. What did he think when you told him that she's totally different when he leaves? OP. He just says she does not know you that well, just ignore her. She has never said anything negative to my face. However, as a girl, you just know when someone does not like you. It's hard to explain to him that it's your feeling and not based on anything she has specifically said or done. Commenter. On blocking her. Especially with the physical contact too. She's so clearly into the husband, and the fact that he's not shutting it down means he likes the extra attention from her. It's one thing to get a friendly hug or maybe an occasional touch on the shoulder from a platonic friend, but shit like playing with his hair. That is 100% flirty behavior. And the fact that he's not shutting it down himself is gross. OP. I have to reply here. So my husband is physically allergic to people touching him. He has a startled response, either he jerks them away or tenses up, when someone hugs him and his face turns red. The weird thing is he can hug his parents or sister and does not get the reaction. He never had that issue with me, even when we first started dating. However, even if my sister or parents hug him, he gets that response. So the fact that he shuts down any touch from Kyla is an understatement. Mini update in comments. Just remembered about my post and logged into the account after many months. Things were really horrible for the last few months and that bitch Kyla almost ruined my life. I don't even know how to describe it. I might write about it next week as I saw a lot of messages asking for an update. I just want other women to be careful of such snakes. Update post. I had posted almost 6 months ago regarding my husband's friend Kyla betting that our marriage would not last for more than 2 years. I was upset and had asked my husband to stop talking to her, because she disrespected our marriage. Since then, Kyla has pulled some really pathetic shit to stir up issues between my husband and I. After I wrote the post, my husband was trying to convince me that Kyla was just joking when she made those comments, and it happened so long ago. Kyla messaged me the next day apologizing for her comments and also not making more efforts to connect with me. I accepted her apology and started warming up to her. She started inviting me for brunches and girls' night out with them, and I felt included in their friend group. One day during brunch, I brought up why Kyla really thought our marriage would not work out. Kyla told me that my husband broke up with his long-term ex-girlfriend Joanna 2 months before he started dating me. I knew that part, but Kyla told me that my husband was really heartbroken after the breakup and swore to her that he would stay away from dating anyone. When he met me, my mom set us up on a blind date. She was surprised how quickly we hit it off. Kyla thought that I was his rebound relationship, but when he proposed to me within a year, she was worried that he was making a very rash decision. My husband's family is rich, and she thought it was unwise for him to marry so quickly without knowing me well. She did not know enough about me and that my family is also very well off. That is why she was concerned that I was taking advantage of his vulnerable state. She apologized to me and said that it was wrong for her to assume that, and over the years, she has seen how happy we are together. I appreciated her honesty, and Kyla and I became good friends since then and started hanging out more frequently. Around 2 months ago, my husband went to a conference in Seattle for 3 nights. After he came back, I got a "Hey girly" message on Instagram from Joanna, his ex. She told me that my husband contacted her a few months ago and they met in Seattle during the conference, and she could give me more proof if I wanted. I went through my husband's Instagram, but he seems to have blocked her. I made a mistake of mentioning it to Kyla, as she was the only person honest to me about Joanna, and she went into detective mode to help me. She was still friends with Joanna on Instagram, as they all went to college together, and opened her profile. The message sent to me was from a different profile, with no followers. We checked her photos, and we saw that she attended the same conference as my husband did in Seattle. Kyla suggested I should ask Joanna for more proof and also ask my husband about the same before assuming the worst. I asked my husband if he met Joanna, and he said yes. He told me he just met her in the expo hall and chatted with her for a few minutes. I asked him why he did not mention it to me, and he told me it was just a quick conversation, and he did not think too much of it. He asked me how I knew it, and I told him that Kyla mentioned that she saw her pictures at the conference, and I thought he might have seen her. I messaged Joanna again to share more proof. She told me that they have been chatting for the past 2 months and plan to attend the conference together. She shared a log of their messages, where my husband was actively flirting with her. The screenshots did look legit, but I did not see any of those messages in my husband's Instagram profile. I talked to Kyla about it, as I did not know what to believe. I messaged Joanna to tell us what happened between them, and she told me that he invited her to the room at nights and they hooked up, but she does not have any photos as he insisted. They do not take any pictures together. I immediately realized it was fake and messaged Joanna to fuck off. She kept on insisting they were telling the truth, and she spent the nights with my husband in his room on all 3 nights. I told her that my husband and I were playing video games, Sea of Thieves, for almost 2-3 hours each night after his dinner, as that is what we do to catch up when he is away. Unless Joanna was sitting behind him watching us play until he fell asleep, she was full of shit. I also told my husband about the whole incident and he told me I should have come to him sooner. He told me that he has gone no contact with Joanna ever since they broke up and he just ran into her at the conference. He told me I could check his phone and everything to verify that he has blocked her everywhere. I told him I do not need to, and Joanna might have run into him and just decided to fuck his life by making up stuff. When all the friends met that weekend, my husband and I told everyone about how Joanna sent messages to me and faked everything. Kyla was also telling what happened as she had told her about it. Kyla accidentally let it slip out that it's luckily, we are nerds and played video games at nights before sleeping, else, props go to Joanna for making up a convincing story. I never told Kyla about the video game stuff. I just told her Joanna is full of shit and I blocked her. It took me until I came home to connect the dots. I told my husband about it and he confronted Kyla. She denied it and told him that I told her about the video game stuff on a phone call, but I don't remember doing it. We have since decided to keep our distance from Kyla. Kyla has called me multiple times to meet up, but I just make up reasons that I'm busy. I do not know why she did it, but at this point, I am not interested in it, and we have decided to just see her on social occasions and avoid hanging out with her as much as possible. I feel stupid that she played me for a fool, and I should have not gone to her when Joanna started messaging me. In hindsight, it seems suspicious that Kyla started telling me about Joanna and at the same time, Joanna claimed to have an affair with my husband. I do not know what her intentions are, but I am mad enough that I will avoid her as much as possible. I wish I had some real proof that she was the one messaging me, so that I could expose her. I also feel bad for suspecting my husband. But I am glad my husband and I are on the same page now. Relevant comments. Commenter, does your husband also believe that Kyla made up a fake Instagram account, pretending to be Joanna? Because that's pretty psycho behavior. OP, yes. He believes me because I told him that I never told Kyla why I thought the account was fake. It's possible she guessed it if I ever mentioned to her that we play video games at night, but it seems suspicious she would guess that was exactly the reason why I realized the account was fake. Commenter, why didn't you try to message her real Insta since you knew the one she used to message you wasn't her main? Why not message her main account? That would have cleared it up pretty quick, I would think. Commenter, why didn't you try to message her real Insta since you knew the one she used to message you wasn't her main? Why not message her main account? That would have cleared it up pretty quick, I would think. OP, her Instagram was private. I did not want to follow her as it would have looked really bad for me to add her, when my husband has blocked her. The only way I could see her Instagram was when Kyla showed it to me on her phone. To another commenter, trust me, I thought about this. Firstly, I will look crazy if I reach out to Joanna, my husband's ex, behind his back. Secondly, even if it was her messaging me, she would just lie and tell me it was not her. I also cannot disregard the fact that I started getting messages a week after my husband ran into her and told her that he was happily married to me. I have to accept that Kyla, if it was her, will get away with the BS. We do not have any proof it was her, and all we could do is distance ourselves from her. Commenter, why did you lie to your husband about the fact that this woman had messaged you in the first place? You are the problem here. OP, agree, I should have told him right away. I tried to be sneaky to know if he really met her at the conference. I was half expecting him to deny it if he was trying to hide something happened. I think I let my insecurity get the worst of me. Lessons learned. Commenter, did he bring a gaming PC or Xbox with him to a work conference? OP, we both use Steam.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. My husband and my best friend had an affair. I pretended to be a room attendant to catch them. My life, as I knew it, was unremarkably happy, a sentiment that, though plain, encapsulated all I held dear. I had managed to build a family, one that, against odds and through challenges, felt both complete and complex in its everyday normalcy. My husband James, a charming and spirited man of 39, stood at the center of my universe. Our journey together hadn't been straightforward or easy. He had come into our marriage with baggage. A son from his previous marriage and a past tangled with unresolved issues that led to his divorce. His ex-wife had struggled with personal demons, leaving James to shield their son, Lucas, from the fallout. When James and I married 7 years ago, I welcomed both into my life with open arms, embracing Lucas as my own. Now 9, Lucas had grown into a thoughtful, quiet boy, whose moments of laughter were both rare and precious. Lucas lived with us full-time, his presence a constant reminder of the life James had before me, and a life I had willingly stepped into. I treated Lucas with all the affection and care I would my own flesh and blood, and in many ways, he was just that to me. Our bond was strong, despite the initial adjustment and the invisible lines that blended and blurred over time. Then, 3 years after marrying James, we welcomed another boy into our world, Ethan. Ethan, with his father's eyes and an infectious smile, was a living testament to the happiness and love James and I shared. At 5 years old, Ethan was the light of our household, often pulling Lucas into his childish games, which Lucas indulged with a patience that was beyond his years. Our life in a cozy, suburban neighborhood was filled with the typical hustle and bustle of family activities, school events, weekend soccer games, and family dinners that were noisy with chatter and laughter. James, with his job that often put him in the public eye locally, was a well-known figure in our community. This visibility never seemed to affect our quiet home life. Instead, it filled it with a sense of pride. We laughed more than we argued, a balance that I had come to cherish deeply. My best friend Claire had been by my side since our college days. She was married to a wealthy businessman who, while providing a life of luxury, failed to meet her deeper needs, especially in their bedroom. Claire often confided in me about her marital frustrations. Her voice a mixture of envy and despair when she compared her emotional and sexual dissatisfaction with the vibrancy she saw in my marriage. She was always there, a fixture in my life, sharing everything with me as I did with her. Despite her personal discontent, Claire's frequent visits and our daily conversations never hinted at anything amiss. She was Auntie Claire to my boys, a role she relished despite her own lack of desire for children. Her presence was a comfort, an echo of a past that both of us shared and held onto through our transitioning lives. Our families intertwined not out of necessity but choice. Claire and her husband, often joining us for barbecues and birthday parties, seemed just another branch of our extended family tree. These gatherings, filled with laughter and casual joy, painted a picture of harmony. James had always been a loving and attentive husband. His expressions of affection were frequent and heartfelt, whether it was a surprise bouquet of flowers or a simple note left on the fridge saying how much he loved me. But slowly, I began to notice shifts in his behavior that, at the time, seemed insignificant, but now screamed with meaning. There were the evenings when James would come home from work, his face drawn, not with the usual fatigue of a long day, but with a pensiveness that seemed to cloud his eyes. When I asked if everything was all right, he would flash me a brief, tight smile and assure me everything was fine, attributing his mood to an especially challenging day. His eyes, once so quick to meet mine, now often diverted away, as if holding my gaze was too much to bear. Then there were the text messages. I remember one night, lying beside him as he typed away on his phone. I glanced over curious about who he was texting so late. He quickly angled the screen away and said it was just a work email he had to respond to urgently. His expression was too calm, practiced, and it prickled my senses with unease, but I pushed those feelings away, chastising myself for being overly suspicious. With Claire the changes were even more pronounced, though cloaked in subtleties that only in retrospect reveal their true weight. She had always been open and vibrant, sharing every detail of her life with an almost brutal honesty. But as the months passed, her vivacity dimmed. She became more reserved, her laughter less frequent, and her visits shorter. When she did come over, her smile didn't quite reach her eyes, and there was a hesitation in her actions, as if she were constantly on the verge of saying something more but thought better of it. I remember one particular afternoon when Claire and I had met for lunch. She seemed unusually distracted, her eyes flicking to her phone every few minutes. I had jokingly asked if she had a secret lover she was keeping from me. She had laughed it off, but there was a flash of something in her expression, a flicker of guilt, perhaps, that made me pause. But then she quickly changed the subject, gushing about a new restaurant she wanted us to try, and the moment passed. Our conversations, once filled with earnest depth, had taken on a superficial quality. She asked about my life, my family, but it was as if she was going through the motions. I shared stories of James and the kids, unaware that each word might be a sting to her conscience. Looking back, I can almost pinpoint the exact moments when her discomfort was most palpable, especially when I talked about James with affection and pride. One evening, the four of us, James, Claire, her husband, and I, had dinner at our place. I noticed how Claire's laughter seemed forced, how she and James accidentally exchanged looks that they both quickly smothered. It was as if they were both in a play, each performing their part but with a falter here and there that only a discerning eye would catch. After they left that night, the air felt charged, heavy with unspoken words and unasked questions. James was unusually quiet, retreating into a shell that I couldn't seem to penetrate. When I asked if he was okay, he brushed it off, mumbling something about being tired. But his eyes avoided mine, and there was a tension in his jaw that hadn't been there earlier. These signs, these tiny cracks in the facade of our daily lives, were there, forming a pattern I only now fully see. The pain of realizing that not only was my husband unfaithful, but that my best friend was his accomplice, cuts deeper than anything I've ever felt. It shakes the very foundation of what I believed my life to be, leaving me to wonder how I missed the signs when they were so clearly there, painting a picture of betrayal right before my eyes. The day I discovered the devastating truth about my husband and my best friend Claire, started like any other. It was a sunny Tuesday, and I was busy organizing the house while Ethan played in the living room. My phone buzzed with the arrival of a message. Expecting it to be a reminder or a message from a family member, I checked it casually, but what I saw was neither. It was an anonymous text, simply stating a hotel name and room number. The sender was unknown, and my heart sank with a dreadful premonition. Confusion and fear mingled with a sharp sting of betrayal as I read and reread the message. Why would someone send me this? Was it a mistake? Or was it something more sinister? Despite every rational part of me screaming to dismiss it, the seed of doubt had been planted. I needed to know the truth. I arranged for my neighbor to watch Ethan, giving some vague excuse about an unexpected errand. My hands shook as I drove to the hotel, the address burning in my mind with every mile that passed. As I parked the car, my breaths were short, each one heavier than the last. I walked to the room, my legs feeling like they could give out at any moment. Standing outside the door, I hesitated. The fear of what I might find on the other side gripped me. But I had to know. I mustered all the courage I had left and knocked softly. "Come in. Why are you taking so long? Help me clean up my spilled wine," a familiar voice called from inside. It was Claire's voice, casual and irritated. My heart pounded against my chest as I pushed the door open, feigning the role of a hotel employee. The scene before me was like a still from a nightmare. My husband, James, was out on the balcony, his back to the room, seemingly caught up in a phone call. Claire was sprawled on the bed, a glass of wine tipped over on the bedside table, its contents staining the crisp white sheets. I bent down, pretending to clean up, my hands trembling as I grasped the cloth. Claire continued to talk, unaware of who I really was. "You know, he's the only one who can satisfy me," she said, a moan of contentment lacing her voice as she referred to my husband. "I've always been so jealous of her, living such a perfect life," she added bitterly. I froze, the cloth in my hand forgotten. Her words echoed in the room, each syllable slicing through me like a blade. She spoke of her husband then, deriding him as physically weak and inadequate. The casual cruelty of her words, the ease with which she dismissed her vows, shook me to my core. I stood my disguise as a cleaner forgotten, as I faced the reality of their betrayal. My presence still unnoticed, I watched as James turned from the balcony, his face lighting up as he saw Claire. The affection in his eyes was unmistakable, and it was not directed at me. Feeling nauseous, I backed away, the room spinning around me. I managed to stumble out before they saw me, my heart breaking with each step. Outside, the cool air hit my face, but it did nothing to ease the heat of my shame, anger, and sorrow. I vomited in the bushes outside the hotel, the physical purging a pathetic echo of the emotional turmoil inside. The drive home was a blur. My mind replayed the scene over and over, each detail a torment. How long had this been going on? How could they do this to me, to us, to our family? The questions spiraled, each one unanswered, each one a further descent into despair. I arrived home to the sound of Ethan laughing as he played. The normalcy of the scene was a stark contrast to the chaos within me. How could I reconcile the world I thought I knew with the deceit I had just witnessed? That night, after Ethan was in bed, I sat alone in the darkness of the living room, waiting for James to come home. The waiting was excruciating, each minute stretching out endlessly. When he finally arrived, his smile faltered at the sight of me, my red-rimmed eyes and pale face undoubtedly telling more than I could say with words. "Is everything all right?" he asked, a note of concern in his voice that now sounded hollow. How could I begin to confront him? How could I explain the agony his actions had caused? The room felt suffocating as I struggled to find the words. The anonymous message from the morning nagged at me. A puzzle piece that didn't fit, its origin still a mystery that I needed to solve. My mind wouldn't allow me to rest, not yet. I slipped out of the bedroom quietly, careful not to disturb James, and made my way to the living room. The house was silent, shadows playing along the walls as the streetlights cast dim glows through the windows. Sitting on the sofa, I pulled out my phone and dialed the anonymous number once more, my heart racing with a mix of dread and determination. The phone rang, cutting through the quiet darkness of the room. It rang longer than I expected, each tone echoing my escalating tension. Then, surprisingly, there was an answer. The voice on the other end was immediately recognizable, though I had never expected to hear it in this context. It was Claire's husband, Mark. "Why did you send me that message?" I asked, my voice a mix of confusion and anger. There was a pause on the line, a hesitation that spoke volumes before Mark even uttered a word. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, tinged with a bitterness that I hadn't heard before. "I thought it was time you knew the truth," he said simply, yet the weight of his words felt heavy and complex. "When did you find out?" I pressed on, needing to understand why he, of all people, would be the one to inform me. "I've had my suspicions for a while," Mark confessed, his tone resigned. "I confirmed it a few days ago. I saw them together, much like you did today." The revelation stung. It wasn't just the betrayal, it was the casualness of their deceit, how it seemed to unravel so easily to those looking closely enough. "Why tell me this way? Why not confront Claire or even James?" I asked, my voice cracking with the strain of the day's emotions. Mark sighed, a sound of deep weariness traveling through the line. "Because Claire has never been honest with me, not really. I knew she married me for my money, but I thought maybe there was something more, eventually. I wanted to hurt her the way she hurt me, by ripping apart the facade she's been living with you, with everyone." His words revealed a pain and a vindictiveness that made me shudder. It was a retaliation meant to wound deeply, indiscriminately. "But did you think about how this would affect me, my family?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, my grip tightening around the phone. "I did," he admitted, and his voice softened slightly. "And I'm sorry for the collateral damage. I didn't want to hurt you or your kids. You deserve better than this, all of you do. I couldn't see any other way to make her feel the consequences of her actions." The conversation drifted into an awkward silence, both of us lost in our own turmoil. Here was a man, broken by betrayal, lashing out in his pain, and here was I, a casualty of his revenge. It was too much to take in, too cruel and tangled to fully comprehend in the shadow of my own heartbreak. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" I finally said. Not expecting an answer, not really wanting one either. "No, I guess not," Mark responded, his voice a mix of resignation and sorrow. "But maybe, in time, we can both find some peace, knowing the truth. Maybe we can rebuild something from the ruins, even if it's not what we had before." The line went dead then, and I was left with the echoes of our conversation. The night stretched on, endless and heavy. Mark's motives, though fueled by his own pain, had thrust me unwillingly into the role of avenger in his marital drama, exposing wounds in my life that might never fully heal. I sat there for a long time, the phone still in my hand, staring into the darkness. The truth was out, a bitter pill that offered no real comfort, only more questions and the daunting task of navigating what was left of my marriage and my friendship. As dawn began to break, the first light casting a pale glow into the room, I knew that the path ahead was uncertain. Forgiveness seemed as distant as the fading stars, and trust, once broken, loomed as a colossal challenge to rebuild. But in that moment of early morning clarity, I realized that whatever decisions lay ahead, they would start with facing the day, and the consequences, head on. I woke up from an uneasy slumber, a night marred by turmoil and haunted by the echoes of betrayal. The weight of discovery sat heavy on my chest, making it hard to breathe, hard to think. Despite the unrest, I had made a decision the previous night. I needed to talk to James, face to face, to resolve this excruciating mess we found ourselves in. I wanted answers, needed closure, Or at least the beginning of a conversation about where we stood. My plan was to meet him tonight, after the kids were asleep, a time we could talk undisturbed. With this resolve, I reached for my phone to text him, a simple message to confirm our talk. But as the screen lit up, I was met not with the quiet icons of my home screen, but with notifications flooding in. A storm of alerts and messages that immediately set my nerves on edge. Curiosity mixed with dread, I opened the social media app to find the source of the commotion. There, on my feed, was something so shockingly personal and devastating that it knocked the wind out of me. A video, unmistakably featuring James and Claire, in a very compromising, intimate scene. It was posted by an anonymous account, but the content was explicit, leaving no room for doubt about what it depicted, or who was involved. The reality that our private agony was now public spectacle was paralyzing. I knew immediately it was Mark's doing. His previous actions, the pain in his voice last night, painted a clear picture of a man driven to the edge by heartbreak and betrayal. His method of exposing the affair, so raw and cruel, was the act of someone consumed by revenge, not just intent on reclaiming his dignity, but on destroying everything in his path. As I stared at the screen, numb and disbelieving, my phone began to ring, jolting me from the shock. It was relentless, buzzing again and again, vibrating with an urgency that mirrored the chaos now exploding around me. Journalists, friends, acquaintances, news of this scandal was spreading like wildfire, and everyone wanted a piece of the drama, a comment, a reaction. "Oh my God," I murmured to the empty room. Everything was falling apart, unraveling faster than I could have ever anticipated. The conversation I had planned with James, meant to be a private affair to mend or end what was left of our marriage, was now irrelevant. The world had intruded, cruel and uninvited, into our lives. My heart raced as I tried to process the rapid collapse of my privacy and personal life. This video, this vile breach of our intimate moments, changed everything. There was no room now for quiet discussions or contemplative reconciliations. The issue demanded immediate attention, not just as a personal betrayal but as a public spectacle that was spiraling out of control. With shaking hands I dialed James's number. He answered quickly, his voice tense, aware already of the digital wildfire consuming our lives. "Have you seen it?" was all I could ask, my voice a mix of anger, sadness, and disbelief. "Yes, I've seen it," he replied, his voice heavy with regret and something else. Fear, perhaps. "I'm so sorry, this isn't how I wanted." "How you wanted what, James? For me to find out? For everything to end?" I cut him off, unable to contain the torrent of emotions. "It's everywhere. Our friends, family, everyone has seen it. How do we even begin to handle this?" There was a pause, heavy and laden with the weight of our crumbling world. "I'm coming home. We need to talk, face to face. We need to figure out what to do about everything." The call ended, leaving me in a turmoil of thoughts and emotions. I knew that whatever came next would be incredibly challenging. Facing the public humiliation, dealing with the betrayal, and navigating the fallout with our children and our families, there was no easy path forward. The hours until James's return were agonizing. I sat, enveloped in a haze of anxiety and betrayal, trying to brace myself for the confrontation to come. How do you confront a betrayal that's become a public circus? How do you reclaim any sense of normalcy when your private life has been laid bare for all to see? When James finally walked through the door that evening, the look on his face told me he was as devastated by the exposure as I was by the betrayal. We sat across from each other, the weight of unspoken words heavy between us. This wasn't just about us anymore, it was about our children, our families, and the indelible marks this scandal would leave on all our lives. The conversation that followed was painful but necessary. We discussed immediate steps to protect our privacy, ways to handle the media, and most importantly, how to address this with our children. We talked about the potential for legal action against Mark for the invasion of privacy and the dissemination of the video. Through it all, the need for decisions about the future of our marriage loomed large. But those decisions were for another day. Right now, we needed to manage the crisis at hand, to protect our family from further fallout, and to begin the arduous process of healing, whatever that might look like. After James had come home and we'd begun to tentatively address the fallout from the scandal that was now openly unfolding, I knew there was one more call I needed to make. Despite the raw emotions and the deep sense of betrayal, I needed to contact Mark. The urgency to protect what little remained of our family's privacy propelled me into action. I found a quiet corner in the chaos of our home, my hands trembling as I dialed Mark's number. The phone rang, each tone echoing in the emptiness of the room, magnifying my anxiety. When he finally answered, his voice was cold, distant. "Mark, please," I started, my voice pleading. "You have to take down the video. Think about my sons. Think about what this will do to them if they see it. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I could almost hear him weighing his options, his breath a soft but audible intake. I posted that video for a reason. Mark's voice was resolute, tinged with the bitterness that had likely driven him to expose the affair so publicly. I understand you're hurt, I continued, fighting to keep my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. But my children have nothing to do with this. They are innocent. Please, don't let them suffer because of our mistakes. Mark's reply was a sigh, long and weary. You think I want to hurt children? He asked, his tone softening slightly. You think I haven't thought about that? I know you're angry, and you have every right to be, I said, trying to connect with the part of him that had once been our friend, before all this bitterness took hold. But please, reconsider what this will do to them. They could lose friends, be bullied. Their whole world could change. And once something is on the internet, it's there forever. There was another silence, longer this time. I held my breath, waiting, hoping that my words had reached him, had reminded him of the man who used to come to our home, who had laughed and dined with us, who wasn't this person consumed by revenge. Finally he spoke again, his voice less certain than before. I don't want to hurt your kids, I don't, he admitted, and his words seemed to carry a weight of realization, as if seeing the broader impact of his actions for the first time. But Claire and James, they did this, not me. They did, and they are dealing with it, I assured him, my voice firm. But our children shouldn't have to. Please, Mark, do this for them. Take the video down. We talked a little more. I told him about Ethan's recent school achievements, how he was just starting to really enjoy his soccer games. I mentioned Lucas's quiet strength, how he had been dealing with so much already between the complexities of his blended family life and normal childhood challenges. With each word, I hoped to humanize the situation, to bring it back from the abstract online world to the very real, very affected lives of these two little boys. Mark finally conceded, his voice a mixture of defeat and clarity. Okay, he said. I'll take it down. Not for James or Claire, but for the kids. I thanked him, relief flooding through me, though tempered by the knowledge of the lingering effects of his initial decision. We ended the call on a note of strained civility, the connection forever altered but with a sliver of respect for his final choice to protect my children. After hanging up, the relief was palpable, but so was the gravity of what still lay ahead. The video might be taken down, but the damage was done. Rumors had been ignited, conversations started, and the digital footprint, though now less traceable, would never be completely erased. The task of facing our friends, family, and especially our children with the truth loomed large. How to explain such adult failures to such young minds was a puzzle I was still piecing together. The forthcoming days would require careful navigation, as James and I would need to shield our sons from as much fallout as possible, while also preparing to answer their questions with honesty appropriate for their age. In the wake of the scandal that crumbled the facade of my once seemingly perfect life, the days that followed were some of the most challenging I had ever faced. The very foundation of my existence, my marriage, had been irrevocably altered by betrayal, and the aftermath was a painful navigation through a landscape I hardly recognized. The morning after I successfully persuaded Mark to take down the incriminating video, James approached me with a solemnity that was uncharacteristic of the man I had known. He held a set of divorce papers in his hands, his eyes avoiding mine as he placed them gently on the kitchen table where we had shared countless family meals and light-hearted conversations. I think it's best if we do this, he said quietly, his voice strained. I don't deserve your forgiveness or your feelings anymore. The finality in his voice cut through the air, sharper than any words he had uttered the night before. I looked at the papers, a cold, hard reality settling over me. Despite the tumult of emotions, a part of me had clung to the hope of reconciliation, not just for our sake but for our sons. But in that moment, as I watched James, defeated and resigned, I understood that our path forward needed to be apart. With a heavy heart, I signed the papers, each stroke of my name a silent testament to the years we had shared and the future we would not. I didn't contest much. I just asked for primary custody of our sons, ensuring they would have stability and continuity in their lives as much as possible. James agreed without hesitation, the guilt etching deeper lines into his face. Once everything was settled legally, I took our youngest son, Ethan, and moved to a nearby apartment. It was a modest place but filled with potential for a new beginning, a space just for us, away from the shadows of past betrayals. Meanwhile, Claire's life unraveled in ways more dramatic and public than I could have imagined. After her affair with James and the subsequent fallout, Mark, driven by a blend of betrayal and vindication, ensured that Claire would not benefit from their divorce. Armed with evidence of her adultery, he barred her from claiming any significant part of his considerable wealth. Last I heard, she was sent away empty-handed, a fitting end to her duplicitous maneuvers. But Claire's descent didn't stop there. Recently the news broke that she had been arrested for corporate corruption. It seemed her unethical behaviors were not limited to her personal life but had permeated her professional dealings as well. While part of me felt vindicated that Claire was facing justice, another part of me was saddened by the sheer waste of her potential, and the destruction of the person I once considered a close friend. As for my life, it has taken a turn toward rebuilding and refocusing on the future. The divorce, though painful, allowed me to start anew, focusing solely on raising Ethan and ensuring that Lucas, though he lived with James, remained a central part of our lives. The challenge, however, has been dealing with the emotional and psychological impact on Ethan. The absence of his father in our daily life has been a significant adjustment for him. James tries to be present, coming by to visit and taking Ethan out on weekends. But the once seamless nature of our family life is now a patchwork of scheduled visits and shared custody. Ethan, only 5 years old, struggles with this new reality. He often asks when Daddy is coming home, and on days when he realizes that the home he knew is no more, his confusion turns into quiet sorrow. Seeing my son grapple with these feelings has been heart-wrenching. Despite the anger and betrayal I felt towards James, I've encouraged a healthy relationship between him and Ethan, believing that whatever issues we had as spouses should not taint their father-son bond. We both agreed to attend family therapy to help Ethan adjust to the changes, and while it has been helpful, the road is undoubtedly long and filled with uncertainties. In this new chapter of our lives, I've had to be both mother and father in many ways, trying to fill the gaps left by James's absence. I've also had to navigate my own healing process, dealing with the lingering feelings of betrayal and the task of forgiving enough to move forward, if not for myself, then for the sake of Ethan. As I focus on rebuilding our lives, my resolve strengthens. I have found solace in returning to work, in strengthening bonds with family and friends who have shown unwavering support through these tumultuous times. The community around us has been a steady source of comfort and stability, and I'm grateful for every gesture of kindness and understanding they have extended towards us. Despite the scars left by the events of the past months, I am hopeful. Life, though unpredictable and often painful, also brings opportunities for growth and new beginnings. For Ethan, for Lucas, and for myself, I am committed to building a future defined not by the failures and betrayals of the past, but by the possibilities of what is yet to come. As we move forward, one day at a time, I hold on to the hope that with love, resilience, and a bit of courage, we can find peace and happiness again. My boyfriend of 5 years dropped a bomb about not marrying me. Am I wasting my time? I'm sitting in our cozy living room, staring at the photo album on my lap, flipping through the pages filled with memories of the past 5 years. My name is Emily, and I'm 28 years old. My boyfriend, Mark, is 34. We met at a mutual friend's birthday party, and from the moment we started talking, there was an undeniable spark between us. Mark is everything I had ever hoped for in a partner. Kind, intelligent, and incredibly supportive. He has a way of making me feel like the most important person in the world. Our relationship has been filled with unforgettable moments. I remember our first date vividly, a small Italian restaurant where we talked for hours, discovering how much we had in common. From there, things moved quickly. Within a few months, we were inseparable, spending every weekend together, exploring new places, and creating a world that felt just for us. One of the key moments that defined our relationship was our first vacation together, a trip to the mountains. We spent a week hiking, laughing, and enjoying each other's company. It was during that trip that I realized I could see myself spending the rest of my life with Mark. I felt so connected to him, and it was clear that we were on the same page about our future. We celebrated our first anniversary with a surprise getaway planned by Mark. He took me to a charming bed and breakfast by the lake, where we spent a romantic weekend. I remember thinking, this is the man I want to marry. Mark felt the same way, or so I thought. We talked about our dreams and future plans, and marriage always seemed to be a part of those conversations, even if only in a vague, someday kind of way. As our relationship grew, so did my desire to start a family. I've always known I wanted to be a mother, and Mark seemed like the perfect person to build a life with. We both come from close-knit families, and the idea of creating our own little family unit was something we often discussed. I envisioned a future filled with love, laughter, and little feet running around our home. We moved in together after 2 years of dating, and it felt like the natural next step. Our home is a reflection of us, filled with photos, mementos from our travels, and little touches that make it uniquely ours. Every corner holds a memory, a reminder of the life we've built together. Despite the occasional ups and downs, our relationship has been solid. We've navigated through challenges, supporting each other through career changes, family issues, and personal growth. I've always believed that these experiences have only made us stronger as a couple. Last year, we hit another milestone, celebrating our 5th anniversary. To mark the occasion, we went on a beautiful vacation to the Caribbean. The trip was everything I had hoped for, filled with sun, sea, and a lot of time to reflect on our journey together. I couldn't help but think that this would be the perfect moment for Mark to propose. I had been dropping hints for the past year, subtly suggesting that I was ready to take the next step in our relationship. Even our families started asking when we would get married, adding to the sense of anticipation. Mark, however, didn't propose. I tried not to let my disappointment show, reminding myself that he might just need more time. After all, we were still having a great time together, and I didn't want to ruin the trip by bringing up my frustration. Back home, the pressure continued to build. My parents, who adore Mark, frequently asked when we would tie the knot. Even his family started making comments, and I could see that it was starting to weigh on him. I toned down my hints, not wanting to add to the pressure he was feeling, but the uncertainty was eating away at me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I began to question if Mark was as committed to our future as I was. Did he see me as the person he wanted to spend his life with, or was he just comfortable with the way things were? The doubts began to creep in, and I knew I needed to address them. Yesterday, I decided it was time to have an honest conversation. I needed to know where we stood and if we were moving toward the same goals. Sitting him down, I asked the question that had been on my mind for so long. Do you ever plan on marrying me? His response left me reeling. He said he wanted to marry, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to marry me. He didn't feel like we were there yet. I was hurt and confused. How could we have spent 5 years together and not be ready for that commitment? What was I doing wrong? Now I'm left questioning everything. I've been crying nonstop, doubting his love for me, and wondering if he's just with me out of convenience or pity. I don't know if I should wait for him to be ready, which might never happen, or if it's time to move on. Over the past year, I had become increasingly adept at dropping hints about wanting to get married. It started innocently enough. A casual mention of a friend's engagement here, a shared article about wedding trends there. I even subscribed to a bridal magazine, leaving it conspicuously on the coffee table where Mark couldn't miss it. Whenever we attended weddings, I would subtly point out things I liked, imagining our own special day. At first, Mark seemed to take these hints in stride. He would smile and nod, sometimes even engaging in the conversation. But as the months went on and my hints became more frequent, I began to notice a change in his demeanor. He would sometimes become quiet, his responses less enthusiastic. I told myself he was just tired or preoccupied with work, but a part of me worried that he was deliberately avoiding the topic. Family gatherings became another battleground for my unspoken desires. My parents, ever the traditionalists, were eager to see us married. During Sunday dinners, my mother would often start a conversation about weddings, recalling her own with a nostalgic smile. You know, Emily, your father proposed to me after only a year of dating, she would say, glancing meaningfully at Mark. My father would join in, adding, and it was the best decision we ever made. What about you, Mark? Any plans for the future? Mark would laugh it off, skillfully diverting the conversation to another topic. But I could see the subtle tension in his eyes, the way he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. I felt a pang of guilt every time, wondering if I was being unfair to him. Yet I couldn't deny the growing frustration inside me. On the other hand, his parents were a bit more reserved but equally curious. During our visits, his mother would casually ask about our plans, her tone light but her eyes watchful. You two make such a lovely couple, she would say. Have you thought about taking the next step? Mark's father, usually quiet on the subject, would sometimes offer his own 2 cents, often in the form of a humorous anecdote about married life. The combined pressure from both sides was palpable, and it was taking its toll on Mark. He began to withdraw slightly, becoming less enthusiastic about our future plans. There were times when I caught him staring off into the distance, lost in thought. I wanted to ask him what was on his mind, to understand his hesitation, but I was afraid of what I might hear. My internal struggle grew more intense with each passing day. On one hand, I understood that Mark needed to feel ready, that pushing him too hard could backfire. I loved him deeply, and didn't want to jeopardize our relationship by being too forceful. On the other hand, I was tired of waiting, tired of the uncertainty. I wanted to know that we were moving towards the same goal, that our future together was something he genuinely wanted. One evening, after a particularly stressful day at work, I decided to broach the subject again, albeit more subtly. We were watching a romantic movie, the kind that inevitably ended with a grand proposal. As the credits rolled, I snuggled closer to Mark and said, "Isn't it wonderful how they knew they wanted to spend their lives together? It must be such a relief to have that certainty." Mark smiled but didn't say anything. I could feel the tension between us. Thick and heavy. I took a deep breath and added, I sometimes wonder what our wedding would be like. Do you ever think about it? He hesitated before responding. I do think about it, Emily. But I don't know. I'm not sure we're ready for that step yet. His words stung, and I felt tears prickling at the corners of my eyes. I wanted to ask why, to demand an explanation, but I held back. I didn't want to push him away. Instead, I simply nodded, trying to hide my disappointment. As the weeks went by, the situation didn't improve. If anything, the pressure seemed to mount. Friends started asking about our plans too, often in casual but pointed conversations. You two have been together for so long, they would say. When are you going to make it official? Each question felt like a tiny needle, pricking at my already fragile hope. One evening, as we were having dinner with my parents, the topic came up again. My mother, never one to mince words, said directly, Emily, Mark, it's high time you two start thinking seriously about marriage. You're not getting any younger, and we'd love to see some grandkids. Mark's face turned a shade paler, and he responded with his usual deflection, but I could see the strain it was causing him. I decided it was time to intervene. Mom, Dad, we appreciate your concern, but we're taking things one step at a time. We'll make that decision when we're ready. Later that night, as we were getting ready for bed, I could sense Mark's unease. I turned to him and said, I'm sorry if this has been too much for you. I didn't mean to add to the pressure. He sighed and took my hand. It's not just you, Emily. It's everyone. I feel like I'm being pulled in all directions, and I don't know what to do. I love you, but I need to feel sure about this. I nodded, tears welling up in my eyes. I just want to know that we're on the same page. That we want the same things. I do want the same things, he said softly. I just need more time to feel ready. His words offered some comfort, but the uncertainty remained. I was caught between my deep desire for commitment and my love for Mark. I didn't want to push him away, but I couldn't ignore my own needs and hopes for the future. The tension continued to build, and I knew that sooner or later, we would have to confront it head-on. The build-up to the conversation was slow and torturous. The doubts and fears that had been simmering under the surface were now a constant presence in my mind. Every time I looked at Mark, I saw a future that was so close, yet so uncertain. The nights were the hardest. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I was wasting my time, if I was hoping for something that would never come. The day of the conversation, my anxiety was at an all-time high. I had decided that I couldn't go on living in this state of uncertainty. I needed answers, even if they weren't the ones I wanted to hear. I spent the afternoon pacing our apartment, rehearsing what I would say, trying to find the right words. I wanted to be calm, rational, but my emotions were a tangled mess. Mark came home from work that evening, looking tired but content. He greeted me with a kiss and a smile, and for a moment, I almost lost my resolve. But then I remembered the years of waiting, the endless hints, the pressure from our families, and I knew I couldn't back down. This conversation had to happen. Mark, we need to talk, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He looked at me, sensing the seriousness in my tone, and nodded. Sure, let's sit down, he replied, taking a seat on the couch. I joined him, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on me. I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. I've been thinking a lot about us, about our future. We've been together for 5 years now, and I love you more than anything. But I need to know where we stand. Do you ever plan on marrying me? There was a long pause. Mark looked down at his hands, his expression unreadable. The silence was suffocating, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Finally he spoke. Emily, I love you too. You're everything to me. But I don't know if I'm ready to marry you yet. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I felt a wave of hurt and confusion wash over me. What do you mean you're not ready? We've been together for so long. I thought we were on the same page. I know, and I'm sorry, he said, his voice pained. It's not about you, it's just, I don't feel like we're there yet. I need more time to be sure. Tears welled up in my eyes and I struggled to keep my composure. Not there yet? Mark, we've built a life together. We've talked about our future, about having a family. How can you not be sure? He looked at me, his eyes filled with regret. I don't know, Emily. I don't feel ready. I don't want to make a promise I can't keep. I shook my head, feeling a mixture of anger and desperation. What promise? To love me? To be with me? Isn't that what we've been doing all these years? It's different, he said quietly. Marriage is a big step, and I need to be absolutely certain that it's the right one. I don't want to rush into it and then regret it later. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So you're saying you're not sure about us? About me? No, that's not what I mean, he said, reaching out to take my hand. I'm sure about us. I just need more time to feel ready for marriage. I don't want to hurt you, Emily. I love you too much for that. I pulled my hand away, tears streaming down my face. But you are hurting me, Mark. Do you have any idea how it feels to hear this after 5 years? To think that you might never be ready? I feel like I've been living in a fantasy, believing in something that might never happen. He looked devastated, his eyes full of sorrow. I'm so sorry, Emily. I never wanted to hurt you. I just need you to understand that this is about me, not about you. I need more time. I stood up, feeling a surge of frustration and sadness. How much time, Mark? Another year? 2 years? 5 more years? I can't keep living like this, waiting for you to decide if I'm the one you want to spend your life with. He stood up too, looking helpless. I don't know. I wish I had an answer for you. I just need to feel ready. I shook my head, feeling a sense of hopelessness. I can't wait forever, Mark. I need to know that we're moving forward, that we have a future together. I deserve that. I know you do, he said softly. And I want that future with you. I just need you to be patient with me. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. I've been patient, Mark. For 5 years, I've been patient. But I can't keep putting my life on hold, hoping that someday you'll be ready. I need to think about what's best for me. He looked at me, his expression full of anguish. I understand. And I'm so sorry. I love you, Emily. I hope you can find it in your heart to wait for me. But if you can't, I'll respect that too. I nodded, feeling a mixture of love and heartbreak. I love you too, Mark. But I need to figure out what's best for me. I need some time to think. He nodded, tears in his own eyes. Take all the time you need. I'll be here, waiting for you. I walked away, my heart heavy with sadness and uncertainty. The future that had once seemed so clear was now shrouded in doubt, and I didn't know what to do. All I knew was that I needed to find a way to move forward, with or without Mark. The night after our conversation, I couldn't stop crying. The tears flowed endlessly, soaking my pillow as I lay in bed, my mind replaying Mark's words over and over. I don't feel ready. The phrase echoed in my head, each repetition stabbing at my heart. How could he not be ready after 5 years? What was I doing wrong? My thoughts spiraled, each one darker and more despairing than the last. The next morning, I woke up feeling hollow, my eyes puffy and red from crying. I couldn't face Mark, so I left the apartment early and drove to a nearby park. Sitting on a bench, I watched as the world continued to move around me, people jogging, walking their dogs, chatting with friends. It felt surreal, as if I was trapped in a nightmare while everyone else was living their normal happy lives. I pulled out my phone and texted my best friend Sarah. Can we talk? I really need you right now. Within minutes she replied. Of course, come over. Sarah had always been my rock, the person I turned to in times of crisis. I drove to her apartment, feeling a glimmer of relief at the thought of her comforting presence. When I arrived, Sarah opened the door and immediately pulled me into a hug. Emily, what happened? She asked, concern etched on her face. We sat down on her couch, and I poured out everything, from my hopes and dreams for the future to the crushing conversation with Mark. I feel like such a fool, I admitted, tears streaming down my face again. I thought we were on the same page. I thought he wanted the same things I did. But now, I don't even know if he loves me or if he's just with me out of convenience. Sarah listened intently, her expression a mix of empathy and anger. Emily, you're not a fool. You've been honest about what you want from the start. If he's not ready, that's on him, not you. You deserve someone who's just as committed to you as you are to them. Her words offered some comfort, but the self-doubt lingered. What if I'm not enough for him? What if he's just waiting for someone better to come along? Sarah shook her head firmly. No, don't do that to yourself. You are more than enough, Emily. If he can't see that, then maybe he's not the right person for you. You deserve someone who recognizes your worth and is excited to build a future with you. I spent the rest of the day with Sarah, talking through my feelings and trying to make sense of everything. Her unwavering support helped me feel a little stronger, but the pain was still raw. Over the next few days I confided in a few other close friends and family members. Each conversation brought a mix of sympathy and advice. My mother, ever the pragmatist, urged me to think carefully about my future. Emily, you have to decide what's best for you. If he's not ready now, he might never be. Don't waste your life waiting for someone who can't commit. My father was more hopeful. Maybe he just needs more time, sweetheart. 5 years is a long time, but everyone has their own timeline. If you love him, maybe it's worth waiting a bit longer. Their conflicting advice left me more confused than ever. Part of me wanted to believe that Mark would come around, that he just needed a little more time to feel ready. But another part of me knew that I couldn't keep putting my life on hold, waiting for him to decide if I was the one. In the quiet moments when I was alone, I found myself reflecting on the past 5 years. There have been so many wonderful times. Our first date, where we talked for hours over dinner. The spontaneous weekend trips to the beach, laughing and enjoying each other's company. The nights we spent cuddled up on the couch, watching our favorite shows and feeling perfectly content. But there had also been challenges. The time Mark lost his job and fell into a deep depression, and I had to be the strong one, supporting him through it. The arguments about his long work hours and my feeling neglected. The times he seemed distant, and I wondered if he was really committed to our relationship. I realized that our relationship had always had its ups and downs, like any other. But the question was whether those downs were a sign of deeper issues, of fundamental incompatibility. Was I clinging to the good times, ignoring the red flags? I decided to reach out to Mark's sister Lisa, who I had grown close to over the years. I needed to understand his perspective, to know if there was something I was missing. Lisa welcomed me into her home, offering me a cup of tea and a sympathetic ear. "Lisa, I'm so confused," I began. "Mark says he's not ready to marry me yet, that he needs more time. But I don't understand why. Do you have any idea what's going on with him?" Lisa sighed, looking thoughtful. "Emily, I know my brother loves you. He talks about you all the time, about how much you mean to him. But Mark has always been cautious, especially when it comes to big decisions. He overthinks everything, worries about making the wrong choice. But we've been together for 5 years, I said, frustration creeping into my voice. How can he not know if I'm the right person by now? I think he's scared, Lisa admitted. Our parents had a rough marriage, and I think that's affected him more than he lets on. He doesn't want to end up in a situation where he feels trapped or unhappy. He wants to be absolutely sure before he takes that step. Her words hit me hard. I hadn't considered how his parents' troubled marriage might have influenced his views on commitment. It made sense, but it didn't make the situation any easier to bear. Do you think he'll ever be ready? I asked, my voice trembling. I wish I could give you a definitive answer, Lisa said gently. But I can't. Only Mark can decide that. What I can tell you is that he loves you, and he's not trying to hurt you. He's just dealing with his own fears and uncertainties. I left Lisa's house feeling a little more understanding of Mark's perspective, but no closer to a resolution. I spent the next few days in a state of limbo, my emotions swinging wildly between hope and despair. I missed Mark terribly, but I knew I needed to give myself the space to think clearly. One night, as I sat alone in our living room, I took out a journal and started writing. I wrote about our relationship, the love we shared, the dreams we had. I wrote about my fears, my doubts, my hopes for the future. The act of putting my thoughts on paper helped me process my emotions, to see things more clearly. I realized that my self-worth couldn't be tied to Mark's readiness to marry me. I was a strong, independent woman with my own dreams and aspirations. I had built a life that I was proud of, and I couldn't let my happiness depend solely on someone else's decisions. But I also knew that I loved Mark deeply, and that letting go would be incredibly painful. I had to decide if I was willing to wait, to give him the time he needed, or if I needed to move on and find someone who was ready to build a future with me. I spent hours talking to my friends and family, weighing the pros and cons. Some urged me to be patient, to give Mark the time he needed. Others insisted that I deserved someone who was ready now, who wouldn't keep me waiting. In the end, I knew the decision had to come from within. I had to listen to my own heart, to trust my instincts. I took a few more days to reflect, to meditate, to connect with myself on a deeper level. Finally, I made my decision. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't without pain. But I knew it was the right choice for me, for my happiness and my future. I called Mark and asked him to meet me at the park where we had shared so many happy memories. When he arrived, I could see the worry in his eyes. "Emily, I've missed you," he said softly. "I've missed you too," I replied, taking his hand. "But we need to talk." We sat down on a bench, and I took a deep breath. "Mark, I love you more than words can express. These past 5 years have been the happiest of my life. But I can't keep living in uncertainty. I need to know that we're moving forward, that we're building a future together." He nodded, his eyes filled with emotion. "I understand, Emily. And I'm so sorry for all the hurt I've caused you. I never wanted to hurt you. I also thought a lot and realized that fear was holding me back. But I don't want to lose you. His words brought a glimmer of hope, but I knew I had to stand firm. Mark, I need you to be honest with me. Do you see yourself marrying me? Can you make that commitment? There was a long silence as he looked deeply into my eyes. Emily, I can't. I'm not sure yet whether I really want to marry you or not. I've been thinking a lot these past few days and I still haven't found the answer. I'm not sure I can do it well. I have never thought about this as a future husband or father. I was silent at his answer. Tears filled my eyes as I nodded, a feeling of shortness of breath and difficulty breathing, aching in my heart. I screamed, I've been waiting for you for 5 years, Mark. You promised me so many things. I ran out of the house crying. I drove to the park and cried like a baby. I sat on a bench, my body shaking with sobs. The park was nearly empty, the evening sky a deep shade of blue as the sun set. I felt like my world was crumbling around me. The dreams I had built with Mark, the future I had envisioned, all seemed to disappear in an instant. My phone buzzed in my pocket, but I ignored it. I couldn't face anyone right now. The only thing I could do was cry and let out the overwhelming pain and frustration that had been building up inside me for so long. I thought back to all the moments we had shared, the love and laughter, and wondered how it had come to this. After what felt like hours, I finally stopped crying, my body exhausted from the emotional release. I sat there, staring at the darkening sky, trying to gather my thoughts. I knew I couldn't stay like this forever. I had to figure out what to do next. Taking a deep breath, I reached for my phone and saw several missed calls and messages from Mark, Sarah, and my mother. I decided to call Sarah first. She answered on the first ring. Emily, are you okay? Where are you? She asked, her voice full of concern. I'm at the park, I said, my voice shaky. I couldn't stay at the house. I understand, she said gently. Do you want me to come over? Yes, please, I whispered, feeling a wave of relief at the thought of not being alone. Within minutes, Sarah arrived and found me sitting on the bench. She wrapped me in a hug, and I felt some of the tension in my chest ease. We sat together in silence for a while, her presence a comforting balm to my wounded heart. Emily, she finally said. You deserve someone who is sure about you. Someone who is ready to commit and build a future with you. I know, I replied, tears welling up again. But it still hurts. I thought Mark was that person. I know it does, she said softly. But you have to take care of yourself. You can't keep waiting for him to figure out what he wants. It's not fair to you. Her words resonated deeply with me. I realized that I had been putting my life on hold, hoping that Mark would come around. But in doing so, I had been neglecting my own needs and desires. I needed to find a way to move forward, even if it meant leaving Mark behind. Over the next few days, I tried to focus on myself. I spent time with friends and family, seeking their support and advice. My parents were understanding, though my mother couldn't hide her disappointment in Mark. You deserve better, Emily, she told me firmly. Don't settle for someone who isn't sure about you. I took long walks, journaled my thoughts and feelings, and even started seeing a therapist to help me process my emotions. The pain was still there, but slowly, I began to feel a sense of clarity. One evening, I found myself back at the park, sitting on the same bench where I had broken down just days before. This time, though, I felt different. I felt stronger, more in control of my own destiny. I realized that while I still loved Mark, I couldn't wait for him forever. I needed to prioritize my own happiness. As I sat there, my phone buzzed with a text from Mark. Can we talk? It read. I hesitated for a moment before replying, okay. We met at a coffee shop, and as soon as I saw him, I could see the turmoil in his eyes. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days. Emily, he began. I'm so sorry for everything. I never meant to hurt you. These past few days have been hell without you. And I've done a lot of thinking. I realize that I can't lose you. I'm ready to commit. To marry you. If you'll still have me. His words were sincere, and I could see the desperation in his eyes. But I knew that I couldn't make a decision based on his sudden change of heart. I needed to be sure, for both of us. Mark, I said softly. I appreciate what you're saying, but I need time. I need to focus on myself and make sure that this is what I truly want. We both need to be sure. He nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. I understand. I'll wait for you, Emily. I'll do whatever it takes to prove to you that I'm ready. We parted ways that night with a sense of uncertainty but also a sense of hope. I knew that the future was still unclear, but I was determined to take control of my own happiness. Whether that meant being with Mark or finding a new path, I was ready to face whatever came next. In the weeks that followed, I focused on healing and rediscovering myself. I took up new hobbies, spent time with loved ones, and continued my therapy sessions. Slowly but surely, I began to feel more like myself again. Mark and I kept in touch, but I made it clear that I needed space to figure things out. He respected my wishes, giving me the time and distance I needed. One evening, as I sat on my balcony, watching the sunset, I realized that no matter what happened with Mark, I would be okay. I had learned to value myself and my own happiness above all else. And that was the most important lesson of all. The future was still uncertain, but for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace with that uncertainty. I knew that whatever came next, I was strong enough to handle it. And that was enough for me. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
Mother-in-law deliberately infected my daughter with chickenpox. I'm livid, she doesn't think it's a big deal. I can hardly type this out because thinking about it makes me so angry. Earlier this year my husband, 31M, and I decided to spend Christmas with his family for the first time since my daughter was born last September. Since they live 12 hours away, we decided to stay for a few weeks before Christmas so they could spend loads of time with Annie, 13 months. We arrived early like we planned and everything was great. I've had a few disagreements with my mother-in-law Trish, 56F, in the past over my parenting style. She criticized me for using disposable diapers, buying baby food from the supermarket, and not raising Annie as an organic baby, but everything seemed great. After a day or two settling in, my husband and I decided to pick up a few gifts from a mall around an hour away before the last-minute rush kicked in. My father-in-law, a 60M, tagged along. Trish said she was happy to take care of Annie. We got back a few hours later and Annie was down for a nap on a blanket I didn't recognize. Trish said one of her friends dropped by and gave it as an early Christmas gift. It looked pretty old worn, but I figured one of her hippie friends was just recycling it. The next 2 weeks were fine, aside from Trish making a point to prepare meals for Annie from scratch. I mentioned this to my husband and he said to just let her be. Annie mostly mushed the food Trish gave her with her hands through the bowls on the floor, as she's been doing at the moment. Trish said it would take her a while to get used to nutritious meals. I was getting sick of her meddling, but it was only for a few weeks, so for the sake of the holidays I let it slide. The day after Christmas Annie was really unsettled and wouldn't stop fidgeting and crying. I took her temperature and she had a fever, so I kept an eye on her for the next few days and it thankfully started to go down. This morning, she started to get a rash and blisters on her arms and legs and I freaked out. I was packing a bag to drive to see a doctor when Trish asked where I was going. I told her Annie had a rash and I was taking her to see a doctor. She got a weird smug smile on her face and told me there was nothing to worry about. When I asked her what she was talking about, she said without even looking at Annie that what she had was just chickenpox. I asked her how she could possibly know that and she casually admitted one of her friend's grandkids had chickenpox a few weeks ago, so she asked them to wipe a blanket over the child's arms, legs and face and bring it to her house. At this point I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So I asked if that blanket was the gift Annie was sleeping on. She said it was. I lost my shit. To be honest, I don't really remember what I said because I was up most of the night for 2 days checking on Annie. I just unleashed on Trish asking what the fuck was wrong with her. My husband and father-in-law came to try to calm things down and Trish dug in her heels and said chickenpox was the best and most natural thing for Annie to build up her immunity. I already have a vaccination schedule in place with my pediatrician and she was booked in to get immunized for chickenpox at 18 months. We drove to see the doctor and he confirmed she had it. He said I'll have to cut Annie's nails short and might have to tape socks on her hands while she sleeps because kids so young can scratch until they bleed and that will leave scars. On the drive back my husband started making excuses for Trish, that she was only doing what she thought was best. I couldn't believe he was defending her and we fought most of the way home until I told him to stop talking to me. Annie's been scratching like crazy and I just had to tape socks over her hands. Trish tried to talk to me when we got back and I told her to get out of my sight. We were meant to stay until Wednesday, but I just finished packing up our stuff so we can leave first thing in the morning. I'm so angry I can't even think. Whenever I hear Trish moving around in the kitchen my heart starts beating faster and I feel like going out there and grabbing her by the hair. I don't ever want to see her again or let my daughter see her again. What can I say to make her and my husband realize the enormity of what she's done? I don't think I can speak coherently to their faces until Annie gets better. TL.dr. Mother-in-law deliberately infected my daughter with chickenpox. I'm so angry I feel like physically harming her. I need advice on what to say to make her realize what she's done. Relevant comments. When asked why her daughter wasn't vaccinated for chickenpox, she's up to date on her vaccination schedule. She was vaccinated for measles a month ago and booked in to get the chickenpox vaccine at 18 months old, as normal. Top comments. Fruit punching. If someone did this to my child, deliberately infecting them with a disease without discussing it with me, with the malicious intent of undermining my parenting to teach me a lesson, they'd never see my child for extended periods or unsupervised again. Deleted. Your husband better step up and act like a father and stop acting like a son. Update. Thank you to everyone for your comments, inbox messages and advice after my original post. I read all the comments and messages and they genuinely helped, especially the home remedies on how to stop itching. Since my first post was locked and deleted, I hope it's okay to briefly summarize here. Over the holidays, my mother-in-law Trish, 56F, deliberately infected my daughter Annie, 1F, with chickenpox by wrapping her in an infected blanket while she was left alone with her for several hours. Trish didn't tell anyone what she had done until Annie came down with a horrible fever and rash. Annie was booked in for her chickenpox vaccination at 18 months, but Trish thought what she did is 100% normal, despite the fact it's caused Annie significant pain and distress, and now scarring to her face and arms. When I found out what she did, I was livid and had a shouting match with her and packed up our things to leave the very next morning. It soon came out my husband Jack didn't think Trish had done anything wrong. On to the update. I didn't think it would be possible, but things got worse. I got up first thing the next morning and started packing our stuff into the car. Once I opened it up, I kept the keys in my pocket since I was going in and out. Usually we use Jack's set and leave mine in my bag. While I was packing, he sat in the kitchen with Trish and my father-in-law at 60M and chatted and had coffee like nothing was wrong. Annie was mercifully still asleep, so I just gently belted her in and closed her door when Jack came out and asked if I had everything. I said we were good to go as soon as he was. He said okay, and calmly took out his key set and centrally locked the car, locking Annie in. I asked him what the hell he was doing and he said we wouldn't be leaving until I apologized to Trish. I think I was stunned into silence because he then took the chance to rehash what he said the previous day, that Trish thought she was doing what was best, that chicken pox doesn't kill you, and that I was making a bigger deal out of this than I needed to and making Trish feel bad. Yes, making her feel bad. All the comments from my last post were swirling around in my head, and I told him he needs to stop being a son and start being a father. He screwed up his face and said he would always be Trish's son, and that was the point, that nobody should speak to his mother the way I had the day before. And I needed to apologize to clear the air. I felt like I had entered some kind of weird twilight zone where I had accidentally married a 9-year-old instead of an adult man, so I just asked him to open the car so we could leave. He repeatedly refused, then walked back inside and said he would see me in there when I was acting more reasonable. You can probably guess what happened next. I'd left my bag on the passenger seat, so he probably assumed my keys were in there. Nope. I waited 30 seconds, then just hopped into the car and drove away. My phone blew up with a million calls from him, Trish and my father-in-law. Eventually my mom and dad and my sister Jess, who I'm super close with, called as well. I'd briefly texted Jess about what was happening the day before, but she was stunned to get the full blow-by-blow. By the time I was on the open road, I asked her to phone Jack and tell him he could walk home for all I care. Once she heard my side of the story, and not Jack's, which was apparently that I'd gone crazy, frightened Trish, snatched Annie and sped away, she calmed down. Mom, Dad and Jess offered to start driving and meet me halfway so I could switch with one of them and wouldn't have to drive the full 12 hours by myself in one day. I was so grateful to see them I pretty much broke down in a truck stop parking lot while I blubbered that I loved them. They all took turns driving while I had a rest. It was super reassuring to talk it over and hear that Trish and Jack are the unreasonable ones. Once we got back, I stayed at my parents' overnight and they said I could stay as long as I needed. The next few days were fairly tense. I was up most of the night making sure Annie didn't scratch, which she did anyway, somehow, and it seemed like she just cried and cried and cried until she was exhausted. She has 5 scars on her face and a few others on her arms from scratching. I know appearances shouldn't matter, but I'm so angry her skin is marked for life now over some stupid bullshit. This whole thing is just something I never expected to happen. I answered one of Jack's calls only to have him start a rant that he didn't recognize this person I had become, so I hung up on him. He was due to come back for the start of the work year, which I wasn't looking forward to, but I figured we could make it work as long as Trish was 12 hours away. Then at like 11 p.m. one night I got a very short informal text from father-in-law via Jack's phone, saying Trish had come down with shingles and was in the emergency room, that Jack was staying there to care for her, and that he would work from their house remotely once the year started back up. Jack's been there for the past few weeks tending to Mama's every whim. I'm sure she's put on an Oscar-worthy performance of having one foot in the grave, and according to Google it should be any day now that her painful, crusty pustules go gently into that sweet night. A few weeks ago I was honestly so tired and overwhelmed and in disbelief that I didn't know what to do. Now I'm back at home with people who actually care about me. I think I'm starting to realize how lucky I am to see the weird relationship with his mommy this early on. The fact that he cares more about Trish than his own daughter speaks volumes. When he eventually comes back, I think we'll have to have a serious talk about our future together. TL.er, mother-in-law infects my 1-year-old with chicken pox on purpose. Husband supports his mommy. He tries to force me to apologize to her by locking our daughter in the car, but I peace out with a spare set of keys. Husband has barely spoken to me in the weeks since. Mother-in-law came down with shingles, so he's staying with her to nurse her back to health. I don't think any amount of TLC can do the same for our relationship now I've seen the real him. Woo! Top comments. Tina Pesto, he locked your daughter in the car, holy shit. And assumed you wouldn't be able to get her out. I mean, that was why he locked her in, to threaten you. Holy shit. Good on you for dipping out of there after that. Whatever happens with your marriage moving forward, you seem to have your parenting priorities straight. Good luck, and I hope Annie feels better soon. Bugs doing things. Yeah, this. He locked a sick baby in the car. Kudos to OP for handling that with a cool head, because I would have lost my shit. Demonix. That is fucking terrifying behavior out of him. That poor baby is going to grow up with that as a father. Skullbearer, you only get shingles if you've had chickenpox, the new vaccine prevents it. Rather ironic. I'd get divorce papers served before Mummy Dearest decides your daughter should become a breatharian or join Scientology. Now to the next story, story 2. My stepfather murdered my mother before taking his own life. I'm overwhelmed, lost and unsure of how to move forward. I know this doesn't sound real. I have my boyfriend and my best friend here. I've known this for about 2.5 hours. It still doesn't seem real. I don't really know what I want to accomplish with this post. But I swear it is real. It's 3:51 a.m. in Berlin right now. We were trying to finish watching the movie that we started before the police rang at my door. I don't know what to do. Edit. The police just called me. My stepfather killed himself. I wish I could destroy him. Right now I just feel empty. Edit 2. I don't even know why I'm posting here. I'm usually just a lurker. I guess I just want somebody to know. I feel like the whole world should know. My mother is the most amazing person and she has always been my idol. I don't know how to feel. I'm in our apartment, and I feel like everything I see is her. My evening started so differently. Everything started so differently. I haven't slept yet. I don't know how I will. Though sleeping is usually my talent. Mom wakes me up every afternoon if she feels like I'm sleeping too long. Since I moved back in, during the COVID lockdown. Update. Hello. My last post got capped, so I made a throwaway account. It's been about 24 hours since the police stood in front of the door to my mom's and my apartment and told me that my mother is dead. I've cried so much today, I feel like it's been an ocean of tears, so much that I just feel empty now. I miss her, so fucking much. It still just feels like a bad dream. This can't really be real. Her death was on the news and I saw a picture of a body in a blue body bag being rolled into the back of a wagon. That is my mother. In that bag. Oh my God. I'm going to run down what happened again. Maybe this will make it more real for myself? I don't know. My boyfriend and I were in the park playing speedminton on Wednesday evening when my mom called me and told me she would be coming home. I asked her if everything was okay and she said yes, not to worry about it, and my boyfriend was still welcome to come over if he liked. I told her okay, I would see her in a moment. We both went home and she wasn't there. I wasn't worried. My stepfather and my mom have been together for a while and they're very much in love, but they can fight a lot sometimes. They always make up very quickly. I tried calling her several times to know if she wanted dinner and sent her text messages, and texted and called my stepfather as well. They didn't answer. This wasn't so unusual either. I thought they just made up. I'm guessing by this time he had already stabbed her. I feel sick writing this sentence. The police showed up at 3 in the morning, informed me, stayed in the apartment while my boyfriend called my best friend who rushed over with a taxi. Everything is kind of a blur from then on. I remember sitting down to write the Reddit post because I didn't know how to feel or what to do, and I guess I wanted to scream my pain into the internet void. At that point, my stepfather hadn't killed himself yet. He had taken his car up into the countryside where my mother has a tiny little house at the lake, which is her pride and joy. With her garden. Both of them went up there every weekend together. He killed himself there. The fucking bastard. I've never been so angry in my life. I loved him, he was a part of my family, we got along really well. Some part of me wishes I could strangle him. Or scratch his eyes out. I just want to scream in his face, how he could do this to me.
To her. My lovely mother. Fuck, she is such a fucking light, she is such an incredible person and we are so close. I told her everything. And not just because she's my mother, she is truly an absolutely amazing person. Everybody who met her loved her. I stayed awake until about 6 a.m. I smashed a few glasses, I cried a lot. We finished watching the movie. Today I had to call all of the people. My grandparents, her brother, her friends. I had to call my stepfather's children in the UK and tell them what happened. I can't imagine how hard it must be for them. My mother was the victim. Their father was the murderer. I feel so bad for them. I've gotten so many calls and messages from people who are offering to help me in any way I need, who cry on the phone and ask me if this is real. To have to tell people over and over again what happened, really wrecked me. Especially my grandparents. My granddad. I don't know how he's going to get through this. He just kept screaming no, not my mom's name. I have to go to the police today to give a statement, probably talk about their relationship. I have to be there in 4-2 hours and I haven't really slept yet. I can't really eat either. I just feel like throwing up, just thinking about food. I wanted to thank all of you for your comments on my first post. I know we don't know each other, that I'm just some faraway voice on a screen with a terrible fate. But I did feel better reading your hugs and encouragement. I will have to think about getting a lawyer. My dad is sleeping in the other room. We're going to have to figure out how to get here. Some part of me honestly doesn't see a point anymore. There's so much pain in my life. I've had so many bad experiences. I got through a rape and a drug problem and everything was on its way up. And now this. But I love my mom more than anything, and I can't disappoint her and I'm going to need to be here for my dad and me. I'm sorry for the long text, I just feel like I need to get something out. I feel so lost and empty. I miss my mom. Update. Hello. I guess in some way I wanted to give you people an update on what has been going on with me. When I posted my first post, I was slightly drunk. It was the night the police showed up at my house and rang the doorbell and I was confused. All of your messages from random strangers, helped me in some way. I'd like to thank whoever sent me that poem by Mary Elizabeth Fry. Do not stand at my grave and weep, we used that for the invitation to her party. And also Bianca who painted that beautiful painting of her which she sent me by email. Thank you. The poem by Mary Elizabeth Fry. Do not stand at my grave and weep, I am not there. I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on snow. I am the sun on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. When you awaken in the morning's hush, I am the swift uplifting rush of quiet birds in circled flight. I am the soft stars that shine at night. Do not stand at my grave and cry, I am not there. I did not die. Also, fair warning, this might be quite a long post. This might trigger someone and I've been writing this post over several days as more information keeps trickling in and the picture of that night is becoming clearer and clearer. I think I'm also mainly writing this for myself. What happened that night, the 23rd of July, is just still so surreal. I'm sitting at my mother's desk right now, in her little office in our apartment that I grew up in Berlin. Her presence in some way is all around me. It has been 23 days since the police showed up in front of my door at 3 in the morning and asked if they could come in. Since my stepfather hung himself. Everything has been so confusing, it's all sort of a mixture between crying, screaming, yelling, throwing things, and just emptiness. I go through phases. Someone linked that famous post about grief and God, it's so accurate. And it's really hard to cope. Since that night I haven't ever actually been alone. This is somewhat exhausting to me in some ways but probably also very important. I'm going to go through the series of events and facts because I also want to set it right. Since in the media, since some of you found the articles online and connected the dots, there is so much false information, it's hard to believe. My mother and my stepfather were together for 8 years and he has only been living in Berlin since then. He has children from his previous marriage, that is all I will say. I am my mother's only daughter. He did not call me and confess to what he did, as many report. But he called some vaguely mutual friend who he walks his dog with sometimes. This was sometime after 11 p.m. At this point he was already up at the summer house. It takes about 1 hour and 45 minutes to get up there. This means my mother had been dead for about 2 hours. It says so in the police report as well. The summer house did not belong to my stepdad, but to my mom. She poured all of the little money she had, and renovated it by hand. It does not in any way belong to him. The police showed up at my mom's and my apartment late at night. They didn't know the address of where he might have gone and were also worried he might come and harm me since he had the keys to our apartment as well. I was watching a movie with a friend of mine. I posted on Reddit a few hours later. The news articles started coming out the next day, connecting my stepfather to a celebrity. I posted because I needed help. This celebrity and my stepfather are by no means friends. They are acquaintances and there is no reason for him to be brought into any of this. That was Wednesday night, Thursday morning. On Friday I was at the Landeskriminalamt, criminal police, and gave a 3-hour statement about them and their relationship. This next part is about my feelings and mainly about my mom. Feel free to skip it. Since then my whole world has been turned upside down. My mother, the person I honestly loved most in the whole world, was just torn from me. It feels like I have this big bleeding hole inside of me. I'm not crying all the time, sometimes I feel okay, but more like empty. My mother has been with me my whole life. The whole 21 years, and I'm not just saying this because she is dead. She is honestly the best mother you could wish for. She is goofy and caring. Her laugh is infectious. She has such integrity. She is the most animated person. When she tells a story she will get up from the table and gesture all around. Her eyes are so shining. I think I might show some pictures of her, because I want people to recognize her beauty. I want the whole world to know she is gone. Because this is an honest and devastating loss to the world, believe me. She is so talented. She got her bachelor in art history in America. She has worked odd jobs all her life. She's always been a hippie. When I was little she started working at this English language summer camp in Thüringen in Germany, and she used to take me there for many weeks with her. On a hill, on a farm in the middle of a giant forest. She's a magician in the kitchen. She can open the fridge door and magically make something out of leftover ingredients that nobody would ever think tastes good. Noodles and carrots, anyone? She likes to make everything herself. She would let milk go bad and make her own ricotta. I have 1,000 jars of her homemade chutneys and jams. She baked her own bread years before the pandemic. She made her own vinegar, her own syrups and alcohol, and her hot sauces are legendary. I used to come home and open the fridge door and I'd ask her which of the many bowls she had covered with little plates were edible and which weren't ready yet. Since she's dead I have found so many started experiments of things I don't even know what they are. I wish I could ask her. There are so many things I wish I had the time to ask her. Writing this is making me cry again. At the beginning of the pandemic, March I believe, I moved back in with her and she ordered 14 different bottles of white wine on Lidl, and every night we'd drink one together while we cooked and I'd write notes on the color and the taste and we'd give it a 1-10 on the Lidl scale. She's one of the funniest people I know. And she is so forgiving. Even when I was younger we would get into huge blow-up fights sometimes and we'd scream. But 5 minutes afterwards she'd come into my room and she'd apologize and tell me she loved me more than anything in the world. We told each other we loved one another all the time. Sometimes just randomly, and hugged each other. I'm so grateful for this. I would say we had a rare mother-daughter bond. I love her with all my heart. She has always been my idol, my role model. If I'm even half the person she is, as generous, hilarious, creative, emotional, forgiving and understanding, I will be lucky. I see her face in front of me all the time. I can hear her laugh. Fuck, I'd really give anything for her to be with me right now. Anything. It really tears me apart. If it weren't for her I would have probably been dead 2 years ago. She pulled me out of my dark holes. She loved me unconditionally. She isn't just my mother. She is my best friend. And I will never ever forgive him for taking her from me. Especially since more and more facts are coming out. End of emotional bit. It's important to preface that I knew their relationship, or to be more exact, I was the closest to both of them together. And it's important to understand that he wasn't some creepy, abusive, scary bad guy. I loved him. He was like a best friend to me. When he came into my mother's and my life, I took him in with open arms. I've confided in him, I've told him secrets, we've had running jokes. We made bets with each other that I usually won, and he had to pay up. He was my family. This makes me feel just as conned. I feel cheated. I feel like I've been blind. I've had bad fights with him as well, and I knew about their fights, but I didn't see this coming. Not even a little bit. I would never put my mother in harm's way. I guess this is why she must have kept things hidden from me. The murder happened in his apartment. They had separate apartments. And afterwards he drove his car up to my mother's country house that they both spent every weekend at. Hunting mushrooms, planting and building things, going swimming in the lake that's right in front of the door. This was their refuge, and I'm assuming this is the reason he went there. Since the day this has happened I've always assumed he blew up about something, lost control, and he killed my mother while he wasn't clear-headed. This is what made sense to me. That he killed himself because he killed my mother. Because he didn't know how to continue. But the more time goes by and the more facts we uncover,
We being my mother's friends and I, not the police. The more it seems it was the opposite. That he killed my mother because he wanted to kill himself. And that he was covering something up. Since the night the police showed up, they've been asking me if I could know where their laptops are. They both had a laptop. And both are missing. They found the empty cases. But they're gone. This sparked suspicion in us. His phone is gone as well, my mother's is not. The police gave it to me. Then there are the other facts. Trigger warning. Despite what it said in the media, she didn't have multiple stab wounds in her chest. There was only one very precise and very small wound that caused her death. He only let someone know what he did after he was up at the house. When he arrived at the cabin, he apparently parked normally, even greeted one of the neighbors. The pieces are falling into place. That this was cold-blooded. I don't really know why I'm writing all this down in a Word document and why I'm going to post it on Reddit, but I need to share. I feel so much hatred and so much anger. I feel it boiling underneath my skin and it keeps threatening to come out. I've smashed so much stuff, I've gotten so angry. Sometimes I snap and I scream at people and other times I just cry and beat my pillows. And sometimes I'm very calm. I can still feel joy. And my mother has this amazing circle of friends that I've known my whole life and who are supporting me. I saw her body in the coffin, and I will never be able to get that image out of my head. She was so tiny, it breaks my heart. I've also slept 2 nights at the cabin, and in the dark every shadow looked like my stepfather. I've become scared, and started locking my doors at night. Murder used to seem something so far off. Something that happened to other people, in a different world, separate from mine. But now it's not. And I won't let him spoil her place, her house. I won't let him take that away from her and from me. I refuse. I just miss her. I miss everything about her. It hasn't been that long yet, and all I want is for her to hug me and say my name and say she loves me and that she thinks I'm an amazing young woman. I want her to cuddle with me in bed, which she did for so many years until I felt myself too old. I want to sit at the kitchen table in the morning with her and have her ask me what I dreamt about last night, and have both of us talk about our dreams. For her to talk with me about my story ideas and my poetry, and to talk with her about the book that she was writing and will never finish. It just hurts so much, I don't know how to ever get past this. She has always been the most amazing person I know, and I can't get over this. I don't know how to get over this. I feel lost. I feel like I have to grow up very fast now and carry her with me. There's so much more to tell. So much. But I should probably stop somewhere. I would appreciate all advice. Thank you for reading. Relevant comments. Commenter. It's 23:40 and now I just want to call my mom. I'll do that in the morning when I wake up. She's my only family since we cut ties with pretty much everyone else. Be brave and take your time to recover. I hope everything will be fine for you after some time and that you'll get even stronger after this terrible event. OP answer. Hi, you're in the same time zone as me. Please do this and tell her you love her. From me. Because I wish I could tell my mom lots of love. Commenter. Hello again. I commented on the original post because I went through something so similar. I want to thank you for the update. It couldn't have been easy to write. But more than that, I'm glad to see you on Reddit just to know you're still around. The part of this post that most struck me was you spending time in the cabin. I remember the days in my father's house after his murders and suicide so vividly, and looking back on it, I wish I hadn't gone there at all. Which leads me to this. You don't have to do things the hard way. You don't have to make things harder on yourself. When grief as raw and shocking as what you've experienced takes over, we sometimes want to swim in it, because at least feeling something is better than remaining numb, feeling hollow. But I want to lovingly and gently encourage you to make sure you're taking care of yourself. I also want to reiterate how useful a trauma-informed therapist can be. I was dead set against therapy after my father's crimes happened. I thought I could handle everything on my own. After all, I'd always been the strong one. I waited a year to find a counselor, and if I could change a single thing I did, it would be that I'd have sought out help sooner. I didn't really know how to ask for help at the time. It took me years to learn how, but it would have been immeasurably useful to have someone help me through all of that. Like you, I was in my 20s when my father killed his girlfriend, her daughter, then himself. That was 16 years ago. There is a life on the other side of all of this trauma and heartbreak. I promise. And the book I just finished writing about was finally handed in on the last day of July. Maybe someday it can help you, and others. I have thought of you many times since your first post. My offer to reach out at any time stands. Any time. Edited to add. Quite a few people asked about the book in this thread and via DM.
It's with my agent now, so at earliest it would be out in a year. Books take forever. The title is, We Run to Crush the Grass. Thank you for the interest, but please focus on OP. She needs the love and kindness of strangers. OP answer. You especially. You have helped me so much, Lisa. Thank you so much. You've been such a light in these dark times. Advising me, listening to me, checking up on me since my first post, and listening to me complaining about my family. You're such an amazing person, and communicating with you has helped me so immensely. I send you so much love, and I will continue being in contact with you. I can't wait for your book, commenter. You must have inherited your mother's writing talent because your story about her was so beautifully told. I agree with the others who gently suggest you speak with a therapist trained to deal with trauma. They can help you with your anger and other feelings and thoughts as they arise, so you can be guided to a proper healing. My heart goes out to you, and, if you will, I'll pray for 1,000 healing angels to surround you. OP answer. The night the police showed up at my door, at about 4 a.m. it started raining even though it wasn't supposed to. I went outside on the street and I started praying to every god there was, even though I'm not religious. But in these moments it really doesn't matter, you just want something higher to help you. Thank you so much, OP added in this thread. Hey everyone. Imagine my surprise scrolling through Reddit on my living room couch this fine afternoon, when I see a little picture of my mom and me in my feed. Was not expecting that at all, and then to look further down and see all of these wonderful and heartfelt comments underneath. I couldn't believe it, and I actually started crying again. This is the reason I reached out back then, into the void, as I called it, at my darkest time, and Reddit reached back and gave me something to hold on to. When you lose your faith in humanity in that way, I needed the love that came from so many strangers all over, and the support. Yesterday was actually my birthday. I just turned 25, so it has been a bit over 3 years, and I can't believe that 3 years have passed. I can't stand to believe that much time has passed without her. Thinking about it makes it hurt more. I miss her so much. Thank you to everyone for worrying about me and wishing me well. I'll give a quick update, and one of these days maybe sit down and write something more out. I've been in therapy for almost 2 years now, and I have a wonderful therapist that helps me greatly. It took me a while to find her, and there was a lot of trial and error with former therapists, but she's amazing and I'm so happy I have her. She actually says that I have improved greatly. In a number of things, I'm a mess. Though my mother's murder is something that I've buried very deep down below in the darkness of my psyche, and we haven't quite reached it yet. Now to the next story, story 3. My wife's gym addiction is ruining our marriage. She's having an affair with a gym friend, leaving me with our unborn child. OP's wife, 30F, has always been fit but has been increasingly passionate about working out over the last 1.5 years, returning to a gym she had previously left due to her busy schedule. The gym slowly started taking over her schedule, both weekend days, and every weekday pre- and post-work. Going to the gym becomes the solution for any stress, fights, crisis. Everything is gym, to the point where if the wife misses a session, it affects her mood negatively, as OP says, like a junkie not getting her fix. As wife is now 4 pregnant, OP expresses concern over the intensity of her workouts and also that he simply misses her, given all her time is now taken up by gym. They can't work out together, because gym is her time. She won't work out at his gym either. Gym becomes a form of escapism from real life, a compulsion, essentially, and no problems wife is running away from ever really get solved because gym is simply not the solution wife seems to think it is. Gym has become so prevalent that family members, friends start making comments on how much time wife and gym spend together. Update 1, OP shares that he had originally laughed over comments on his post that speculated about infidelity, but quickly came to discover they were correct. Wife has been sleeping with guy from gym, who she had mentioned to OP countless times as a gym friend. There is confrontation. OP breaks wife's phone, wife hits OP. OP leaves for a short period of time and returns to wife, who, though remorseful, will not admit to exactly what infidelities she's committed. Update 1 ends with OP feeling guilt for his rage, left with zero answers as to exactly what's going on with wife. Update 2, my wife admitted to an affair February 12, 2024. Wife admits to an affair. She felt bad about it, but not bad enough to not sleep with guy from gym pretty quickly. She might even be in love with him, she doesn't know, or won't say. And oh, there's a chance the child she's currently pregnant with might not be OP's. She'll get a paternity test though. Stellar work, wife. My wife is moving in with her AP, they're in love February 22, 2024, guy from gym and wife, who will still be referred to as wife. For now. Are moving in together.
She's not getting the paternity test. OP expresses sadness for her, that she just can't be alone, or seem to work through her mess on her own. Wife had been with OP since she was 20, and OP theorizes she is codependent. Guy from gym allegedly doesn't care if the baby isn't his, he's happy to play house with OP's wife. My wife has agreed to a paternity test February 29, 2024. Shocker, Guy from gym wants a paternity test, so a paternity test they will get. In follow-up comments, OP reveals the results say he is in fact the father. An update on my wife's affair and pregnancy March 15, 2024. OP is now conflicted. He has gone from excited to be a father, to not being sure he's going to be a father at all, to now knowing he will be the father of a child born into the disaster that wife has created. There is a small but non-physical confrontation between OP and Guy from gym when wife brings him to OP's house to gather things she needs, and OP tells Guy from gym to leave or he's gonna punch him. OP and wife have private words upstairs. Wife is just so in love with Guy from gym, she can't help it. Predictably, confrontation becomes physical when OP returns to his living room to see Guy from gym still standing there despite the warning, and so OP follows through and coldly clocks him. Update 5 closes with OP and wife still legally married, but wife dedicated to living with and loving Guy from gym. Another installment of the implosion, which is my marriage April 10, 2024. OP's wife is still purgante, 26 weeks. OP and wife have agreed that he will be the one in the delivery room when the baby is born. And Guy from gym will not be present. Guy from gym has a big problem with this, of course, because having an affair with and housing another man's pregnant wife simply would not be enough. OP prepares to sell the marital house and split the profit. He gets to keep their dog, thank God. Wife's sister shares with OP that wife is already complaining about Guy from gym, that he's selfish, hangs out away from home too much, etc. Birds of a feather and whatnot. OP ends the update, expressing that he is at least happy his soon-to-be ex-wife is miserable. I'm still alive May 19, 2024. I'm still alive. I'm mainly posting here because several people have reached out to me and were concerned that I'd taken my own life. No, I'm not on the brink of ending my life. I think I'm doing better than I have since all of this started. Around the time of my last post, my story blew up and I was getting messages from people who saw it on TikTok and YouTube. I had to take a step back because it was a little overwhelming. I have over 100 unread messages here. I appreciate it, but it was a little uncomfortable at the time, and I got to the point where I didn't really want to talk about the situation with my wife and her AP anymore. So as of today, our baby is due in less than 10 weeks. We're in the home stretch now. I don't feel prepared at all. All of this other stuff has just been so distracting. I started working in a nursery. It's not done yet, but I have the floor finished and the walls painted. My ex-wife was impressed with the color scheme and furniture I chose. She's not legally my ex-wife yet, but I've started calling her that. It sort of makes it easier. I also packed up a bunch of her stuff. Originally I refused to spend my time packing up her things, but eventually just said screw it and started packing it. I'm at the point where it'll just be easier to not see all of her stuff around here. Why did I leave it for so long? She came over to get some of the boxes I packed up. She came alone. Things were fine between us. I loaded the stuff into her car. We didn't argue. At one point she started to tear up and said she fucked up. I said yeah she did, but there's no point talking about it now. She shit all over our marriage. She has her muscle-bound asshole to go home to now anyway, so who cares? She said I know, but it's not the same. I told her nothing has been the same since she decided to fuck him the first time. Supposedly he's going to let me be in the delivery room when my baby is born. I didn't even argue it when she said it like that, but inside I was boiling at the idea of him letting me be there for the birth of my child. She says she talked to him and he agreed it wouldn't really be right to not allow me to be there. I'm going to take what I can get if it means being there for the birth of my child. I'm going to try to just ignore him for the time being. She was acting all sweet and laying on all of the I really want you there, I really need you there stuff, and I know mentally I'm not in a place to be that cold to her when she starts acting that way. I'm trying to be indifferent more than anything else, but it's so hard when she's actually around and starts looking at me a certain way and making me feel bad. She invited me over to see the nursery they have set up at his house. I'm not sure I can bring myself to go into another man's house and look at the nursery set up for my kid. I did ask her if she was truly safe there though. I don't know why, it's just been bothering me. As pissed as I still am, I don't want to find out he's mistreating her, and I definitely don't want my kid to be going into an unsafe household. I haven't told her about anything her sister has told me. They probably won't last, but as of right now there's a very good chance my newborn baby will be going home to his house. It kills me to think about. It's almost soul-destroying to think about if I dwell on it too long. She says she's fine. He genuinely loves her. He's great with kids. He accepts that she's having a baby and that this is part of the package. She insists it's not weird because she wasn't pregnant when anything started between them. I asked her why she did it. Why did she ever let anything start between them in the first place? She said, I don't know. Then went into I don't want to talk about this mode and left pretty soon after. Typical behavior from her. Just run away. Overall, I'm doing okay. I'm not sitting here depressed and drinking a bottle of scotch every night anymore. I mean on occasion, but for the most part no. I feel more used to my new normal now, and that'll all change yet again pretty soon. Additional info: there's a draft of a custody plan now, but the court won't approve anything until after the baby is born. Right now she's in agreement, but there's plenty of time for her to change her mind, or for him to convince her to change her mind. She plans to breastfeed, but with agreement that she'll pump and the baby can drink from a bottle when not with mom. Everything I've read says a baby ideally needs to spend time with each parent frequently, without gaps that are too long in between, and it's best if each parent is feeding, changing, bathing, etc., during their time. At this time she's in agreement with all of this. I can say that she's not said or done anything to indicate she wants to restrict my time with the baby, other than the whole delivery room thing. She seems to want me to be involved in that respect. I hope she sticks to her word. If not, I will be fighting it through legal means. I'm a dad. July 2nd, 2024. I have a baby. A little girl. I'm a dad. She was born yesterday at 11:57 p.m., 2 weeks early. As he's done before, she was having some pains off and on and he left for work yesterday morning. She works from home on Mondays. She told me around 8:30 a.m. she was having contractions 17 minutes apart. The same thing happened not long ago, but then by evening all the pain stopped. I was at work, so I told her to keep me posted. A little later she said they were 15 minutes apart and she had some other signs it might be actual labor starting. I asked her if she needed somebody there with her. She said wanted me to come be with her. I didn't even mean to volunteer myself. She was scared. I didn't even ask why she didn't call him. I left work and went over to his house. Uncomfortable doesn't begin to describe it, but there were obviously more important things going on. He wasn't there. She didn't even contact him. She said she just wanted it to be me and her there. In her words, he hadn't seen her pee or shit herself yet, but I've witnessed all of that stuff already, so she was more comfortable with me there. I really tried to be as nice and supportive as possible. Set the whole thing about her affair, our marriage, everything to the side for a brief time. I don't really know what my purpose was being there, but I think she just needed somebody there so she didn't feel alone. She spent most of the time stretching and doing some sort of yoga labor routine and bouncing on this huge exercise ball. I twiddled my thumbs for the most part and looked through a bunch of his belongings. I was timing the contractions and they were consistent and slowly did get closer together, so I thought it was probably actually going to happen. It wasn't nearly far enough along to go to the hospital yet, and it was getting close to when he'd get home. I was planning how I'd handle that when she called me into the bathroom to ask her if I thought her water broke. It wasn't like in the movies with this huge gush of water. So he got home and I was there. He came into the house and the first thing he asked is, "What are you doing here?" I think he thought something else was going on. "No, you just left and went to work and left her alone when she was scared." He said he was home and he'd be with her until it was time to go to the hospital. He put his hand on my shoulder and said something like, "Thanks, bud, I got it from here and we'll call you when we're on the way to the hospital." He called me bud. I told him I wasn't his fucking buddy and to fuck off. I could tell she wanted me to leave. I'm not sure she really wanted me to leave so much as she was in labor and the tension between the two of us wasn't what she needed, and I knew that. It was his house, so what was I supposed to do? I left and prayed they'd actually call me instead of letting me know the next day that my kid had been born. She texted me a few hours later to say the doctor told her to go to the hospital. At that point I still didn't know if I was going to be waiting outside or what he'd decide was best for his apparent wife and child. I was allowed to be in the room. I didn't force my way in there. She said she wanted me to be there. He was there too. By far the single most awkward experience of my life, and the only reason I was able to excuse it was because she told me she wanted me there and I didn't want to miss the chance to be there when my kid was born and to hold my kid before he did. I can't imagine what the doctors and nurses were thinking. Fucking humiliating. Then the guy tried to police what I could see. I put the baby in there. He's fucking watching and it's like, this is still my wife and that's my baby. I chose to stay dignified and I ignored him the entire time. I was there to do whatever she told me to do and my focus wasn't on him, but in any other setting I don't think I would have been able to hold back. The baby came flying out. I mean, as far as labor goes. These are the nurse's words, and I trust labor and delivery nurses to know what they're talking about. She tore very bad because the baby came out so fast. The baby is so tiny, barely 6 pounds and only 18 inches, but perfectly healthy. I went home for a short rest, although I really couldn't rest at all. I went back today and of course he was there. Surprisingly, he said he was going to give us some time alone with the baby. Not sure if she had previously asked him to do that when I showed up or not, didn't ask. He even brought us all food back when he returned a few hours later. I wondered if mine might be poisoned, but I tried to be nice. He's still not gone, so I'm wondering how long he'll be around. I just can't let myself do anything that will make her try to keep me away from my daughter now. I don't want them making it difficult for me. I'd prefer not to share her name publicly, but I can confirm it's the name we chose for a daughter years ago. He had no say and he hasn't said anything about the name at all. It kills me to see him holding her though. I eventually left because it was just too much sitting there pretending to be like some bizarre company. I'll know I will get my time with her when he's not around. He's already posting them on his social media. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to figure it out. I just have to find a way to be the bigger person because I won't let him or their relationship discourage me from being my daughter's dad. I totally get doing anything for your kids now, and if it means having to pretend to get along with him, I will. Additional comments from OOP. It's not about picking me. I just have a hard time not caring about her anymore. The fact that she was carrying my child made it a lot more difficult. Otherwise, I could have and would have cut all ties with her. I don't know, I still feel the need to protect her or help her. Hopefully it'll get easier now that she and the baby are two separate people. Honestly, I'm considering doing something pretty stupid. She's getting discharged from the hospital early tomorrow morning. I don't want them to go home with him, so I'm thinking about asking her to come home to our house instead. It's ridiculous and sets us up for disaster. It wouldn't be to be with her. I don't want my newborn baby going home to another man's house. I don't think it's for the baby's sake that I want to stop it. It's for my sake. But it's not like we'd be divorced and living together forever. So we'd live together for some period of time, but eventually we'd go our separate ways, date other people and so on. I can't trust her again. That would probably be worse for our kid in the long run. At least by being in two separate homes in the first place, this will just be the norm for her and she won't have to go through that heartache of being one family splitting into two. I just don't know how I'm going to be able to handle seeing my child going home from the hospital to his house. I'm honestly scared to be present when they're discharged because I'm not sure I can control myself. I caved and I asked her to come home with me when they was discharged from the hospital. I framed it more like, if you don't want to go home with him, you don't have to. I let her know she could come home to our house if she wanted to. She said she can't. Why? Because he's done so much for her. He moved her into his house. They have a whole nursery set up. He loves her. I don't love her anymore after what she did, her words, but he loves her and accepts her even with the baby. She thinks she'll never find anyone who will love her and love our baby too, so she can't risk losing him. I tried to tell her she doesn't owe him anything. Just because he let her move in and there's a nursery there doesn't mean she's indebted to him, especially not when it comes to something this big. She said, I want to, but I just can't. I'm sorry. I left. I told her I couldn't sit there and watch the get into his car and go to his house. As a consolation I got a, you can come over and see her tomorrow. Great. I know she did this. This is all her doing. But why am I the one feeling like I failed? This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't immediately shut her out. I basically just pushed her to him. OOP on the AP posting pictures of the baby online. Today I told him he can't post pictures of her online. He said he was just posting a few pictures to say how proud and happy he was of my wife. It wasn't weird. I said he can post her all he wants, but he can't post the baby. He didn't seem to be taking it seriously, so I told him I know he wishes he'd won this one, but he didn't. She's my kid, not his. If he's genuine about being all buddy-buddy and respecting me as the actual father, he'll respect my request. He said okay, he understood. We'll see. New updates. Life update July 24th, 2024. Many people have asked for an update on my situation, but I've been pretty busy. There's the baby, plus a week of completely unrelated but never-ending annoying problems. Remember that book Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day? That's the week I've been having, but I'm not even going to get into it beyond saying I can't even stay at my own house right now due to a giant hole in the wall. I've been dealing with insurance and contractors all day, and they hit a water pipe. I'm still on paternity leave and continue to regularly spend time with my daughter. We have a set schedule for when my daughter comes to stay with me, So I've been spending less time over at his house. Sometimes my wife needs help during the day though, or just to be able to take a shower or a nap, so I will stop over to help her. Really, I just want to take advantage of any opportunity I can to spend time with her and bond with her. Plus, breastfeeding isn't working out very well. She's still not producing enough milk and I know she's upset about it, but it sort of makes things easier for me. At least she has help when the baby is with her, supposedly he helps, gets up at night, etc. I'm on my own, and I won't lie and say it's a walk in the park, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. The other day she called me and asked me to come over. She said she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. I've heard that line from her many times, when she cheated on me without my knowledge, and it was usually mostly related to her job. I got over there and she was saying she can't handle being a mom, she can't handle life, she can't function. She was crying. This time she couldn't run off the gym. She would if she could, but she's not really allowed to exercise yet. She won't talk to anyone, won't seek professional help. Some days she seems much better than others. She's just an easily overwhelmed person. Everything overwhelms her. Sometimes we have, dare I say, a good time together. The most she can really go as far as physical activity right now is walk. We took the baby in her longest walk yet and walked from his house to my house. Everything was fine in the walk. She was in a good mood. We were joking around. Then she turned really sad after being at my house, our former shared house, after a little while. She finally admitted that this isn't how it's supposed to be, raising our daughter between two homes. She said my home is our daughter's real home and she's only supposed to have one home. Then she started sobbing about not having a home anymore. My house isn't her home and her boyfriend Gumbura's house isn't her home and she's essentially homeless and doesn't belong anywhere. She admitted she fucked up really badly and she doesn't want to share custody or to only see her daughter half the time. She just wants to come home. But she loves him and she thinks he loves her and our daughter and she doesn't want to hurt him after he's done all this for her. I said, so what? What she wants for her kid should be more important than his feelings. If he can't get over the fact that the married, pregnant woman who he was sleeping with wants her kid to grow up in a single home with her actual father, he can fuck off. He can fuck off anyway. If she can't tell him and wants me to tell him, I will. She doesn't think she can tell him. I told her this is her biggest issue. Communication and honesty. Just tell people the truth and stop being a pussy about ever telling anyone the truth about how you really feel. Thing is, I've been tolerating him lately. Don't like him, but tolerate him. I'm not hanging out with him. Ever. I know it sounds crazy coming from me, but I think he's genuinely in this. Still shouldn't have been fucking my wife. Doesn't absolve him of any of his involvement. He's back to being cloying nice to me. Suggesting we hang out, try to be friends. He's so fucking happy all the time. It's a little unsettling, but I think he's just one of those people and maybe that's what she likes about him. I'm not one of those people, never will be. So anyway, she and I sort of got into an argument, started as a discussion, turned into an argument, then morphed back to a discussion, all about everything we don't like about each other in our relationship. In the end, we were both able to say what we need from the other person. She's just too overwhelmed right now and can't make any changes. She can't handle trying to change right now. It gives her too much anxiety. So I don't know, we're sort of at an impasse right now. Then this stuff with the house, I've just been extra stressed and not really all that pleasant to deal with. My wife has moved home, for now July 28, 2024. This month continues to be the strangest I've ever experienced. The repairs to my house were made and I'm back home thankfully. I can only take a few nights under my parents' roof. I slept with somebody else. We went out on a date. I think we both just wanted to have sex to say we'd finally gotten over our former spouses. She's the ex-wife of a friend of mine. She and I are actually closer/better friends now than her ex-husband and I. Several people have suggested that we start dating each other. We get along great and we are on the surface a really good match, but it was too fucking weird for both of us. She's very attractive, very social and fun to be around, and has been incredibly kind to me during this whole ordeal, but I can't see her as more than a friend. I had been intentionally avoiding sleeping with anyone else. I hadn't been with anyone since the last time I slept with my wife. That feels like an eternity ago. For the longest time I wasn't interested in being with other women. Then it sort of morphed into my way of feeling morally superior to her. I was going to hold out and not pursue anything until after we were divorced. It's pretty pointless and childish. Just a dumb way to make myself feel better and to be able to say I never cheated. I still don't feel like I cheated. There is no marriage anymore. Within hours of this happening, I started getting texts from my wife saying she decided she wants to come home. It's like she had some sort of sense. She was saying she was ready. Would I come help her? I called her and told her I don't want her to come home and to be in a relationship again. She doesn't get to just decide that's what's going to happen. She then started to say, "Oh, I know, I just meant move back in." I told her I didn't really believe her and felt like she was just jerking me around again. She said she thought our conversation the other day had gone so well and that she thought we seemed to be at a place where we could really work on fixing everything, but until then she could live in another room. She said she was completely serious about it and she wants our daughter to be in one home. I feel so mixed about everything, but ultimately I want my daughter living in my house 24/7 and I don't want another man helping to raise her, so I took the bait. Today I showed up at his house to help her move some things, but I anticipated I'd get there and she'd either have changed her mind or she wouldn't have been planning to leave at all and was only waiting to see me do some more tricks for her. They were arguing when I got there. The baby was crying. She was crying and running around packing things in bags, and he was following behind her begging her to stay, offering to do anything to make her stay. He accused me of this being my idea. Maybe it was, IDK. I don't really care what he thinks. It was obvious she had just sprung this news on him shortly before I got there. She was telling her over and over that she just wants her child raised in one home and that his home wasn't really their home and she was sorry she was doing this to him after everything he'd done, but she just has to give our daughter one home with her real father. We got back over to my house and she's obviously an emotional mess. I have no room prepared for her. Not 15 minutes later he shows up at the front door. She didn't want to talk to him. He wouldn't give up and eventually he was there on the front porch loudly saying things like, "That's not what you were saying when you were blowing me last night." So at that point, after I'm sure our neighbors had been enjoying this embarrassing scene long enough, I told him if he didn't leave I'd call the cops. I went out there and tried to calm him down. I had to sympathize with him. She runs away, that's what she does. I may have said a few other things in my own favor and to make him realize he doesn't want to be involved in this mess that is my wife. I don't think he'll give up so easily. It sounds terrible, but once she was at my house I sort of found myself wishing she'd leave with him. I know I'd wanted her to come home, and I tell myself it was mostly due to the baby, but now I'm wondering what the hell I've gotten myself into. She said, "I didn't really blow him last night. I haven't done anything with him since she was born. I've only been thinking about you." I told her, "Yeah, right, you expect me to believe it? Even if it's true, what on earth makes you think I'd ever believe anything that you say?" Then out of spite I told her I slept with somebody else. I know I only told her to hurt her, and I feel bad about it now. She immediately demanded to know who. I told her it wasn't her business. She claims it is her business because we're still married. Nope, I'm not sharing. So, now we're awkwardly existing. I don't have much faith that she's going to stay here. I think she'll be back at his place within the week. I've told her that he's not allowed over here. He has no business being here. And if we're raising our daughter in the same house, together, then she can't just run off to his house to be with him whenever she feels like it. It won't work that way. She says she knows, and she wants me to want to be with her again and she'll prove to me she can be a good partner. She tried to kiss me and I rejected her. She's upset. She's taking a nap now. I feel like I've dug myself into a very deep hole now. Relevant comments. Smoke Thin Mints. Brother, you better get her out of that house and fast, Omeloop. I was really doing a good job of tolerating the guy since they came home from the hospital. I don't like him and never will like him, but I don't believe he had any nefarious intentions with my daughter. However, my heart broke every time I had to leave my little girl over there at another man's house. Or when I'd go over there to pick her up and he would greet me at the door holding my baby, talking to her like he was her dad. No, that's one of the lowest feelings in the world. So for these reasons I'm happy to have them here. I just don't know how this can or will work with her mother living here. DC Photo 78, is this really the environment you want your child to grow up in? OOP, no, not at all. But I also don't want her growing up in another man's home. What I'm worried about is my wife dragging her back and forth. I've told her she can't do that, it's not fair to me or our child. Purple_Bishop 2, if you really don't want your daughter being raised half-time by AP, your only real option is to truly attempt to reconcile, but it's pretty clear neither of you really want to reconcile with each other. It's just that neither of you want to be apart from your daughter. If she is going to live with you for even a couple of days, you need to have some tenderness in your heart for her and be willing to lovingly interact with her and your daughter. Your WW is postpartum and an emotional wreck, so if you gray rock or get angry, shit will go south fast in a way that won't be good for your daughter. All other paths lead to 50/50 its custody and acceptance of AP having a role in your daughter's life. Be civil, not friendly, civil, to AP as you say your W loves him and will likely go back to him soon. If you and AP are at war, it will be terrible for your daughter. OOP, I'm going to be nice. We sat on the porch while it was storming outside tonight and she was talking to the baby and said, "This is how it should be. Daughter's name, Mommy and Daddy." Several rude comments immediately popped into my brain, but I kept them to myself. I figure I might as well enjoy it while I can. Well, enjoy having my daughter here and maybe pretending we're a normal family for an hour. I'm not actually enjoying having my wife here right now. It's not making me feel good. I didn't mind when she was here the other day when we took a walk and came over here, but today I'm really not enjoying her being here. I'm going to keep that to myself. Now, on to the next story, story 4. I yelled at my wife that having a child with her was the biggest mistake of my life and that she had made me miserable. Now, I regret my words. Repost as my last post got removed. I have been with my wife for 4 years. I have a 5-year-old from a previous relationship. My 5-year-old, Leah, is from my first long-term relationship during college. We split shortly after her birth, as my then partner admitted to being unfaithful and not being ready to start a family. My daughter loves my wife. They are inseparable. My ex does not have much to do with my daughter or myself except cause the occasional drama. She did not want any custody or visitation time, so my wife is her mother for all intents and purposes. My wife is almost 8 months pregnant. She has shut me out of the entire pregnancy but refuses to admit anything is wrong. I feel completely ignored and hurt. When we first learned she was pregnant, she told me while I was making breakfast. Of course I was elated. However, since it was an unplanned pregnancy, I asked how she was feeling at first. She began smiling and crying about how excited she was. I picked her up, gave her a million kisses, and told her I was so excited to have a baby too and what a wonderful mother she would be. All good, right? She went all out to announce it to everyone else. Balloons and boxes, t-shirts and best big sister mugs. I assumed the casual announcement with me was because she wanted my feelings on growing our family before celebrating. However, when her sister asked about how I liked my box, my wife quickly said, "He didn't get one, this isn't his first rodeo." It was like pulling teeth to get her to let me go to the ultrasound appointments. She didn't want me to miss work, didn't want to interrupt Leah's routine, excuse after excuse. When it came to listening to the heartbeat, my wife instantly started crying happy tears. The tech was telling her how strong the heartbeat was, how precious our little one was, etc. I was feeling a bit emotional and cleared my throat to prevent crying. The tech said, "Aw Dad, isn't that sound beautiful?" My wife immediately said, "This isn't his first child, it's not that special for him." I immediately said, "This is one of the most important moments of my life. I can't think of anything more special." The atmosphere was clearly awkward after. Another thing that bothered me, I heard Leah and my wife's mom laughing in the living area. I was in the kitchen making dinner. When I walked in and asked what the fuss was about, Leah was touching my wife's stomach and was laughing with excitement that the baby was moving and it would be so cute. My wife let my daughter and Mill feel the baby move before me. I was hurt but simply said how happy I was. Later that night, my wife was poking her belly and laughing. I asked her to feel as well and she said, "You felt Leah move as a baby. What can be better than that? She was the cutest baby ever." She has felt pretty poorly throughout her pregnancy, but refuses to let me help her. If I bring her a snack and drink, she offers it to our daughter. If I try to rub her feet or legs, she asks me to play with our daughter so she doesn't feel like she is being replaced or ignored. I simply do not ignore my daughter. We have bonding time. I'm an active parent but I want to love my wife. She can hardly eat but when I asked her what I can prepare for her, it's whatever Leah wants. We went to the zoo with Leah, and my wife started feeling bad. She had cramps and was considering going to the hospital, severe nausea and dizziness. I carried her to a bench nearby and she began to cry saying she can't even stand up. I told her let me call an ambulance or I'll carry you to the car and drive you. She said she didn't want to ruin Leah's trip and we didn't even make it to the aviary, Leah's favorite part. I said I wasn't leaving when she asked me to continue to go through the zoo with Leah. We sat for a while until her dad showed up. She didn't even tell me he was coming. And he took her to the doctor. I was shocked, and followed them with Leah. When we arrived, Leah was upset about missing the aviary and pouting. At that point the health of my wife and unborn child were my concern. I really didn't care that Leah was upset. My wife was irate that I made Leah miss out. Another example, we were watching Leah play in a local kids' sport. I asked her, "Do you think our kid will be athletic, artistic, enjoy science or math?" She said, "This is Leah's moment. We shouldn't make it about someone who isn't even here." Leah was on the field, we were sitting in the stands. We had both waved to her, held up a sign for her, Everything. I just wanted to talk about our baby. When her bump was really showing, she would always show it off to anyone who wanted to look. Her family, friends, siblings, etc. Do you want to see my bump? I'm huge, so excited, I can't believe it's only X more weeks. They all touch her bump, talk to it, etc. Her parents come and read or tell back in the day stories. They go to the beach? 1,000 bump pictures posted on her friends' social media accounts, so ready to be an honorary auntie. Her sister wife puts the B in bump and beautiful. If we go out together, she wears the loosest clothes so I don't see it. I'll even see her pull her shirt down when she sees me come into the room. She sat on me the other day after being playful in bed. Her bump was right in my face. I ran my hands up it and said, "You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You already are a great mom to Leah. I can't wait to see you as our family grows." This was one of the first times I was really able to feel her bump, so I rested my hand there and said, "I love you so much already. I'm so excited to meet you. I hope you have your mom's eyes." She moved off of me and said, "I know ex-partner had a bigger bump than me. I bet it was fun seeing Leah move all the time." "You don't have to act like you care. I know you've done this before." I said, "I don't think about it that way. Leah is special, but this is a completely new and different special because it was with her and our baby was someone completely new and special." She began to leave the room and I could see her shoulders shake from crying. I am 100% positive she is not cheating, nor has she ever. I just can't wrap my head around why she doesn't want me to be happy about this. The rest of the time is completely normal as long as I don't mention the baby. She is affectionate, initiates intimacy, brags about what a good husband I am and how great I've made this pregnancy. We plan for our future, have date nights, everything else. Unfortunately, we had a fight where I snapped. I had a break between clients at work, so I went to a local baby store and got a lot of things she had planned for the baby and nursery on her Pinterest board. I came home and surprised her with flowers, a prenatal massage certificate, and her favorite food, as well as the baby items. She seemed very grateful, but when I came home, editor's note, OOP meant when he got home after going back to work again, the items were no longer there. She said she returned it to buy Leah stuff, as she was going to feel left out. I lost it. I cried for the first time in our marriage and yelled that having a child with her was the worst mistake I've ever made, that at least my deadbeat ex at least gave me the chance to know my unborn child. That I didn't care about the baby because she wouldn't even let me bond with it. I do care, have since she told me. That I hope she was as miserable as she made me and that she better be prepared for a custody dispute. She is a SAHM for Leah. She simply said, "I know you don't care about the baby, but I'll die before you take my baby from me." What? I have begged her to let me interact with her, our baby. I asked her if her therapist had any insight on why she was being like this. She said no, that she isn't doing anything. I told her what I said above and she said I had those experiences already so it shouldn't matter. I asked her if the baby was mine. "I know it is, I was just being mean." She threw her phone at me and said, "Yes, go through it. I'll do a paternity test, whatever you need." I just called her parents and asked them to go to our house as we were having a disagreement and went to a hotel. I do not want to stress her or our unborn child, and I really want to repair this but I truly don't know how. I'm staying at an Airbnb for now until we can figure this out, but I truly don't know what to do. I miss her like crazy, and I can't even begin to understand why she wants to behave this way. I have apologized for what I said, but I can't take back what I said and I worry about when our baby will be born if she will even want to be a family with me, or let me have anything to do with our baby. I spoke with a mutual friend who says she is very distraught and says she can't be a single mom, loves me, but her actions prove the opposite time and time again even when I beg for change. Relevant comments. Why did you say those things? OP, downvoted. I said those things because I wanted to hurt her like she has been hurting me. It's as simple as that. I regret it. I have apologized. She has told me time and time again you shouldn't care, and I told her whatever I thought I could to hurt her. It was childish and immature of me, and it was a knee-jerk reaction. I hadn't planned on saying any of that. Commenter. Yeah, I can understand why you're angry. Has she explained why she has been saying those things? Resentment is a weird thing. She may not have even realized she had that until she became pregnant, but I do think that if that was something she'd been feeling, that it's something she should have spoken to either you or your therapist about. OP. Nothing. I've begged her to talk to me about it. I've told her we can go to counseling together, and guess what her response was? She cried and asked if I was unhappy in our marriage. I said no, I want to be more involved with you in this pregnancy. You've left me in the dark. I asked if she was unhappy. Did she want a divorce? Decide she doesn't want this baby? More tears. Seemed genuinely hurt. I would even think that. Makes no sense in my mind. Apparently I should just stand on the sidelines. Commenter. Is it possible she's resentful of your 5-year-old? What's your relationship with Leah's mother like? OP. I truly don't think she is resentful. She adores my 5-year-old and I think she is probably the preferred parent. She takes her to the park, museums, mommy and me painting. Shows up to school events, muffins with mom etc. without fail, takes care of her when she's sick, plans our vacations out around my 5-year-old's interests. Her cousin had said something about not bringing her stepdaughter before, and my wife completely freaked and said that we don't use titles around here that make us feel like we aren't one family. She is my daughter and nothing less and will not be excluded, type thing. When she was first pregnant we took a short trip to see some of her family and she cried every day about missing Leah. She is in therapy and has been since we met for anxiety and depression, but it is clearly no help. I have brought up prenatal depression at her doctor's appointment but she really doesn't match as she is elated unless I specifically bring up the baby. Downvoted comment about seeing an attorney because he probably won't be allowed at the birth and they should just get divorced. It's definitely a fear in the back of my mind. I know Leah will be devastated. My wife already mentioned wanting her mom in the delivery room since I've already seen my kid being born, that it would only serve to embarrass her if I'm in the room this time. Commenter, you two need couples therapy immediately. You should have started it after her first or second comment. You've known for months things weren't right. Also, call her OB and explain what's going on. Ask them to make a record of her shift in behavior and stress that she's never done anything like this before getting pregnant. OP. I stupidly attributed it to hormones and other issues that come with pregnancy. She was sick for most of her pregnancy and for a lot of it actually lost weight, was constantly hungry but couldn't eat and became very body conscious. She is doing much better now and is a healthy weight and I genuinely thought it would get better. It's much easier to see in hindsight that the first few comments were deeper than that. Commenter, why the fuck did you say all that shit? She was acting really off, for sure, but you really fucked up. That's some awful, very possibly unforgivable stuff you just said. And you seemed like such a decent guy. OP, I am an idiot. I did fuck up, and I have apologized, not that it means much to her at this point. I said whatever I could say to hurt her. It was months of resentment building up. Months of begging for her to tell me what's going on, to let me in, to let me think of baby names with her. I was and I still am hurt. I hope it can be repaired, as I would like to be there for her and be a full-time father to my child. It breaks my heart to think of splitting custody time. OP clarifies his relationship with Leah and the aviary event. OP, I absolutely did not care that we did not see the aviary. We go to the zoo regularly and I had promised we would go back. When your pregnant wife is so ill she begins crying that her legs don't work and she can't walk and begins saying she thinks she might die due to such strong abdominal cramps, you're not concerned with missing the aviary. I did not tell my child I did not care. I told my wife in the hospital that her and our unborn child's health became before birds and that Leah can pout and be mad until we were certain she and our baby were okay. We do everything for Leah. Leah and I have bonding time both with and without my wife. Together we enjoy fishing, going to the arcade, and playing Barbies. My daughter is confident in our relationship. Just the other day my dad said he didn't want to play horses with her anymore and she of course said, "Fine, I know Dad will always play with me." I absolutely have not and never will neglect or abuse my child. This is such a far reach because I was concerned more about my wife than my daughter going to an aviary. To another commenter, she is 5, and is very smart. She knows that the hospital and ambulance are things people need when they are very sick. She completely understood my wife felt bad, even said I needed to get her tummy medicine so we could keep going. I didn't say, "We are leaving," cry about it. I did tell her we were following mom and grandpa to the DR because mom was feeling very bad, and that we can come back another day, and said when mom feels better we will get her an ice cream since she didn't get to see the birds. She pouted, all kids do. Did she see that I was more concerned with my wife? Yes. She even commented that grandpa seemed upset. We live in a hot and humid climate and my wife went from red and using a fan to pale white and saying she was cold. It was scary for me. When you arrive at the hospital and want updates. Are you okay? Is the baby okay? And your wife is miffed that you didn't take your child to an aviary and that's all she wants to talk about is that she is pouting. It hurts. Commenter. And for someone who is a self-proclaimed good husband, why has he not addressed this with his wife before? If she is acting so out of character, and showing odd behaviors, why has he not talked to her about it? Every in-tune partner would be scrambling to get to the bottom of this after a few remarks. He just let that shit glide. OP. You don't think I've talked to her about this? I am shut down every time. I exploded after begging her to talk to me for the 100th time. This was not out of nowhere. I have literally gotten on my knees in front of her and asked why she is doing this. If there is a reason, what does her therapist say? Do you want to go to therapy together? And she says she doesn't know what I'm talking about. It is the most frustrating, infuriating thing. It's so hard to watch something so special pass by you and pretend it's not happening. I regret what I said and don't expect sympathy. But my explosion was not from lack of trying. Update. It's been about a month since I posted. This is a bit long because so many kind Redditors reached out and gave me advice and shared their experiences and asked for an update. After I posted and stewed for a little while, and had a couple of drinks, I called my Fiel. He and my wife are very close, and I respect his opinion. He has been married for a very long time, and seems to have a happy marriage and has good relationships all around with his family. I didn't specify what issues we were having, but he was over at my house while I was staying in an Airbnb, so it was no secret we were having problems. He has more of a traditional marriage, and at some point asked what I had to lose by putting pressure on her to talk. I said I feared I would push her away more, and he pretty much told me that I was living in a separate house than my pregnant wife, freaking out about a potential divorce. What did I have to lose? He advised me to be a man, and come back to my house and lay it on the line. I told him I'd be coming over the next day. They asked if they could take Leah to buy some sparklers for the upcoming holiday and spend the night at their house. I agreed, and when I went to my house the next day I came in with flowers and stuff to make dinner. My wife asked what I was doing there, to which I replied I lived there and would like to sit down and talk. I gave a long apology for my actions and words. When I finished, I said it was her turn to tell me what was going on. She tried to claim nothing, that everything was okay. After a while, I said my heart is broken, that we have been through some tough things together, fought for each other, and now you sit here and lie to my face. We both sat there and she cried for about 30 minutes until eventually she said she felt like our relationship would end if she was honest. I said I would hear her out, no matter what. She admitted it was hard that this would be her first kid and not mine. She didn't think it would bother her, and it didn't until she was pregnant, and that she laid in bed at night thinking if my ex would have wanted to raise Leah we would still be a family together and she wouldn't matter. She expressed that seeing me emotional about our baby, or wanting to touch her bump, or treat her made her think of me and my ex and how I had already did all of the things she was excited to do with me. Near the beginning of her pregnancy, she had told a close friend that she couldn't wait to have a baby with her soulmate, and her friend replied that she didn't think soulmates had other children or baby mamas, that it was two people meant only for each other. She was very upset and asked if I thought we were soulmates like she did. She described herself and our unborn child as my sloppy seconds family, that no one grew up dreaming of having kids by multiple different people. That she was just the substitute when the family I wanted didn't work out. She also shared she had found some old images of my ex on social media and could not stop comparing her pregnant body. She feared the baby wouldn't be an equal to Leah in my eyes. It worried her when I would ask what she thought the baby would be like, that what if the baby was disabled, or didn't like to do the things we enjoyed as a family, or the baby and Elle didn't like each other. She said at one point she found herself wishing I had never had Leah, so she wouldn't have to worry as much, and that is when she knew she had to really put in the extra effort to maintain a relationship with Leah. She feared that between work and Leah, I wouldn't have time and wouldn't bond with the baby like in the articles she read online where fathers didn't bond with their children until they were able to do things with the family. When I did try and bond with the baby, she worried the baby wouldn't live up to Leah. I have never been shy about saying how much being a father means to me and how raising Leah has been the highlight of my life, along with marrying my wife and now having our child together. She said it was initially what made her confident in marrying me and excited to have a big family with me. But now constantly wondered if her pregnancy and this baby would be a highlight or a burden for me, because the stress is the same but the newness wasn't, and then what if a newborn and then toddler wouldn't be as interesting to me as Leah, who is capable of doing activities. She showed me a million articles of different men explaining they didn't bond with their children until 4+ years old. She also showed me videos where people say things they did with their first kid, and then get more relaxed as they have more children. She said it freaked her out because it was clear people stopped caring the more children they had. She said that there were times she felt she was ruining our family and coming between me and Leah. For example, at the zoo she said she cried on the way to the hospital. She was afraid Leah would hate her and resent the baby for cutting our zoo time short, and that I would be upset that I was spending my time off work at the hospital instead of doing the activities we planned with Leah. While I work, Leah and my wife spend a lot of time out of the house, library, local parks, etc. One of their favorite activities is biking together, And we bike together on weekends as well. We have lots of local trails, but due to her pregnancy she has not been able to. We've been doing more indoor activities. My wife said that when I'm at work, Leah kept saying she hated her because she didn't get to go on her new bike as often anymore. I said I would discuss it with her, because that is unacceptable. My wife asked me not to since there would be so many changes soon for Leah, and it hurt her because she missed biking together as well. A couple of months ago, my wife asked me and Leah if we wanted to read stories together. Leah chose the first story I read and my wife chose the second, her favorite childhood story, for me to read to the baby, and Leah, since it helps promote brain activity and help with bonding. After that, I read another book of Leah's choosing. While I was at work the next day, Leah ripped the pages out of the book my wife chose. She said she was going to tell me, but her friend, the same friend who says we aren't soulmates, said I would think she was making it up and that it seemed to her she was trying to become between me and Leah. I asked her why she didn't tell me any of this, and she explained that she didn't feel comfortable telling me because her thoughts didn't even make sense to her. She wanted me to spend time with Leah so she didn't feel left out or jealous, and when I did she felt upset I wasn't spending more time with her. She loves Leah but wishes we had our first kid together. She wants me around but also feels upset and guilty when I give her/our unborn baby attention. She said she feared that I would think she was trying to come between me and Leah, when she wasn't. By the time I realized something was truly wrong and started to ask what was wrong, if she needed therapy, etc., she said she realized she was acting poorly, but didn't want to admit to herself that she missed out on a lot with me and doubled down as it was hard to face that she made her fears reality by pushing me away and not letting me care. And that she couldn't start over, that her first pregnancy was a somewhat bad experience because of her own actions. At this point, I realized how terrible I'd been. I apologized for making her feel like she couldn't come to me about anything. She said when she researched her feelings she found a bunch of forums where people were calling the poster evil for their feelings about their stepchild, and feared I would feel the same. She said if I had told her I felt about Leah the way she felt about Leah, that it would make her angry and upset, so she couldn't see how I wouldn't be. We both cried for a long time. I tried to reassure her. I told her how much I loved her. How excited I was, that she was the family of my choosing and my soulmate, that the universe knew that Leah and I needed her, which is why circumstances allowed us to be a family. She apologized for the way she treated me, and said she wanted to make it right. She said she had wanted to apologize when I was beginning to have my meltdown, but was surprised when I yelled, and realized she might have messed up beyond repair to get that reaction from me. We continued to cry for a long time, and she asked if I wanted to feel the baby. Of course I said yes, and we cried even more. It turned out to be a great evening. I made us dinner and we laughed about how I was so stressed I went to Reddit for advice. She wanted to read the post and cried again when she did. I reassured her we could move past this and she said she felt less horrible as she read some of the comments from women in her shoes. It was a bit awkward the first week, after so many months of tension. I knew things were turning around when she woke me up by whispering baby wants blueberry pancakes that Saturday. I don't think I've ever prepared pancakes so fast, I couldn't keep the smile off my face. We ended up going to a pool party a few days later, and she let me choose her swimsuit, a big deal for someone who only wore baggy clothes around me. We took family pictures, and the universe is clearly on my side because on the way home she asked me to feel her belly and our baby was hiccuping, something I had never felt before and it was the first we could share together. She has even let me help her when she is sick without making an excuse about Leah. I've learned that when she comes and puts her back to me and lifts her arm, that is my cue to lift her belly up. I now spend a lot of time rubbing and talking to her belly, and rubbing her feet, legs, back, shoulders, hips, haha, she is sore everywhere at this point. The first 500 times it made me cry. It has been such a relief to be involved. I never thought being tasked with acquiring the most random food items at 2 a.m. would be a great time for me, but it is. It still sucks that I missed out on a lot. I think it sucks for her too. She gets emotional and says a weight has been lifted off of her and things are so much easier, and she is upset that she didn't talk to me sooner. I have been working to fix some of my wife's guilt. I realized there were a lot of simple fixes. For example, I was able to go to my local bike shop and get a pull behind the trailer. Now, I pull her in that and she can use a small fan and ice packs, and Leah can ride her bike. I have taken off work so I can spend more time with them both. We are all in therapy and thankfully Leah's therapist is continuing to say she is securely attached to both of us, enjoys the time we spend together, is coping very well. Some of her behavior was due to another situation, which we have resolved, and she is excited to be a big sister. My wife was terrified that maybe she could sense her attitude shift, but her therapist says that she only has one complaint about my wife, that she forgot her candy one time and then it took 32 whole minutes for the store to deliver it. My wife is in therapy working to overcome the negative feelings she has. That is pretty much where we are now. We are getting very close to baby time and working hard to finish preparing. My wife still needs reassurance. There are a lot of times she brings up my ex and I've found bringing up our first helps. For example, she will ask about certain things and how it was for me. I'll say I don't want to talk about that, and steer the conversation to us. Do you remember our first house? First vacation? First kiss? Date? Remember that time blah blah? It made me fall more in love with you. Do you remember when you and Leah made me blah? That is still one of my prized possessions. It upsets me that my wife suffered for so long. I believe saying it out loud took a lot of power away from her feelings. I think most people know how badly it feels when you have thoughts that don't feel like your own when you're going through a mentally taxing time. I really should have stood up for our relationship and her mental health way sooner. I accepted her brushing me off for far too long when I should have realized she needed help. I appreciate everyone who reached out or offered advice. I posted this in detail with my wife's permission. She hopes that it helps someone out there struggling with the same feelings she felt. TLDR. My wife was facing insecurity and some mental health issues and did not feel she could reach out to me as they involved my bio daughter. Thankfully, Elle received great advice from my FIL and you all, and we spoke about it and worked it out. After some awkward times, things are somewhat back to normal and I'm able to be involved in my wife's pregnancy. Everyone, including Leah, is doing well and excited for the baby to arrive. Relevant comment. Commenter. I wonder, how is your wife moving forward regarding her friend? It seems she didn't even consider having these insecurities before she had a snake in her ear. OP, we have disinvited this friend from our home. It's hard to cut her out as she is part of my wife's larger friend group. My wife was unsure as this friend has gone through some hard things lately. However, recently my wife hosted a girls' night and her friends were arriving as I was leaving. I told her she looked beautiful and wished them a good time. When I arrived back, my wife told me this friend said in front of the whole group that I may be saying kind things to her now, but after some changes after birth I won't describe here, I will be after her. My wife said that was an unkind and untrue thing to say, and she said it was a joke. I made it very clear to my wife that I did not want her around, as we are in an emotionally vulnerable time and this person clearly does not wish us well, and she agreed. Now to the next story 5. I had a baby as a result of an affair and now his wife is reaching out to me. I'm so stupid. I, female 26, had an affair with a married man, male 42 a few years ago. I had no clue he was married when we first met and hooked up. I obviously looked him up on social media and while he did have photos of his kids on there was absolutely no mention or photos of a wife at all. I found out that he was married about a month after we first got together, but he told me it was just a marriage on paper and that they basically lived separate lives and agreed to remain married for practical purposes until the kids were older. They owned a business, which she really ran and he was just financially involved in. I knew at the time that I probably shouldn't believe him, but I convinced myself it was true. I was in my early 20s and so attracted to him and I guess almost infatuated with him. He made me feel so good. I know now that I should have ended it immediately, but I didn't realize what I was getting myself into. I was addicted to all of the attention he gave me, the great sex, the places he'd take me. I felt special. I was so naive. I got pregnant about a year into seeing him. I had always been so careful with preventing pregnancy, but during my relationship with him I took stupid risks. I was so high in lust with this guy, it's embarrassing. The things he'd asked me to do, I'd say yes to almost anything, even when I knew it was a bad idea. I was in love with him, or I thought I was. I hadn't intentionally wanted to get pregnant. I would of course dream about being his wife and having a family, but I knew that wouldn't be a possibility while he had this arrangement with his actual wife. I didn't get pregnant on purpose with any intention of him leaving her for me, even if I wished that we could be a real, normal couple. I was surprised by how excited I was to be pregnant with his baby. I wanted that baby once I found out I was pregnant. The thought of carrying this baby of the man I loved was so special to me, but I knew he probably wouldn't feel the same. I told him I was pregnant and he told me I couldn't keep the baby. I expected his reaction, but I was devastated and it hurt me to my core that he didn't feel the same way I did. He offered to pay, to make a whole weekend of it somewhere exciting, what the F, and to buy me something special if I'd just please get rid of the baby. He explained that he didn't want any more kids and that he couldn't openly be a father to another kid when he and his wife were still pretending to be happily married to the outside world. I agreed to do what he wanted and we made plans for him to pick me up and find somewhere out of town to go get it done. I was all packed the night he was going to pick me up, but I started to feel really scared and really unsafe about the whole thing. I took my bag and checked myself into a hotel to hide because I couldn't go with him. I texted him to say I promised to never contact him again and to never name him as the father or go after child support if he'd promised to leave me alone. At first he tried to sweet talk me into doing what he wanted. When I didn't cave in, he said some very nasty things to me and that I essentially better never contact him again or show up at his door. I have a 2-year-old now. At times, it's been difficult, but overall we are thriving as best we can. I have kept my word about not naming him as the father or requesting child support. His wife contacted me on social media. Well, she's his ex-wife now. She wants to talk to me. She found out about me and told me that she divorced him 6 months ago. She wants her children to know their siblings and for my child to know his siblings. That's weird to me. I haven't responded back to her yet. I am unsure about how to approach this. How do I respond to this? I wonder if I'm being selfish by not exploring an option for my child to know his siblings, if she's being genuine about that. If I was married and my husband fathered a child outside of our marriage, I don't think I'd feel the same that she does. Relevant comments. Comment 1: I didn't know he was married when we first got together. I acknowledge that I should have ended the relationship as soon as I found out he was married. I allowed myself to believe what he told me, which made it seem not so bad. Like this was some sort of agreement he and his wife had. Emotionally, I was already hooked. I'm not making excuses. I wouldn't say I was happy to bring a baby into this situation. There was a huge mix of emotions. I felt like I was in love with him, so there was a part of me that was excited at first. That feeling soon died, but I still felt that I loved my baby still. I tried to do the best thing that I could, which was to remove myself from his life and his family's life. I just wanted to be able to keep my baby and love my baby. I did not get pregnant on purpose. I wasn't on birth control. I had been on birth control when I was slightly younger and had life-threatening health complications as a result. He knew I wasn't on birth control. He loved unprotected sex. I was stupid and I agreed to do it. I would do almost anything he asked sexually. I tried to track my cycle and would tell him when it was probably not a safe time to do it. His wife isn't really what I'm afraid of. Whatever she'd want to say to me is probably deserved anyway, and more. Comment 2. He found out about the pregnancy before I ghosted him. And upon finding out I was pregnant with his child, there was absolutely no real discussion about what we were going to do. We were going to do what he wanted to do and he had it all planned out. He threatened me, by text and by phone calls and voicemails, when I told him I was not going to go with him on this abortion vacation he had planned. I begged him to please not force me to do that and he turned mean. I offered to never contact him again if he'd just let me go. After threatening me again, about what he'd do if I didn't keep my word, he agreed. He has kept his side of the bargain and has never contacted me. Comment 3. I've been assuming that she found out about me on her own, maybe saw something on his phone or computer and has probably known for a while before reaching out to me, if it's actually her. I get what some people are saying about siblings and such, but that man is not my child's dad. He is the dad of his older kids but he's not the dad of my kid. I'm still young and I hope to have more children one day, and those children would be my son's siblings. I hope to find a man who loves me and my son and with whom I can have a legitimate relationship. I haven't been with another man since I ended things with this guy. I actually just went on 2 dates for the first time very recently. I'm not desperate to find a man right now, but I hope to find real love one day. Those people are not my son's family. He's 2 and they're old enough to drive. So I don't think they're missing out on any sort of important relationship right now. I understand wanting to know your bio family, and I feel he can decide that later on when he's old enough to have a day. Depending on where we are in our lives at the time, he might not feel a need to know those people. I don't plan to lie to my son about his conception, but I don't think we need to involve ourselves with the man's ex-wife and teenage children at this time. Update 1. I made a post 3 weeks ago and things have only gotten stranger. I had an affair with a married man a few years ago. I regret it and I will never do anything like that ever again. I knew it was wrong from the very beginning, but he captivated me. I was naive. I allowed myself to believe when he told me they were pretty much just married on paper for the sake of their kids. I got pregnant and while he tried to talk me into getting an abortion, I ultimately decided to keep the baby. I have a 2-year-old little boy now. I promised this man that I wouldn't expose our affair and I wouldn't formally identify him as the father or request child support. I did that because he was becoming very nasty about the whole thing and I felt like due to the mess that I had created and the way I felt by the end of it, a clean break with no involvement with him would be the best thing for everyone. I moved back to where my family is, hundreds of miles from where he and his family live. About a month ago, his ex-wife reached out to me via social media, claiming they had been divorced for 6 months and that she wanted our children to be able to know each other. Now their kids are teenagers, so I didn't really think they'd want anything to do with the toddler and the woman their father was having an affair with. It seemed odd to me. After posting here, I sort of decided that I wouldn't respond to her. I'd just ignore it. She just sent me one message, so it wasn't as if she was badgering me about talking to me or meeting me. On Friday night, I decided to message her. I don't really know why. I think it was really just for my sake so I could have the chance to apologize to her. I told her that I would be more comfortable speaking with her face to face since I couldn't trust that it was really her. She said she understood. I was too nervous to meet her in person, but we did a video chat. I didn't know what to expect, if this was all a ploy just to unleash her fury on me or what. I mean, I deserve that. She wouldn't be wrong to feel that way. It was really her. She told me she discovered our affair when she found communications between the two of us, after our relationship had ended. She told me I'm one of many women he had affairs with over the years and she knew about somebody even before he met me, but she didn't divorce him at the time. Finding out about my child was the final straw for her. I told her I was sorry for my relationship with her husband and admitted that I knew he was married. She graciously told me she forgives me and that while she harbored a lot of anger towards me initially, she ultimately blames her husband. I'm not blameless, but she chooses to not hate me, essentially. She said she couldn't have said this 6 months ago or a year ago when she first found out about me, but she has moved past that. She still has anger toward him, in addition to many other emotions surrounding him. She started pouring out her heart to me about their 20-plus year marriage and life together, and it was very awkward because what do I even say? Her kids know about me and my son. She says they're very mad at their father. Somehow I don't think they're mad about the fact that he's not involved with my son's life. And why would they be mad about that? I would hate myself if I were them. I told her that with my son being so little right now, I don't really feel comfortable with him meeting her kids or being involved with their family. I feel unsure about it and it's just not something I feel needs to happen right now. Then she told me her ex-husband was in a bad accident 2 months ago. He's fine now, still not allowed to return to all his normal activities just yet, but will be fine. He is probably the most physically active person I've ever met, barely ever seems to sit down. So he must be terribly annoying to be around if he's not allowed to go all the time. She told me he wants to meet my son. Apparently she moved back in with him temporarily when he first came home from the hospital. She said the accident really shook him up and he has been expressing a lot of regret about my son, not being involved, not providing for him. So now it's like, was everything she said just a lie and he somehow got her to reach out to me on his behalf? And she actually did it? It felt almost like a relief talking to her initially, but then it's like, was any of that true or you were just trying to be his messenger? I don't even know if that part is true now. Why wouldn't he just contact me himself? I'm just feeling so uneasy about the whole thing now. Relevant comments. Comment 1: I don't believe I have to involve his teenage children in my son's life. Maybe when my son is old enough to decide if he wants that. He is not named on the birth certificate and I do not receive child support from him. I have asked nothing of him, except to let me move away and not try to force me to have an abortion. I basically had to promise him to not contact him, not make him as the father, not request child support. If he truly wants involvement with my son, he can reach out to me directly and he can take the legal route to establish himself as our son's father. Comment 2. He did not legally sever his rights. He never established rights in the first place. He has no rights until he goes to court and establishes himself as the father. He is welcome to do that. Honestly, I wish my son did have a father who was involved in his life and loved him. Yes, this guy has faults, but he has plenty of positive qualities. He is really involved with his older children. I met them many times because they'd be at work with him or he'd have to drop by the office on his way to take them somewhere. He was always doing things with them. They seemed like good kids who really loved their dad. I wish my son could have that experience too. I didn't think it was an option based on how he behaved when I was pregnant. He wasn't interested and wanted me and our baby to go away. That's what I did, and I accepted it. Comment 3. He is not legally my son's father at this time. This means that currently he has no legal parental rights or responsibilities regarding my son. I cannot stop him from taking the legal steps to establish paternity if he wishes to do so. He will always be my son's biological father. I can't change that fact. Regardless of whether or not he ever legally establishes paternity, my son will likely be curious about his biological father, and who knows, maybe they will establish a relationship one day regardless of legal paternity. There is no way to say if I will meet a man who may want to adopt my son one day, thus becoming his legal father. It's something that I think would be nice, but nothing that I'm intent on doing. By choice, I've only been on 2 dates since my son was born, and that was only within the year 2024. I realize that it will not be as simple as signing a piece of paper. Update 2. I posted about this a few months ago. To summarize very quickly, when I was fresh out of college, I had an affair with a married man and father. I became pregnant. He wanted me to get an abortion. He had arranged to take me away on a vacation to get an abortion. I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do, but I agreed to go along with what we wanted. At the last minute, when he was on his way to come pick me up, I told him I couldn't go through with the abortion. I just really didn't feel comfortable about his plan and how he was orchestrating everything. It scared me. I realized at that time how deep I had gone with this mistake, how screwed up the whole relationship was. He was really mad. He threatened me, said a lot of nasty things to me. I told him if he just left me alone and let me have my baby, then I'd leave him alone and wouldn't name him as the father or seek child support. I moved back home. I was living in a different state when I met him. I kept my word and I didn't name him as the father or seek to establish paternity. I have never sought child support. My child is 2 now. A few months ago his wife contacted me via social media. At first she made it seem like she wanted my child to have the opportunity to know his siblings. It was sort of weird since the siblings are teenagers. She said she had divorced him 6 months prior. I agreed to talk to her virtually, not in person. I felt that I owed it to her to apologize for what I had done. I do feel bad about it. But at the end of the conversation I told her that I didn't feel it was the appropriate time to connect my son with her kids. He's a toddler and in their teens, plus I had promised her husband to stay out of his life. That's when she told me that he was recently in a bad accident and she had been helping to take care of him. Supposedly he was going to be fine and was fairly recovered at that point, but she said he had expressed interest to meet our child. So she was basically his messenger. I have not been in contact with her since then. I deleted my social media. I don't know why, but the whole thing just really made me uncomfortable. Since I last posted here. Then I received a handwritten letter from him. In it, he expressed how he wanted to get to know our son, he wants to be a father to our son, he wants to provide financially for him, he'd like us to come visit him. He asked me to sign a paternity affidavit. I refused to do so. I know he is my son's father, but I'm not going to make this that easy for him. After the things he said to me and threatened me with, he at least has to work for this. At that point, my parents felt that we needed to meet with a lawyer. All communication from me has gone through a lawyer. I have never responded to him personally, directly. Now I have a court order for paternity. I have to present my son to have a specimen taken tomorrow. I already know what it's going to say. It's not that I don't want my son to have a dad in his life. It's just, the whole situation is a mess. And he lives a few states away from me. I don't know what to do. I can't really do anything. He's doing things legally. Next, I'm sure he'll petition for some form of custody or visitation. He's not married anymore, supposedly, but he's a lot more established than I am. He has considerably more financial resources. I also know he has all sorts of connections where he lives. Luckily, they don't hold as much weight here in my state, but it's still so scary to me. I'm a bad mom. I brought my son into this world knowing it was a messy situation. I just got so comfortable with it just being the 2 of us, and now I don't want to give that up. Relevant comments OP on if the father would be moving closer to her and her son now that he's divorced from his ex-wife. OP answer, to touch on just a few things. I don't think he'll move away from where he lives. He has way too much established there. He's in his early 40s. I don't know how this supposed accident, if that even really happened, has affected him, but he was incredibly physically active when I knew him. He only slept like 4 hours a night, took a 20-minute power nap daily, and rarely ever sat down. He was also highly involved in his children's lives. I'd even say overprotective, like a helicopter dad instead of the typical helicopter mom. Careless_welder_4048, how did he have time to cheat? OP answer, he only slept a few hours a night and moved at about 1,000,000 miles a minute. Everyone joked about it. Somehow he always had time to get up at 5 a.m., go surfing, do some work, take his kids to school, do some work, take his power nap, get coffee, pick his kids up after school and take them wakeboarding or some other sort of thing like that, do some more work, be at his kids' basketball game and so on and so forth. He literally never ever stopped. I was just another thing to help fill out his calendar to prevent him from getting bored. OP on the father's relationship with his ex-wife and their children. OP answer. I also don't think he and his wife had much of a relationship, Although it wasn't quite as he described it to me. They lived in the same house, but I believe they lived pretty separate lives. He bought her a business to give her something to do and keep her busy. She was there most of the time. They didn't even go to their kids' activities together. He was always the one going. So I think that freed up time too. I don't think they liked being around each other, so she was happy to have him out of the house. She admitted to me that I wasn't the first affair he had, and she knew about most of the time we were together. Another update on how stupid I am, or I had a baby as a result of an affair and now his wife is reaching out to me. I won't rehash the whole thing here. My previous posts are on my profile. I got pregnant from an affair with a married guy. He wanted me to have an abortion. I decided I didn't want one. He turned mean. I promised to not name him as the father, legally, or to pursue any sort of child support. I moved away from where he and his family were located. I'm about 12 hours away from him now, back where my family is from. I haven't reached out to him in over 3 years since. His ex-wife reached out to me out of the blue via social media, initially claiming she wanted to connect with me so that our kids could know each other. When I politely declined for the time being, as her kids are teenagers and my son is a toddler and we live states apart, she revealed she was really reaching out on behalf of her ex-husband, who had supposedly had a change of heart about being involved in our child's life after nearly dying in an accident. I did not engage with her any further after that. It all made me feel very uncomfortable. Later, I received a letter from him in the mail. He asked to be involved with our son, to provide for him, etc. It still felt weird. I mean, he turned really mean and didn't want anything to do with me or our baby and hadn't made any attempt to contact me in years, and I was not hiding. His wife was obviously able to find me on social media, and you can find my address online. I felt like if he was serious, he'd take the steps to establish paternity legally. And that's what he did. Around 1.5 months ago, we were ordered to submit DNA samples for a paternity test. It took around 5 weeks to find out what I already knew it'd say. But now things are stalled for another several weeks for the next step in the court process. I haven't talked to him at all during this whole thing. I didn't respond directly to his letter. I do have a lawyer and everything is basically going through him now. Then without any warning, he just showed up at my home last weekend. Just knocked on the door like it was nothing. Basically, this is his son and he doesn't want to wait another 6 weeks for the court to inevitably order us into some sort of custody mediation anyway. His words: "Why can't I just talk to him?" I told him he made me uncomfortable, and him just showing up at my house really made me uncomfortable. Honestly, I don't know what made me so uncomfortable. The fact that he showed up unannounced like that, or the fact that I instantly felt the same attraction to him that I had when I was with him, and I didn't want to feel that at all. In some weird way, part of me felt happy to see him, and then another part of me was disgusted that I was happy. He said he doesn't understand why we can't just talk about this. He's not trying to take my son away from me. He just wants to be involved in his life and to help provide for him like he should have been all along. He's sorry he wasn't there when he was born. He's sorry he reacted the way that he did when I didn't go along with his plans to take me on an abortion vacation. Why can't I believe that he just wants to be a dad to his kid? I guess I agree with him. Why can't I just accept that he has had a change of heart? I can't trust myself. I can't trust my own judgment. I feel like if I easily let him into my son's life, I'm going to end up regretting it and be made a fool of somehow. I've already made so many mistakes when it comes to him. He says it's stupid of me to not try to work it out amongst ourselves first. I'm giving so much control to the court. I don't know whether to believe that or to think it's just his way of convincing me to do what he wants. I know he will get some sort of visitation and eventual custody. Maybe it would be better if we try to come to an agreement, but he had the ability to sway me so easily. I'm so stupid when it comes to him. Nobody else has ever made me feel so foolish in my life. I want my son to have a dad. I admit it's probably selfish of me to want to keep him away. I just keep imagining having to spend weeks or months apart from my child while he's living with his dad 12 hours away, and I can't stand the thought of it. I'm just feeling sad, stupid, and defeated. Relevant comments. OP on if the father is actually divorced from his wife. OP answer: I checked the county records and they did actually get divorced. Mammoth_Might 8171. At this point, you need to trust your lawyer. Hopefully he is a good one. Make sure that your lawyer has all the facts, including how poorly he treated you when he found out you were pregnant. Do not communicate any more with your ex, especially since you know that you're incapable of making good decisions when he is involved. You may need to prepare yourself mentally that your ex is eventually going to play a role in your kid's life, as much as that sucks. Hopefully you can go after him for back child support. OP answer: My lawyer has any and all information that I possibly had to share. I am already preparing myself that he will likely have a role in my child's life. I mean, the change will be difficult for me and I honestly don't want anything to change. But I'm trying to focus on any shred of positive outcome this could have for my son. He deserves a dad. I wish it wasn't in this situation. I wish I had given him 2 loving parents in a stable relationship, the ideal. I wish I had at least given him a father who didn't live states away. I feel bad that my son has 2 lying cheaters for parents. I truly do feel so embarrassed about our behavior in a new way I did before, ever since my son was born. Other than that whole thing and the fact that he's apparently had affairs with multiple women according to his ex-wife, he actually seems like a good dad to his teenage kids. He was always very involved with them. I guess I'm just trying to cling to whatever positive things I can think of. He can also provide a lot more financially than I currently can. That's scary for me because I'm already turning it into some sort of competition between us in my head. Several points for him, none for me. Plus my son is also very shy. He doesn't do well if me or one of my parents isn't there with him. I'm just now getting him involved in more activities with other kids and safe, trusted adults, but he still just clings to me. My heart breaks when I think of him meeting a strange man he doesn't know and me not being there. I want to be there. Plus I think that's how things normally go for him, and to be perfectly honest that's how I used to be for him too. Just go along with what he wants. He was obviously expecting me when he showed up in person. He genuinely seemed surprised I didn't cave into his request right on the spot. The previous version of me probably would have. OP on how the father managed to find her address. OP answer. He sent me a letter in the mail previously. I googled myself and my address came up easily. Admittedly, I made no effort to hide myself after moving away. I didn't think I needed to. He had no interest in being involved with our baby and I promised to never contact him again. So I thought that was the end of it. His ex-wife told me he was in a bad accident when I talked to her. It's not too surprising based on his hobbies. He lives at like 200 miles per minute. According to her, she had to move back into their house to take care of him while he recovered. When he showed up here, he didn't look like somebody who had been in a life-threatening accident not too terribly long ago. He told me he's fully recovered and although he'll probably have back issues the rest of his life he's perfectly fine. OP on having a visitation plan with the father for her son. OP answer. My lawyer says that other than creating a graduated visitation plan based on the fact that my son doesn't know this man, the fact that he hasn't been involved in his child's life for the last 3 years won't mean much to the court. Their ultimate goal is for a child to have 2 parents. I screwed myself over by not naming him as the father at birth or trying to establish paternity in any way. Had I done that and he fought it, neglected to pay court-ordered child support, etc., then we could have a better case as far as abandonment goes. He is putting in the effort to establish paternity now, is willing to pay child support, so he says, and is presumably going to tell the court he wants to see his kid and this is going to reflect positively for him, despite not being involved for 3 years. New update. Since everyone got mad at me for posting a recap of my situation in my previous posts, I won't even go there. If you're interested in the backstory, you can read my previous posts. All I will say is that I have a 3-year-old son who was conceived in an affair I had with a married man. After initially making me promise to not contact him, to not name him as the father, and to not request child support, my child's father has been pursuing involvement in our son's life over the last several months. He lives states away and most recently he showed up at my house to try to convince me to work things out directly with him. Since the last time I posted, we've recently had a mediation session and he's met our son twice. At this time, he will have supervised visitation, with me present. Because he lives states away, he is required to come here to see our son. It will not be on a weekly basis due to the travel. He will see him during 2 weeks of the month, 2 times each week, for a total of 4 visits a month plus 2 video calls a month. This will last for 6 months. The next step will be for him to continue that schedule, but to have unsupervised visitation during which he cannot remove him from the area, for another 6 months. After a year, we agreed to have another mediation session to determine next steps, with the goal, his goal, of being able to have my son at his home for short overnights. I'm not even ready to discuss that. He's already suggesting I can come for the first few times. I don't like the sound of it at all. We also have the option to request another mediation before 1 year and something tells me he's going to pull that. I also have an order for child support. While he is in agreement with paying child support, it will have to work through the court system before becoming official and for me to start getting the regular payment. He wrote me a large check in the meantime. I was hesitant to accept it. Not that I don't think my son deserves it, but now I'm just always worried I'll say or do the wrong thing legally, completely unknowingly, and shoot myself in the foot. Like, am I obligating myself and my son to anything by accepting this check? Can he somehow spin this against me? Of course he was not in favor of the 6-month plan, and while he does understand that my son should not just go off with a stranger upon first meeting him, he wishes we could speed it along a little more, but 6 months was what we were able to agree on. He wanted to fly us both to where he lived so he could spend a week or two getting to know our son, but I don't feel that's appropriate at this time. Perhaps in a few months, or around the holidays, depending on how things are going. It would be too much too soon. The initial 2 meetings went pretty much just as I thought they would. My son is extremely shy. He wanted to hide behind me most of the time. Then when he would venture out from behind me, as soon as his dad would say anything to him, he would scurry back behind me and just stare at his dad blankly without saying anything. He came out of his shell a little bit, however he has still not said a single word to his dad. He just pretends like his dad isn't there and only talks to me. I will say that his dad is being patient and understanding as far as that goes. If he's frustrated, he's not showing it. He did suggest that maybe our son needs to get out more, go to daycare more of even preschool instead of spending so much time with me and my parents. He's very delighted with how much our son looks like him and how much he favors him over me. The one thing that did bother me is that I already told him I wanted to be very careful and mindful of how we informed our son, this little barely 3-year-old boy, that this man complete stranger is his dad. He said sure, yeah. Then at the first meeting he introduced himself as dad. Since then I've been trying to help my son understand. Like, you know how your grandpa is my daddy, this guy is your daddy. It's so surreal to me that any of this is happening. I feel like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm waiting for something to blow up in my face. Now it's just working on accepting our new reality. All of this change is hard and confusing for my son, and it's hard for me. Unless he really fucks up, I'm looking at eventually shared times with my son, spending school breaks and holidays at his dad's house, hours and hours away in another state. It won't happen tomorrow, but it will happen in the most likely reality. I just hope he stays committed. If he can be a good dad to my child, then my child deserves that, no matter how sad sharing him makes me. If he breaks my son's heart, that'll be another story, and I won't accept that so readily. Relevant comments. OP on the times when her son has to go visit his father and what the courts are deciding on. OP answer, they haven't ordered him to visit his father in his state, but eventually, that will probably happen. Talking elementary school age. Worldly promise 675. I hope it all works out as well as it can given the circumstances. Your son and his well-being is definitely top priority. The baby daddy seems really pushy and doesn't like boundaries, so it does not seem he's changed much. OP answer, he's used to getting his way. I'm doing my best to not just roll over but also learn to compromise. Imalela, are you concerned that he may also try to push the idea of reconciling romantically? It sounds like you are focused on your son and he's focused on getting his way. OP answer, I don't know. He hasn't really given me that impression. He's given me compliments. He's tried reminding me of some of the good times we had together. But I see that as all part of his schmoozing to just get me to do what he wants, not to get back together with me. OP on getting a therapist for her son. OP answer, yes, I'm working on finding a therapist for him. I realize I should have started that process before this all went into action.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. Getting over an old breakup with girlfriend has princess syndrome, and now I am married and happily supporting my wife's hobbies. My relationship with my girlfriend began as a friendship during our college years, a period marked by shared classes and mutual friends, though it never ventured beyond casual chats and group hangouts. It was only after she had thrown her graduation cap into the air that our connection took a turn towards something more profound. As the familiarity of our academic surroundings faded, our personal bond found new ground to flourish on. Over the past 5 months, what started as a gentle rekindling of acquaintance has blossomed into a deep and comfortable romance. We've discovered joy in each other's company, finding comfort in shared silences just as much as in our conversations. Our love has the easy rhythm of a long familiar song, yet every day brings a new verse, a little surprise that deepens our connection. From the outset, what set her apart was her distinctive sense of style. She dresses in a way that can best be described as princess fairytale-like, with long frilly skirts and lace blouses dominating her wardrobe. This isn't just an occasional flourish for special occasions. This is her daily attire, except at her workplace. With her striking looks, she carries this style with an effortless grace, and initially, I found it utterly charming. However, as our relationship has progressed, I've become increasingly aware of how much time and effort she dedicates to maintaining this unique aesthetic. She doesn't just wear these clothes, she lives and breathes this style. She runs a popular blog dedicated to her fashion sensibilities, which garners a significant following. Daily, she's engaged in posting photos, managing links to similar clothing items, and even creating pieces for her Etsy store. Her day often involves hours of sewing and preparing content for her blog. Our outings together often turn into public spectacles. It's not uncommon for people to stare openly, and some even go as far as to take photos of her, thinking they've spotted a character stepped out from a storybook. This level of attention has started to make me feel uncomfortable. I once suggested that perhaps she could tone down her outfits a bit, especially when we are together. In response, she merely opted to leave out accessories like hairpieces, but her overall style remained unchanged. I love her deeply and appreciate her for who she is, but I've also expressed my concerns about how her style might affect the way others perceive her. Her intelligence and kindness are qualities I admire immensely, and I worry these might be overshadowed by her dramatic attire. Despite these talks, she seems to dismiss my concerns, perhaps thinking I'm asking her to change who she is. Her new job, which I hoped might encourage a more conventional style, actually did the opposite. Her boss and colleagues have been incredibly supportive of her unique fashion sense. When my girlfriend landed her new job, I harbored a quiet hope that the professional environment might nudge her towards a more conventional style of dress. Perhaps, I thought, the demands and decorum of the workplace would gently steer her away from her fairy tale-inspired wardrobe to something a bit more mainstream. However, the reality turned out to be quite the opposite. Rather than conforming to the typical office attire, her unique style was met with enthusiasm and encouragement from her new colleagues and boss. Far from being seen as out of place, her distinctive dresses and accessories became a point of fascination and admiration within the office. Her boss, a dynamic woman known for encouraging creativity, praised her for her authenticity and the personal flair she brought to the team. Her colleagues, too, often expressed their delight in seeing her daily outfit choices, which they viewed as a breath of fresh air in the sometimes staid office environment. This acceptance and support not only boosted her confidence but also affirmed her belief in personal expression through fashion. It became clear that her style was more than just clothing, it was a fundamental part of her identity that resonated with those around her. The workplace, which I had assumed would demand conformity, instead became a space where her creativity and uniqueness were celebrated, enhancing her sense of belonging and fulfillment at work. This unexpected outcome reminded me of the importance of embracing individuality. It reinforced the idea that personal style and professional success are not mutually exclusive but can indeed enhance one another in a supportive environment. However, navigating this aspect of our relationship has been challenging. I want to be supportive and celebrate her individuality, but I also feel a need to discuss the potential long-term impacts of her choices without coming across as critical or unsupportive. It's a delicate balance, finding a way to communicate my feelings effectively without undermining her expression of self. I'm still figuring out how best to approach this conversation, hoping to find a way that respects both her style and my concerns. How can I talk to her about dressing more appropriately without hurting her feelings? Update 1. I didn't plan on updating, but things changed. I've had a lot to process and reckon with, emotionally and personally. I'd been grappling with my thoughts about how to approach my girlfriend about her dressing style, intending to strike a balance between supporting her uniqueness and feeling more at ease in public together. However, life threw a curveball before I could broach the subject. Last week, out of the blue, she called me after work, asking if she could stop by my place. I agreed, thinking perhaps we could enjoy a relaxed evening and maybe even discuss my thoughts over dinner. But the moment she arrived, I sensed something was off. She declined my offer to cook dinner, saying instead that we needed to have a serious conversation. Half jokingly, I asked if she was breaking up with me, and the look of guilt that flashed across her face said it all before she even spoke. She explained that she felt we were at different stages in our lives, wanting different things for our futures. During that conversation, she sat across from me at our favorite little cafe, the one with the quirky art on the walls and the mismatched chairs that somehow added charm to our usual meetups. As she spoke, her voice was calm, almost rehearsed, as if she had gone over this speech multiple times in her head before actually voicing it out loud. I sat there, mostly in silence, nodding occasionally, trying to process the weight of her words. It felt surreal, this stark contrast between the lively ambiance of the cafe and the somber mood at our table. She talked about how she envisioned her future, filled with aspirations and plans that didn't seem to include me. It wasn't about fault or blame, it was just a realization that our paths, once so aligned, were now diverging. I remember watching her, the way her hands moved animatedly as she explained her need for change, how important it was for her to follow her dreams, which now required her to move to a new city. The realization that we were breaking up sank in slowly, like a stone gradually making its way to the bottom of a lake. It was my first time being on the receiving end of a breakup. Until then, I'd somehow managed to avoid this particular kind of heartache. I had always heard that breakups were tough, but experiencing it firsthand was a different ordeal altogether. We parted ways that day with a promise to remain friends, a hopeful note and a melody that had turned melancholic. But as I walked away, the emptiness of the promise hung heavy in the air. The suddenness of it all left me reeling. One moment we were planning weekend getaways, and the next, we were saying goodbye. The following days were a blur of emotions, moments of rational understanding interspersed with pangs of loss. It's been rough, to say the least. The loneliness feels more acute at night, and there are moments when I catch myself reaching out to text her about something funny or interesting before reality hits me again. I've been trying to keep busy, to fill the void with hobbies and meetups with friends. But the adjustment is a work in progress, a journey of relearning how to be just me again, without the us that had become so integral to my identity. The breakup, as gentle and as reasoned as it was, marked the end of a chapter. But the suddenness of it left me reeling. It was my first experience being on the receiving end of a breakup, and frankly, it's been rough. Therefore, amidst the turbulence of emotions, there's a burgeoning sense of personal growth, and understanding that sometimes, loving someone means letting them go. And so, as I forge ahead, there's a part of me that's thankful for the shared memories and hopeful for what the future holds. For both of us. Specifically with social media at play, navigating the fallout has been especially difficult. I noticed a surge of interactions on her profile as soon as her relationship status changed. All these alternative-looking guys have been liking her posts and commenting on her pictures. They've been liking her posts and leaving comments, and it stings to see. I know it's probably nothing serious. I don't think she's seeing these guys, but it still hurts. Each notification I saw felt like a small jab. While I know logically that social media interactions are often superficial and don't necessarily signify anything deeper, the speed and intensity of their engagement stung. It was hard not to feel replaced or overlooked, as though our past moments together could be quickly overshadowed by a few well-placed likes and comments. I tried to reassure myself with the situation. These guys were likely just friends and admirers from her blogging community who felt more at liberty to express themselves now that she was publicly single. Yet knowing this didn't alleviate the discomfort. Watching this unfold felt like observing a part of her life where I no longer had a place or say. It was a clear, if unintended, signal that our chapter had closed, and new ones were beginning for her, ones in which I had no role. This surge in online interactions highlighted how different our worlds were, despite the time we shared. Her world, vibrant and constantly on display, contrasts sharply with my more reserved private nature. It's a difference that perhaps I hadn't fully appreciated, until seeing the ease with which her community rallied around her newfound singleness. The rational part of me knows that this shouldn't be taken to heart. That social media is just a facade and doesn't always reflect the complexities of real life. It serves as a constant reminder of what was, and what has now changed. As I continue to grapple with these feelings, I find myself needing to step back from online spaces at times to protect my emotional well-being, reminding myself to focus on personal healing rather than lingering over what appears on a screen. Amidst dealing with my feelings, a friend of mine has been trying to cheer me up and even suggested setting me up on a date. He thinks it might help me move on, introduce a bit of normalcy, or at least distraction. But I'm broken. Part of me thinks it could be a good distraction, yet another part feels unready to step into the dating world again so soon. It feels like I'd just be going through the motions, not really present or fair to the person I'd be meeting. This whole situation has made me more introspective about what I need right now. Perhaps I should focus on healing and redefining my own goals before jumping back into dating. It's a confusing time, trying to discern between moving on and giving myself the space to recover from a relationship that I wasn't ready to end. As for my friend's suggestion, I appreciate his intentions, but I think I might need a little more time to just be on my own, reflect on my past relationship, and rebuild my emotional resilience. Update 2. Stumbling upon an old email account can feel like opening a time capsule. That's exactly what happened to me recently. I hadn't accessed this particular email in nearly a decade, and I was genuinely surprised that I could still log in. But what caught me off guard even more were the comments that awaited me, reminders of a life in the past, including notes from friends and, more poignantly, traces of an old breakup that had once seemed like the end of the world. It's a bit surreal, and admittedly somewhat embarrassing, to revisit those moments now. The breakup that dominated my thoughts and feelings back then feels like a distant echo today. At the time, being dumped was a major blow to my ego and emotions. Looking back, it's clear that our relationship wasn't destined to last, and my reaction was more about the sting of rejection than the actual loss of what we had. Fast forward to today. I'm 33 years old, and life has taken a beautifully different turn. I'm married to an incredible woman who is 31, and we've been building our lives together for the past 4 years. From her, I've learned valuable lessons about the importance of genuinely supporting each other's passions. She has a deep love for running and baking, activities that bring her joy and fulfillment, which I wholeheartedly encourage. We also have a delightful daughter who's about to turn 3. Raising her has expanded my understanding of freedom and expression. I am committed to ensuring my daughter grows up knowing she can explore her interests safely and without restraint. I want her to be free to express herself however she likes, as long as it is safe. I would do anything for my wife and daughter. Interestingly, I've maintained a distant but amicable connection with my ex via social media. We don't engage in conversations, but we keep up with each other's lives through occasional likes. She has since moved on and is happily married to another woman. They both embrace a unique dress style that's quite distinctive, though less intense than her previous fairy tale princess attire. Their photos, often set against the rustic backdrop of their farm, bring to mind scenes from Anne of Green Gables. It's heartwarming to see her looking so content and at peace in her current life. This journey from heartache to happiness has taught me a lot about myself and about relationships. My early 20s were marked by immaturity and a lack of understanding about what it means to be truly supportive. Experiencing that breakup, painful as it was, helped me grow and prepared me to be a better partner in my marriage. It underscored the importance of respecting and celebrating my partner's interests as integral parts of who they are. My objectives and viewpoints have changed dramatically now that I have a family of my own. The dramas that used to seem so overwhelming now look like stepping stones that helped me get to where I am now, which is a position of greater understanding and appreciation for the complexities of life. My true love is the easygoing pace of our family life, my wife's pastimes, and my daughter's future pursuits. In essence, rediscovering that old email account didn't just remind me of who I used to be, it highlighted how far I've come. It served as a reflection on personal growth and the beauty of moving forward, a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, and the endless capacity for change and happiness that we all possess. My jealousy towards my sister was compounded when my boyfriend admitted he finds her prettier than me. Growing up in our family was like living in two different worlds under the same roof. Our house, a modest 2-story home on the outskirts of a bustling city, was filled with the sounds of laughter, chatter, and the occasional sibling squabble. My parents, hardworking and loving, always did their best to provide for us. My father, an engineer, spent long hours at the office, while my mother, a nurse, often worked night shifts at the local hospital. Despite their busy schedules, they made time for family dinners, weekend outings, and holidays filled with warmth and joy. My name is Lily, and I am 24 years old. My sister Emma is 2 years older than me. From a young age, it was clear that Emma and I were different in many ways. Emma was the kind of child who turned heads wherever she went. With her tall, slender frame, cascading golden hair and striking blue eyes, she could easily have been a child model. Her beauty was undeniable and magnetic, drawing attention and admiration from everyone she encountered. Even as a toddler, people would stop my mother in the grocery store to comment on how beautiful Emma was. I, on the other hand, was often described as cute. I had a petite build, with curly brown hair that refused to be tamed and wide, hazel eyes. While Emma's beauty was the kind that commanded attention, mine was more subdued, often overlooked in the shadow of her radiance. I didn't mind at first. I loved Emma dearly and took pride in her beauty and charm. Emma was outgoing, confident, and charismatic. She made friends easily and was always the center of attention at school and social gatherings. Her laughter was infectious and her energy seemed boundless. Emma had a natural talent for making people feel special, and she thrived in social situations. I was more introverted and reserved. I enjoyed spending time with a close-knit group of friends and preferred quiet activities like reading, drawing, and exploring the outdoors. While Emma dazzled others with her charm, I found joy in the small, simple moments of life. I was content to observe and listen, often playing the role of the supportive sister who stood in the background, cheering Emma on from the sidelines. Despite our differences, Emma and I shared a close bond during our early childhood years. We would spend hours playing in the backyard, creating imaginary worlds and embarking on grand adventures. Emma was always the leader, inventing elaborate storylines and assigning roles, while I happily followed along, adding my own touches to our fantastical tales. Our parents did their best to treat us equally, showering us with love and support. However, as we grew older, the differences in how people perceived us became more pronounced. At family gatherings, relatives would gush over Emma's beauty, often overlooking me in their admiration. Teachers at school would comment on Emma's potential to become a model or actress, while my achievements in academics and art were noted but not celebrated with the same enthusiasm. One of my earliest memories of feeling overshadowed by Emma's beauty occurred when I was 6 years old. It was Emma's 8th birthday, and our parents had thrown a big party to celebrate. The house was filled with family and friends, laughter and music echoing through the rooms. Emma wore a beautiful pink dress with a matching bow in her hair, looking like a princess from a fairy tale. I wore a simple blue dress, feeling pretty but plain next to Emma's dazzling appearance. As the guests arrived, they flocked to Emma, showering her with compliments and gifts. "You look like a little princess, Emma," they would exclaim. "You're going to break so many hearts when you grow up." Meanwhile, I stood nearby, smiling politely, waiting for someone to notice me. A few guests did, offering kind but brief comments like, "Lily, you look cute too." But the focus was always on Emma. I remember feeling a pang of jealousy that day, a confusing and unwelcome emotion that I didn't fully understand at the time. I loved Emma and wanted her to be happy, but I couldn't help but feel invisible in her shadow. It was a feeling that would follow me throughout my childhood and into my teenage years, growing stronger with each passing year. Family outings were another reminder of the differences in how we were perceived. Whether we were at the park, the zoo, or on a beach vacation, Emma always drew admiring glances and comments from strangers. "What a beautiful child," they would say to my parents. "She should be in movies." My parents would smile proudly and thank them, while I stood quietly by their side, wishing for a fraction of the attention Emma received. The first day of elementary school was a milestone for both Emma and me. Emma, with her natural charisma and stunning looks, was immediately popular. She made friends effortlessly, her laughter and charm drawing others to her like a magnet. I admired her ability to connect with people and often found myself standing quietly by her side, watching as she navigated the social landscape with ease. Emma's popularity grew quickly. She was invited to every birthday party, chosen first for group activities, and always had someone to sit with at lunch. I, on the other hand, struggled to fit in. Making friends didn't come naturally to me. I was shy, preferring the company of a good book to the noise of the playground. While Emma thrived in the social environment of school, I often felt like an outsider looking in. In the classroom, the differences between us were equally apparent. Teachers adored Emma. They praised her participation, her enthusiasm, and her ability to brighten the room with her presence. "Emma, you're such a delight," they would say. "Your smile just lights up the classroom." I couldn't help but notice that their praise for me was more subdued. "Lily, you did well on your spelling test," they would say, their tone lacking the same warmth and excitement. As the school year progressed, several significant events highlighted the growing gap between Emma and me. One such event was the annual school talent show. Emma decided to perform a dance routine, and she practiced diligently every day after school. Our parents were thrilled and supportive, attending every practice session and offering words of encouragement. When the night of the talent show arrived, the auditorium was packed with students, parents, and teachers. Emma took the stage in a sparkling costume, her confidence radiating through the room. She performed flawlessly, her movements graceful and captivating. The audience erupted in applause, and I felt a surge of pride for my sister. But as the cheers grew louder, so did the pang of jealousy in my heart. Later that evening, as we gathered in the school gymnasium for refreshments, Emma was surrounded by admirers. "Emma, you were amazing. You should be a professional dancer." The compliments flowed freely, and I watched from the sidelines, feeling small and insignificant. No one seemed to notice my presence, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being overshadowed. One particular family gathering stands out in my memory. It was Thanksgiving, and our house was filled with the delicious aroma of roasted turkey and pumpkin pie. Relatives had traveled from near and far to join us, and the dining room buzzed with conversation and laughter. Emma, dressed in a stylish outfit that accentuated her beauty, was the center of attention as usual. As we gathered around the dinner table, our Aunt Margaret turned to Emma and said, "Emma, darling, you're looking more stunning than ever. You should be on the cover of a magazine." Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on Emma. I felt a familiar knot tighten in my stomach. "And Lily, how are you doing in school?" Aunt Margaret added, almost as an afterthought. I forced a smile and replied, "I'm doing well, thank you." But the words felt hollow, and the conversation quickly shifted back to Emma. As the evening wore on, I found myself retreating to a quiet corner, unable to shake the growing sense of jealousy and inadequacy. The school year was filled with events where Emma shone brightly, further highlighting the differences between us. One such event was the school's Spring Fling, a day of fun activities, games, and performances. Emma was chosen to be the lead in the school play, a fairy tale princess who saved the day with her bravery and beauty. She rehearsed her lines with enthusiasm, and our parents couldn't have been prouder. On the day of the Spring Fling, The entire school gathered in the auditorium to watch the play. Emma's performance was, as expected, flawless. She captivated the audience with her charm and grace, earning a standing ovation. I watched from the audience, clapping along with everyone else. But inside, I felt a mix of pride and resentment. After the play, there were games and activities on the school lawn. Emma was surrounded by friends, all eager to be seen with the school's star. I wandered the grounds, feeling out of place and disconnected. I wanted to join in the fun, but my shyness held me back. As I watched Emma laughing and playing with her friends, I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever feel as confident and accepted as she did. The first feelings of jealousy and resentment began to take root during these formative years. I loved Emma deeply, but I couldn't ignore the constant comparisons and the favoritism that seemed to follow her everywhere. It wasn't just the teachers and family members who favored her, it was everyone. Even our peers seemed to gravitate towards her, leaving me feeling like an afterthought. One Christmas our family gathered at our grandparents' house. The living room was filled with twinkling lights, and the scent of freshly baked cookies filled the air. As we exchanged gifts, our relatives couldn't help but comment on Emma's appearance. "Emma, you're growing more beautiful every year. You look like a movie star." I received kind but less enthusiastic comments. "Lily, you're looking nice today," they would say, their eyes already drifting back to Emma. That night, as we lay in our shared bedroom at our grandparents' house, I confided in Emma about how I was feeling. "Emma, do you ever get tired of all the attention?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Emma sighed and turned to face me. "Sometimes, Lily. It can be overwhelming. But I'm grateful for it too. You know, you have so many amazing qualities that people notice too. You're smart, creative, and kind. Don't let anyone make you feel less than you are." I appreciated Emma's words, but they didn't fully alleviate my feelings of jealousy and inadequacy. It was hard to feel confident when I was constantly being compared to someone who seemed to have it all. As we progressed through elementary school, there were more events and activities that highlighted the differences between Emma and me. One such event was the annual science fair. Emma and I both participated, and while I worked diligently on my project about the solar system, Emma chose a project about butterflies that showcased her artistic talents. On the day of the science fair, the gymnasium was filled with colorful displays and eager students. Emma's project was beautifully presented, with intricate drawings of butterflies and a detailed explanation of their life cycle. My project, though well-researched, paled in comparison to the visual appeal of Emma's display. When the judges announced the winners, Emma received first place in the artistic category. I received an honorable mention for my research, but it felt like a consolation prize. Our parents were proud of both of us, but the excitement around Emma's win was palpable. "Emma, you did such an amazing job, we're so proud of you," they exclaimed, while my achievement was acknowledged with a simple, "Good job, Lily." I tried to hide my disappointment, but it was difficult. The constant comparisons and the feeling of being overshadowed were taking a toll on my self-esteem. I loved Emma and wanted to be happy for her, but I couldn't ignore the growing sense of resentment and inadequacy. One summer, our family went on a vacation to a lakeside cabin. It was a beautiful, serene place, surrounded by trees and with a clear blue lake perfect for swimming and boating. Emma and I spent our days exploring the woods, swimming in the lake, and roasting marshmallows by the campfire. One afternoon, as we were swimming, a group of kids from a neighboring cabin joined us. Emma, with her outgoing personality, quickly made friends with them. They were captivated by her beauty and charm, and soon they were playing games and splashing around together. I tried to join in, but I felt like an outsider. The kids seemed more interested in Emma, and I found myself drifting to the edge of the group, watching from a distance. That evening, as we sat by the campfire, I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Emma had a way of making friends effortlessly, while I struggled to fit in. It was a feeling that I was becoming all too familiar with, and I didn't know how to deal with it. As we moved through elementary school, the differences between Emma and me continued to shape our experiences. Emma's popularity and ease in making friends stood in stark contrast to my struggles. I found solace in my studies and hobbies, but the social dynamics of school were a constant challenge. One day, during recess, a group of girls invited Emma to join their game of hopscotch. I stood nearby, hoping to be included, but they didn't seem to notice me. Emma, always the kind sister, turned to me and said, "Lily, come play with us." The girls exchanged glances but didn't protest, so I joined in. As we played, it became clear that the girls were more interested in Emma. They complimented her on her hopscotch skills, giggled at her jokes, and vied for her attention. I felt like a background character in my own life, struggling to find my place in a world that seemed to revolve around my sister. By the time we reached 5th grade, the divide between Emma and me had grown wider. Emma was elected class president, a role that suited her outgoing personality and leadership skills. She thrived in the spotlight, organizing events, leading discussions, and earning the admiration of teachers and students alike. I continued to excel in academics, often earning top grades and praise from my teachers. But the recognition I received felt different from the adoration showered on Emma. My achievements were acknowledged with polite applause, while Emma's accomplishments were celebrated with enthusiasm and fanfare. One spring, our school held a field day, a day filled with various athletic events and competitions. Emma, with her natural athleticism and competitive spirit, signed up for multiple events and excelled in each one. She won first place in the relay race, the long jump, and the obstacle course. The crowd cheered her on, and she was awarded a trophy for her outstanding performance. I participated in a few events, but my results were modest in comparison. I placed third in the three-legged race and received a participation ribbon for the tug-of-war. Our parents congratulated me on my efforts, but their excitement was clearly focused on Emma's achievements. As we walked home that afternoon, Emma carried her trophy with pride, while I clutched my participation ribbon, feeling a mix of pride and frustration. I was happy for Emma, but I couldn't help but feel overshadowed once again. The constant comparisons and the feeling of being in her shadow were taking a toll on my self-esteem, and I didn't know how to break free from the cycle. Despite the challenges and the constant comparisons, there were moments of hope and encouragement. One such moment came from an unlikely source, our art teacher, Mrs. Thompson. She was a kind and perceptive woman who had a talent for seeing the potential in her students. One day after class, Mrs. Thompson asked me to stay behind. "Lily, I've noticed that you have a real talent for drawing," she said, her eyes twinkling with warmth. "Your attention to detail and your ability to capture emotion in your work are truly impressive." I blushed, not used to receiving such direct praise. "Thank you, Mrs. Thompson," I replied, feeling a spark of pride. "I think you should consider entering your artwork in the school's art contest," she continued. "You have a gift, and I believe it's worth sharing with others." Encouraged by her words, I decided to take a chance. I spent hours in my room, working on a piece that I hoped would capture the judge's attention. It was a portrait of a girl standing in a field of wildflowers, her expression a mix of wonder and melancholy. I poured my heart into the drawing, determined to create something that would make me proud. When the day of the art contest arrived, I felt a mix of excitement and nerves. The school gymnasium was filled with colorful displays, each piece a testament to the talent and creativity of the students. Emma accompanied me, her supportive presence a comfort in the sea of competition. As the judges made their rounds, I watched nervously, hoping that my work would stand out. When the results were announced, I was thrilled to hear my name called for first place in the drawing category. The applause was loud and genuine, and for the first time, I felt like I had truly earned my moment in the spotlight. Emma hugged me tightly, her eyes shining with pride. "I knew you could do it, Lily," she exclaimed. "You're amazing." However, when I came home and wanted to show off my achievement to my parents, I walked into the living room and saw Emma already basking in their praise. She had just returned from a photo shoot for a local magazine, and our parents were beaming with pride as she described the experience in animated detail. "And then the photographer said I had the perfect look for their cover," Emma exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. My parents' faces lit up with admiration. "That's amazing, Emma. We're so proud of you," my mother said, giving her a tight hug. My heart sank as I watched the scene unfold. Clutching my certificate and ribbon, I felt my earlier excitement deflate. I wanted to share my success, to feel the same pride and joy from my parents, but the timing seemed all wrong. Not wanting to interrupt Emma's moment, I quietly slipped into my room and gently placed the certificate and ribbon in a drawer. Sitting on my bed, I stared at the drawer, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. It wasn't that I begrudged Emma her achievements. I just wished that, for once, I could have a moment where I felt truly seen and celebrated. Later that evening, as I sat at the dinner table, my parents continued to talk about Emma's photo shoot. I listened silently, trying to push away the feelings of resentment that were bubbling up inside me. When there was finally a lull in the conversation, I mustered the courage to speak up. "Mom, Dad, I won first place in the art contest today," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. They turned to look at me, their expressions shifting from excitement to polite interest. "That's wonderful, Lily," my father said with a smile. "Congratulations." "Yes, we're very proud of you, sweetheart," my mother added. But their enthusiasm didn't match the excitement they had shown for Emma's news. The conversation quickly shifted back to Emma's photo shoot, leaving me feeling once again overshadowed. As I cleared the dinner table that night, I thought about Mrs. Thompson's encouraging words and the applause I had received at the art contest. Despite my parents' subdued reaction, I reminded myself that my achievement was important and valuable. I had worked hard and earned my success, and I needed to hold on to that sense of pride, even if it wasn't fully recognized at home. In the quiet of my room, I took out the certificate and ribbon again, placing them on my desk where I could see them. They were a reminder of my talent and my potential, a beacon of hope in the midst of my struggle to find my place in a world that often seemed to favor my sister. As I lay in bed that night, I vowed to keep pursuing my passions and to celebrate my own victories, no matter how small they might seem to others. Middle school was a time of significant change for both Emma and me. As we transitioned from childhood to adolescence, the differences between us became even more pronounced. Puberty brought with it a host of physical and emotional changes, and Emma's beauty seemed to blossom overnight. She grew taller, her figure became more defined, and her golden hair and striking blue eyes only became more captivating. It was as if she had stepped out of a magazine, effortlessly embodying the ideal of beauty. With her blossoming beauty came increased attention from boys. Emma was constantly surrounded by admirers, her locker decorated with love notes and flowers. She received invitations to dances, parties, and other social events, becoming a fixture in the middle school social scene. It was clear that Emma enjoyed the attention, and she navigated these new social dynamics with the same ease and charm that had always defined her. I, on the other hand, experienced puberty in a more subdued way. My growth spurt was less dramatic, and my appearance remained relatively unchanged. My curly brown hair and hazel eyes were considered cute, rather than stunning, and I was often overlooked in favor of my sister's striking beauty. I was quieter, more reserved, and focused on my academics and hobbies. While Emma thrived in the social spotlight, I found solace in my studies and my artwork. As Emma's popularity grew, so did her involvement in modeling and beauty pageants. She was scouted by a local modeling agency and began participating in photo shoots and competitions. Our parents were thrilled and supportive, attending every event and cheering her on from the sidelines. Emma's room quickly filled with trophies, sashes, and framed photos from her modeling gigs. She was becoming a local celebrity, and our parents couldn't have been prouder. As high school came to an end, Emma and I found ourselves at a crossroads. Emma had decided to fully pursue her modeling and acting career, a path that had always seemed destined for her. With her undeniable beauty and charisma, she had already made significant strides in the industry. Offers from modeling agencies and casting directors came pouring in, and soon, she was traveling across the country for various gigs and auditions. Our parents were immensely proud of her achievements and supported her every step of the way. I, on the other hand, had chosen a different path. My passion for art and literature had only grown stronger over the years, and I decided to attend a liberal arts college that offered excellent programs in both fields. While Emma's world was filled with glitz and glamour, mine was more subdued but equally fulfilling. I looked forward to immersing myself in my studies, exploring new ideas, and honing my creative skills. The first day of college was a mix of excitement and nervousness. The campus was buzzing with energy as students moved into their dorms and attended orientation events. I felt a sense of independence and freedom that I hadn't experienced before. My dorm room was small but cozy, decorated with posters of famous paintings and stacks of books. It was my own little sanctuary where I could escape into my world of creativity. College life was a transformative experience for me. I quickly immersed myself in my classes, eager to learn and grow. The professors were passionate and knowledgeable, and I found myself inspired by their teachings. My art classes allowed me to experiment with different mediums and techniques, while my literature courses opened my mind to new perspectives and ideas. I also developed close friendships with my fellow students. We bonded over late-night study sessions, shared interests, and the ups and downs of college life. My roommate Sarah was a kind and supportive friend who shared my love for art. We often spent hours in the art studio, working on our projects and discussing our dreams and aspirations. One of the most significant aspects of my college experience was meeting Mark. We met during our sophomore year in a creative writing class. Mark was an English major with a passion for poetry and storytelling. He had a quiet, introspective demeanor that drew me in, and we quickly became friends. Our friendship blossomed into a romantic relationship, and soon, we were inseparable. Mark was a constant source of support and encouragement. He appreciated my artistic talents and often attended my gallery showings and readings. We spent countless hours discussing literature, art, and our future aspirations. Mark's gentle nature and thoughtful insights helped me gain confidence in myself and my abilities. Our relationship continued to grow, and I found myself falling deeply in love with him. Mark's presence in my life was a calming influence, and he helped me navigate the challenges of college with grace and resilience. With him by my side, I felt more confident and capable than ever before. While my college years were filled with personal growth and new experiences, my relationship with Emma became more strained. Her modeling and acting career had taken off, and she was living a glamorous life that seemed worlds apart from mine. Emma's success brought her fame and recognition, and she often appeared in magazines and on television. She attended red carpet events, mingled with celebrities, and traveled to exotic locations for photo shoots. Despite our different paths, Emma and I stayed in touch. She would occasionally visit me at college, bringing with her a whirlwind of excitement and glamour. During her visits, she would regale me with stories of her adventures, describing the luxurious parties, the famous people she had met, and the exciting projects she was working on. While I was genuinely happy for her, these visits also brought up old insecurities for me. One particular visit stands out in my memory. Emma had just returned from a photo shoot in Paris, and she decided to surprise me with a visit. She arrived on campus in a sleek car, dressed in designer clothes and carrying a suitcase full of gifts. As we walked through the campus, students turned their heads to look at her, captivated by her beauty and presence. "Paris was incredible, Lily," she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "The Eiffel Tower, the fashion shows, the food, everything was just perfect. And guess what? I met a famous director who wants to cast me in his next film." "That's amazing, Emma," I replied, trying to sound enthusiastic. "I'm really happy for you." As we continued our walk, Emma's stories of her glamorous life filled the air. I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy and inadequacy. While Emma was living a life of excitement and adventure, I was focused on my studies and navigating the challenges of college. It was hard not to compare our lives and feel like I was falling short. That evening, as we sat in my dorm room, Emma noticed the stack of books and art supplies on my desk. "You always were the creative one, Lily," she said with a smile. "I wish I had your talent for art." I appreciated her compliment, but it didn't fully alleviate my feelings of insecurity. Despite my achievements and the personal growth I had experienced in college, I still struggled with the constant comparisons to Emma. It was a lingering shadow that I couldn't quite escape. As the years went by, I continued to focus on my studies and my relationship with Mark. I knew that I needed to find my own identity and create a life that was true to myself. College was an opportunity for me to explore my passions and develop my skills, and I was determined to make the most of it. One of the most rewarding experiences of my college years was participating in a study abroad program. I spent a semester in Italy, immersing myself in the rich culture and history of the country. The experience was transformative, allowing me to gain new perspectives and deepen my understanding of art and literature. I visited famous museums, studied the works of Renaissance masters, and filled my sketchbook with drawings of the beautiful landscapes and architecture. Italy also provided a sense of independence and self-discovery. Away from the familiar environment of home and college, I had the opportunity to reflect on my life and my aspirations. I realized that I didn't need to compare myself to Emma or anyone else. My worth wasn't defined by external validation or recognition, but by my own efforts and passions. When I returned from Italy, I felt a renewed sense of purpose and confidence. I threw myself into my final year of college, determined to make the most of my remaining time. I completed my senior thesis, a collection of paintings and essays that explored the intersection of art and literature. The project was a culmination of my years of study and personal growth, and it received high praise from my professors. As graduation approached, Emma decided to visit me once again. She had just finished filming her first major movie and was excited to share the news with me. Her arrival brought a mix of emotions, happiness to see my sister, but also a sense of dread about the inevitable comparisons. Emma arrived on campus with her usual flair, instantly attracting attention wherever she went. Her presence was magnetic, drawing eyes and admiration as she moved through the crowd with grace and confidence. We spent the day catching up, and she shared vibrant stories of her experiences on set, the interesting people she had met, and the exciting opportunities that lay ahead. I listened intently, a mix of admiration and envy swirling within me, struggling to reconcile my complex feelings. That evening, we attended a small gathering with some of my friends. The atmosphere was lively, filled with chatter and laughter. As we mingled, I couldn't help but notice the way people gravitated towards Emma, captivated by her effortless charm and stunning beauty. She seemed to shine even brighter in social settings, her laughter infectious and her stories enthralling everyone around her. Despite the twinge of jealousy I found comfort in having Mark by my side. His presence grounded me, offering a reassuring contrast to Emma's dazzling allure. As the night wore on, I appreciated Mark's steady support, his quiet strength providing a sense of stability amidst the whirlwind of Emma's charisma. From the moment I met Mark, our relationship felt like something out of a beautifully written novel. We met during our sophomore year in a creative writing class, and it didn't take long for me to be drawn to his quiet, introspective nature. Mark had a passion for poetry and storytelling, and his gentle demeanor and thoughtful insights quickly captured my heart. Our friendship began with long conversations after class. We would sit in the campus cafe sipping on coffee and discussing our favorite books, authors, and the themes that resonated most with us. Mark's love for poetry was evident in the way he spoke, his words carefully chosen and imbued with a depth of meaning. I found myself looking forward to these moments, cherishing the time we spent together. One crisp autumn afternoon, Mark invited me to a poetry reading at a local bookstore. The intimate setting, with its dim lighting and the faint scent of old books, created a cozy atmosphere. As we listened to the poets recite their works, I felt a sense of connection and understanding with Mark that I had never experienced before. After the reading, we walked through the city streets, the leaves crunching under our feet, and talked about our dreams and aspirations. It was during this walk that Mark shyly admitted his feelings for me, and I realized that I felt the same way. Our relationship blossomed from there. Mark's presence in my life was a calming influence, and he helped me navigate the challenges of college with grace and resilience. We spent countless hours together, studying, attending art exhibits, and exploring the city. Mark's support and encouragement were unwavering, and he often attended my gallery showings and readings, always the first to offer a kind word or a thoughtful critique. One of my favorite memories from those early days was a spontaneous road trip we took during spring break. We decided to visit a small coastal town known for its picturesque beaches and vibrant art scene. The drive was filled with laughter and music, as we sang along to our favorite songs and shared stories from our childhoods. When we arrived, we spent our days wandering through art galleries, collecting seashells on the beach, and watching the sunset over the ocean. In the evenings, we would sit on the balcony of our little beach cottage, wrapped in blankets, and talk for hours under the stars. It was during this trip that I realized just how deeply I had fallen in love with Mark. Mark had a way of making me feel truly seen and appreciated. He valued my creativity and intelligence, and he often reminded me of my worth, especially during moments of self-doubt. His love was a steady, unwavering force that gave me the confidence to pursue my passions and believe in myself. With him by my side, I felt empowered to take risks and embrace new opportunities. Our relationship wasn't without its challenges, of course. There were times when the pressures of school and our individual ambitions created tension, but we always managed to find our way back to each other. Communication was key, and Mark's patient, understanding nature made it easier for us to navigate any obstacles that came our way. We learned to support each other's dreams and celebrate each other's successes, knowing that our love was strong enough to withstand any difficulties. One particularly challenging period came during our senior year, when I was working on my senior thesis, a collection of paintings and essays exploring the intersection of art and literature. The project was incredibly demanding, and there were times when I felt overwhelmed and unsure of myself. Mark was my rock during this time, offering a listening ear, words of encouragement, and practical support. He would bring me coffee during late-night work sessions, help me organize my thoughts, and remind me to take breaks and care for myself. His unwavering belief in me gave me the strength to persevere and complete the project. As I graduated, Mark and I began to discuss our future together. We knew that the transition from college to the real world would bring new challenges, but we were committed to facing them together. Mark had been accepted into a prestigious graduate program for creative writing, and I had been offered a position as an art instructor at a local community center. We were excited about the opportunities ahead, and the chance to continue growing both individually and as a couple. Our love deepened as we navigated the post-college world. We moved into a small apartment together, filling it with books, art supplies, and the memories we had collected over the years. We continued to support each other's passions. Mark attended my art exhibits, and I went to his poetry readings. Our shared love for creativity and storytelling was a constant source of inspiration and connection. One of the most memorable moments of our post-college life was a surprise trip that Mark planned for our anniversary. He had arranged for us to visit a secluded cabin in the mountains, a place where we could escape the hustle and bustle of city life and reconnect with nature. The cabin was nestled in a lush forest, with a clear babbling brook nearby and a stunning view of the mountains. We spent our days hiking through the woods, exploring hidden trails, and marveling at the beauty of the natural world. In the evenings, we would sit by the fireplace, sipping hot cocoa and sharing our hopes and dreams for the future. It was during this trip that Mark proposed, presenting me with a simple, elegant ring that he had designed himself. His proposal was heartfelt and sincere, a reflection of the deep love and commitment we shared. I joyfully accepted, and we spent the rest of the evening celebrating our engagement under the stars. Our journey towards self-acceptance and confidence in our careers continued to evolve. I found immense fulfillment in my role as an art instructor, helping students discover their own creative potential. Mark's graduate program challenged him to refine his craft, and he began to gain recognition for his poetry. We faced new challenges and uncertainties, but our love remained a constant, guiding us through every twist and turn. My journey towards self-acceptance and confidence in my career was deeply intertwined with my relationship with Mark. His unwavering support and belief in me were instrumental in helping me overcome the insecurities that had plagued me for so long. One of the most significant steps in my journey was the decision to pursue a master's degree in art therapy. Combining my love for art with a desire to help others, I found a sense of purpose and fulfillment that was profoundly rewarding. The program was rigorous, but it allowed me to explore new dimensions of my creativity and develop a deeper understanding of the therapeutic power of art. Throughout my studies, Mark was my biggest cheerleader. He celebrated my successes and provided comfort during moments of doubt. His encouragement gave me the confidence to push myself and take risks, knowing that he believed in my abilities even when I struggled to believe in myself. My first internship as an art therapist was both challenging and transformative. I worked with a diverse group of clients, each with their own unique stories and struggles. Through my work, I witnessed the incredible impact that art could have on individuals' emotional and mental well-being. It was a humbling and inspiring experience that reinforced my commitment to this field. One particularly memorable client was a young girl named Mia, who had experienced significant trauma and struggled with severe anxiety. Through our sessions, Mia began to express her feelings and experiences through her artwork. Watching her transformation and growth was deeply moving, and it affirmed my belief in the power of art therapy. Mia's progress also mirrored my own journey toward self-acceptance, as I learned to trust in my skills and embrace my role as a therapist. My confidence continued to grow as I completed my degree and began working as a full-time art therapist. I developed strong relationships with my clients and colleagues, and I found immense satisfaction in helping others heal and find their own paths to self-acceptance. My work was challenging, but it was also incredibly rewarding, and I felt a deep sense of fulfillment in my career. Throughout this journey, Mark remained a steadfast presence in my life. We continued to support each other's dreams and aspirations, celebrating our individual successes and navigating challenges together. Our relationship was built on a foundation of love, trust, and mutual respect, and it only grew stronger with time. As I reflected on my journey, I realized that my path to self-acceptance and confidence was not just about achieving external success. It was about embracing my unique talents and passions, believing in my worth, and finding joy in the process. With Mark's love and support, I had learned to see myself through a lens of compassion and self-respect, and it was a lesson that would stay with me for the rest of my life. The days of love between Mark and me were a beautiful tapestry of shared experiences, challenges, and triumphs. Our relationship was a source of strength and inspiration, guiding us through the complexities of life and helping us grow both individually and as a couple. As I looked towards the future, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the love we shared and the journey we had embarked on together. With Mark by my side, I knew that I could face any challenge and continue to pursue my dreams with confidence and resilience. The day of the outing with Mark and his friends had arrived, and I was filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was a significant moment for us, as we planned to reveal the exciting news of our upcoming marriage to his close-knit group. Mark had organized a small gathering at a charming lakeside cabin, a picturesque location perfect for such an announcement. The cabin was nestled among tall pine trees, with a serene view of the lake that shimmered under the late afternoon sun. As we drove to the cabin, Mark and I chatted about the details of our wedding plans, our excitement palpable. He reached over and squeezed my hand, his eyes filled with love and anticipation. "This is going to be great, Lily. They're going to be so happy for us," he said reassuringly. When we arrived, we were greeted by the warm smiles and friendly banter of Mark's friends. It was my first time meeting most of them, and I was eager to make a good impression. We settled into the cozy living area, which was decorated with rustic furniture and adorned with fairy lights that added a magical touch to the evening. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere grew livelier. We enjoyed a delicious dinner, prepared by Mark's friend Alex, who was an excellent cook. The table was filled with an array of dishes, from grilled vegetables to succulent steaks, and the conversation flowed easily. There was a sense of camaraderie and warmth that made me feel welcome, despite my initial nerves. After dinner, we moved to the spacious deck overlooking the lake. The sun had begun to set, casting a golden glow over the water. Mark and I exchanged a glance, knowing it was the perfect moment to share our news. He stood up, drawing everyone's attention. "Hey everyone, can I have your attention for a moment?" Mark began, his voice filled with excitement. "Lily and I have some news we'd like to share with you all." The group quieted down, all eyes on us. I felt a rush of anticipation as Mark continued. "We're getting married," he announced, his face lighting up with joy. There was a moment of stunned silence, followed by a chorus of cheers and applause. His friends rushed to congratulate us, and I felt a warm sense of acceptance and happiness. We toasted to our future, clinking glasses of champagne and exchanging hugs. As the celebration continued, everyone settled back into their seats, drinks in hand. The conversation turned to lighter topics, and we began to share stories and laugh. At some point, The topic of siblings came up, and one of Mark's friends, Jenna, asked me about my family. "So Lily, do you have any siblings?" she inquired, her tone genuinely curious. "Yes, I have an older sister Emma," I replied, smiling. "She's a model and actress." The mention of Emma seemed to pique everyone's interest. "Wow, a model and actress. That's impressive," Jenna remarked. It was at this moment that Mark, who had been enjoying a few drinks, chimed in loudly. "If you guys think Lily is pretty, you should see her sister," he exclaimed, a broad grin on his face. He then pulled out his phone and began scrolling through Emma's Instagram, showing photos to everyone at the table. The reaction was immediate and predictable. They were all in awe, commenting on how stunning she looked. "She's gorgeous. Wow, she could be a supermodel. No wonder she's in the industry." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach, my heart sinking. The evening, which had started so beautifully, now felt tainted. Mark's comment and the subsequent admiration for Emma's photos made me feel small and insignificant. I forced a smile, trying to hide my discomfort, but inside, I was reeling. As the night continued, I couldn't shake the feeling of humiliation that washed over me. Mark's words echoed in my mind, a harsh reminder of the insecurities I had battled for so long. The constant comparisons to Emma, the feeling of being overshadowed, it all came rushing back in that moment. I tried to engage in the conversation, but my mind was elsewhere. I felt a growing sense of resentment and hurt. It wasn't just about the comment itself, but the realization that even my own boyfriend seemed to find Emma more attractive than me. It was a painful confirmation of my deepest fears. Mark, seemingly oblivious to my distress, continued to laugh and chat with his friends. I watched him, feeling a mixture of anger and sadness. How could he not see how much his comment had hurt me? How could he not understand the weight of his words? Eventually, I excused myself and went inside, needing a moment to collect my thoughts. I stood in the kitchen, staring out the window at the darkening lake, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. The evening, which was supposed to be a joyous celebration, had turned into a painful reminder of my insecurities and the constant comparisons I couldn't escape. When the gathering finally wound down and Mark and I headed to bed, the silence between us was heavy. As we lay in the darkness, I couldn't hold back any longer. "Mark," I began, my voice trembling. "Why did you say that about Emma tonight?" He turned to face me, confusion written across his face. "What do you mean?" "You said if everyone thinks I'm pretty they should see my sister," I explained, my voice breaking. "Then you showed them her photos. Do you have any idea how that made me feel?" Realization dawned on his face, and he reached out to take my hand. "Lily, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that." "But that's how it felt," I said, pulling my hand away. "It felt like you were saying she's more beautiful than me, like I'm not enough. And in front of all your friends. It was humiliating." Mark's expression softened, and he looked genuinely remorseful. "I didn't think about it that way. I was just trying to show them how amazing your family is. I'm really sorry, Lily. You know I love you and think you're beautiful." His words, though sincere, did little to ease the pain. The damage had been done, and I couldn't simply brush it off. "It's not just about tonight," I said quietly. "It's about always being compared to Emma. I thought you understood how hard that is for me." "I do understand," Mark insisted. "I was just being stupid and careless. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to hurt you." I wanted to believe him, to let go of the hurt and move on, but the comment had struck a deep nerve. It wasn't something I could easily forget. "I need some time," I said finally. "I need to process this." Mark nodded, his eyes filled with regret. "Take all the time you need, Lily. I'll be here when you're ready to talk." The days following the outing were difficult. The comment replayed in my mind, a constant reminder of my insecurities. I found myself avoiding social media, not wanting to see Emma's photos and the flood of admiration they always garnered. I distanced myself from Mark, needing space to sort through my feelings. Mark tried to make amends in various ways, leaving me sweet notes, planning thoughtful gestures, and repeatedly apologizing. While I appreciated his efforts, the wound was still fresh, and I struggled to move past it. I confided in my close friends, seeking their perspective and support. They were understanding and empathetic, reassuring me of my worth and beauty. "Lily, you're an incredible person," Sarah, my best friend, said one afternoon over coffee. "Mark loves you for who you are. He made a mistake, but that doesn't change how amazing you are." Their words were comforting, but the internal struggle remained. I can't escape the constant comparisons to her, and I don't think I ever will. It's exhausting. How do I overcome these insecurities? Additionally, as I reflected on my journey and the experiences that had shaped my relationship with Mark, I found myself drawn to the comments and perspectives shared by others who had heard my story. These insights, coming from an external point of view, provided a fresh lens through which I could see my situation more clearly. It was as if they were holding up a mirror, allowing me to confront the realities I had been avoiding. Here are some of those reflections. One commenter noted, 36 is too old for that kind of foot-and-mouth syndrome with a partner, even if alcohol is involved. Not only is he too old to not know better, but it's not even a foot-and-mouth situation. He didn't just casually acknowledge that OP's sister was beautiful, he basically insulted his girlfriend and proceeded to show off her sister to his friends for their approval. If this is the way he acts in front of his girlfriend, one can only imagine what he acts like behind her back. This comment hit me hard. It underscored the gravity of Mark's actions and made me realize that his behavior was not just a careless mistake. It was a deeper issue of respect and understanding. At his age, Mark should have known better than to make such a hurtful comment, especially in a public setting. Another commenter wrote, "Now you know that even if he didn't mean it like that, he certainly meant it enough to publicly show off your sister to impress his friends. Imagine what the future will be like with this guy. Hey everybody, come check out this gorgeous woman I know. No, not my wife, her sister." He actually pulled out his phone to show off another woman at a meeting where he was introducing his girlfriend. This one isn't the one, OP. I can assure you the right one around the corner will be mortified when you tell him this story. This perspective made me envision a future filled with similar humiliations. The idea that Mark would prioritize impressing his friends over respecting my feelings was a sobering thought. It made me question whether I wanted to spend my life with someone who might continue to undermine my self-esteem. A third commenter shared their personal experience. "Leave him. I have a beautiful sister also. She is stunning, and I am not. I am cute also. But my husband finds me beautiful and doesn't see the beauty of my sister. He has never compared me to her and never stared at her. He honestly doesn't get the hype of her. But tells me constantly how beautiful I am. You need to find a man like that. There is someone out there who will find you more beautiful than your sister. But it isn't the one you're with now. Leave him and find someone better." This heartfelt advice resonated deeply with me. It gave me hope that there was someone out there who would truly appreciate me for who I am, without making hurtful comparisons. The idea of being with someone who saw my unique beauty and valued me above all others was incredibly comforting. These comments and reflections were eye-opening. They forced me to confront some difficult truths about my relationship with Mark. While his efforts to apologize and make amends were sincere, the underlying issues of respect and understanding remained unresolved. It became clear that I needed to reevaluate what I wanted and deserved in a relationship. The story narrates a journey fraught with insecurities, emotional turmoil, and ultimately, self-discovery. At its core lies a poignant lesson about the importance of self-acceptance and recognizing one's intrinsic worth. The protagonist, Lily, grapples with a lifetime of comparison to her stunning sister Emma. From childhood to adulthood, she feels overshadowed by Emma's beauty, leading to deep-seated feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt. However, as the story unfolds, Lily embarks on a journey of self-exploration and growth, guided by the support of her friends and the insights gained through therapy. Central to the narrative is the impact of external validation on one's sense of self-worth. Lily's experiences with Mark, her boyfriend, highlight the profound effect that thoughtless comments can have on a person's confidence. Mark's ill-considered remark about Emma during a social outing triggers a cascade of emotions in Lily, underscoring the fragility of her self-esteem. The incident serves as a catalyst for reflection, prompting Lily to confront her insecurities and reevaluate her relationship with Mark. Through Lily's journey, the story underscores the importance of mutual respect and empathy in relationships. Mark's failure to consider the implications of his words demonstrates a lack of sensitivity and understanding towards Lily's feelings. This serves as a poignant reminder that respect is not just about avoiding deliberate acts of harm, but also about acknowledging and honoring a partner's vulnerabilities. Lily's decision to address the issue directly with Mark underscores the significance of open communication in fostering healthy relationships. Moreover, the story highlights the transformative power of self-awareness and personal growth. Lily's journey towards self-acceptance is not without its challenges, but it is through confronting her insecurities head-on that she begins to reclaim her sense of self-worth. With the support of her friends, Lily learns to embrace her individuality and celebrate her unique qualities. The narrative also underscores the importance of surrounding oneself with a supportive network of friends and loved ones. Lily's friends serve as a source of strength and encouragement, offering empathy and understanding during her moments of vulnerability. Their unwavering support empowers Lily to confront her insecurities and make decisions that prioritize her emotional well-being. This emphasizes the transformative power of human connection in overcoming personal challenges and fostering resilience. Ultimately, the story culminates in a powerful realization about the necessity of setting boundaries and prioritizing self-care. Lily's decision to end her relationship with Mark symbolizes a turning point in her journey towards self-empowerment. In conclusion, the story encapsulates a profound lesson about the importance of self-acceptance, respect in relationships, open communication, the support of loved ones, and the necessity of setting boundaries. Through Lily's journey, we are reminded of the transformative power of introspection, empathy, and human connection in navigating life's challenges and embracing our true selves. It is through confronting our insecurities with courage and compassion that we can ultimately find the strength to live authentically and pursue happiness on our own terms. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. My boyfriend of 4 months retaliated against me because I went out with my close friends until morning by calling me while he was having sex with his friends with benefits. Time has a tendency to curve around our feelings. Even though Brandon and I have only been dating for 4 months, the spectrum of emotions we have shared makes our time together feel both very short and shockingly lengthy. He studies architecture, while I study graphic design at VL University. We are both sophomores. Due to our mutual passion for design, we initially met in a freshman seminar. From the beginning, our talks were smooth and conversational, discussing our studies and aspirations for the future. We would frequently have coffee while surrounded by class models and sketches. In those early days, our relationship felt natural and easy. We spent many nights discussing our projects and ideas, which I always found enriching. Brandon's background was quite different from mine, particularly his strong Catholic faith and conservative views, which initially I found intriguing. He was upfront about his past and his values, including his limited experience with relationships, and his decision to mostly save himself for marriage. However, as we moved past the honeymoon phase of our relationship, I began to feel the weight of our differences more acutely. His traditional views, which I once admired, started to feel restrictive, especially around topics of intimacy and personal freedom. He had been very open about his conservative approach to relationships, but this openness sometimes made me uncomfortable and skeptical about how it would affect our relationship. Our first major challenge came when I committed to a major group project with my friends from the graphic design program. The project, named 50 Specimen Shapes, was an ambitious plan to create 3D models for various abstract shapes, combining artistic flair with scientific precision. As the deadline approached, my team decided to pull an all-nighter to finish our work. I was excited about the project and shared my plans with Brandon, hoping he would understand the commitment it required. Instead, his response was cooler than expected. He seemed uneasy, not just about the late night, but also about me being deeply involved in something outside of our relationship. His discomfort seemed to stem from his religious beliefs, which made him wary of the unpredictable nature of creative projects. His reaction left a coldness between us as I prepared for the night. There was a noticeable tension in his goodbye that evening, and even his hug felt forced. It made me wonder if our relationship, built on such different foundations, could really last. Despite this, I headed into the project night full of anticipation, but also concern, not realizing that the events of the evening would test our relationship even further. The day leading up to the planned all-nighter with my friends was a typical Thursday, marked by the usual rush of classes and the added buzz of creative energy that always seemed to spike as deadlines approached. I had spent most of the afternoon in the studio, putting the finishing touches on my part of the project, my mind racing with adjustments and improvements. The vibrant atmosphere was contagious, everyone throwing ideas back and forth, our workspace a testament to weeks of hard work and chaotic creativity. I checked my phone intermittently, noting the absence of any messages from Brandon. It was unusual, given that we often exchanged quick updates or words of encouragement throughout the day. Deciding to break the silence, I sent him a text, hoping to lighten his mood and possibly share some of my excitement. "Hey, busy day here but looking forward to tonight. Wish me luck," I typed, hoping the smiley face would bring a smile to his too. The reply came just as I was gathering my things to leave the studio for a quick dinner before the evening's marathon. "Good luck. We need to talk when you have a moment," the message read, void of any emojis that might hint at his mood. The brevity and tone of his text sent a small wave of anxiety through me. It was not what I had hoped to read, especially not today. Dinner was a rushed affair at a nearby cafe, where I sat alone with a sandwich and a cup of too strong coffee, mulling over Brandon's message. The cafe was cozy, a little nook that served as a frequent escape for me from the campus hustle. Today, however, the warmth of the cafe did little to ease the chill that had settled inside me. Returning to my apartment briefly, I found Brandon waiting for me, his figure slouched against the doorway of our small shared living room, an unmistakable tension in his posture. As I stepped inside, the look on his face was serious, more somber than I had seen in days. "Hey, you're home early," I said, trying to sound cheerful. Brandon just nodded, his eyes following me as I dropped my bag and took off my coat. "We need to talk about this project night of yours," he began, his voice steady but with an edge that immediately put me on guard. "I don't understand why you need to spend a whole night working on this with your friends. Doesn't seem like it's just about the project." His words stung, more so because they echoed a deeper distrust that seemed to have been growing between us. "It's just a project, Brandon. It's important for my course, and you know how these things go. We all push at the end to get everything perfect," I replied, trying to keep my voice even. Brandon crossed his arms, his brow furrowing slightly. "It's always about the project, isn't it? Or something else? I feel like you're slipping away, doing all these things without me. And tonight, it just feels like you don't want me around." I sighed, feeling the weight of his words and the widening gap they represented. "This isn't about not wanting you around, Brandon. This is about me needing to do this for my degree. For me. I thought you understood that." He looked away, the lines of his face hardening. "I do. It's just hard sometimes. I miss how it used to be with us." There was a sadness in his voice that pulled at me, a reminder of simpler times when our biggest concerns revolved around which movie to watch or what dessert to share on a Saturday night. Now, standing in the dim light of our living room, those days felt like distant echoes overshadowed by the growing complexities of our relationship. "I miss that too," I admitted softly, the distance between us feeling more profound in the silence that followed. Dinner ended with an uneasy truce, the issue temporarily set aside but the tension lingering like a stubborn fog. As I grabbed my things to head out, Brandon's voice stopped me at the door. "Be safe, okay?" he said, a trace of the old warmth in his voice that made my heart ache for what we were struggling to hold on to. "I will. I promise," I responded, offering him a small hopeful smile before stepping out into the cool evening air. The night's possibilities stretched out before me like the sprawling campus pathways. The excitement for the project was still there, but now it was tinged with a poignant mixture of concern and longing for the relationship I was still learning to navigate. The night of the project was set to be intense, a blend of creativity and chaos as we worked against the clock. My friends and I had booked a study room in the university's main library, a space often reserved for late-night cram sessions and collaborative projects. As I arrived around 8 p.m., the familiar sense of excitement and nervous energy filled the air, palpable among the scattered laptops, strewn papers, and 3D materials that covered the tables. The first few hours flew by as we dove into our tasks. Anna, a meticulous planner, coordinated our efforts, ensuring everyone stayed on track with their assigned elements. John, ever the perfectionist, was immersed in adjusting the lighting on our 3D models, creating the perfect shadows that made our shapes seem almost lifelike. My role was to integrate the background graphics I had designed, ensuring they complemented rather than overwhelmed the models. At 10 p.m. I sent a quick message to Brandon. "In full swing here. Hope your evening is relaxing." The immediate response I hoped for didn't come, and I pushed the slight worry away, redirecting my focus to the vibrant discussion on color schemes and textures swirling around me. Midnight approached, and we took a brief coffee break. The library's 24-hour cafe was buzzing with other students similarly burning the midnight oil, and the air was thick with the aroma of espresso and the low hum of hushed conversations. I checked my phone again, noting the absence of any message from Brandon. A ripple of concern stirred within me, but I was quickly pulled back into the lively banter of my friends, discussing the latest episode of a popular design reality show. By 2 a.m. the project was shaping up, but the fatigue was setting in. We powered through with energy drinks and the collective adrenaline that comes from nearing the finish line. I sent another message to Brandon, a bit more detailed this time. "Still working hard. Miss you." The read receipt popped up almost immediately, but there was no reply. The silence gnawed at me, making the coffee seem a bit more bitter. As 4 a.m. rolled around, we were in the final stretch, adding the last touches to our project. The room was quieter now, the earlier excitement giving way to focused concentration and the occasional yawn. I sent one last update to Brandon, half hoping he'd respond with words of encouragement or at least acknowledge my efforts. "Almost done here. Can't wait for you to see the final product. Love you." The lack of response this time felt heavier, more loaded. I stared at the screen for a moment longer than necessary, the glow highlighting the worry lines that had formed between my brows. Finally, around 5:30 a.m., we wrapped up. Our project, a visually stunning presentation of geometric and organic shapes, stood as a testament to our hard work and collaborative spirit. There was a collective sigh of relief mixed with pride as we packed up our things. Despite the successful conclusion, my heart wasn't fully in the celebration. The unanswered messages from Brandon cast a shadow over my mood. I arrived home just as the sun was beginning to rise, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. The apartment was silent, Brandon's side of the bed untouched, indicating he hadn't slept. On the kitchen counter, I found a note from him. Went out to clear my head. We'll talk when I get back. The terse note was unlike his usual thoughtful messages and did little to ease the knot of anxiety that had tightened in my stomach over the course of the night. The words, so stark and devoid of his usual warmth, felt like a cold draft through the room. It was not like him to leave such a terse message. Sitting at the edge of our bed, I felt the weight of the night's efforts on my shoulders and the heavier burden of an unresolved conflict waiting in the wings. The joy of our project's completion was tinged with a sadness that felt all too familiar lately. A reminder of how distant Brandon and I had become in such a short span of time. As I awaited his return, the excitement of the night faded into the background, overshadowed by the uncertainty of the conversation that awaited us. Brandon returned home late in the noon, the sound of the front door closing a signal that a confrontation was imminent. I could hear the muffled sounds of his movements as he hung up his coat and placed his keys in the dish by the entrance, each noise echoing slightly in the tense silence of our apartment. The atmosphere was charged, heavy with the anticipation of the difficult conversation that lay ahead. He found me in the living room, where I had been staring out the window at the cityscape, lost in thought and dreading his return. As he entered, his expression was unreadable, a mask that hid whatever emotions he had stewed in during his hours away. He paused at the doorway, his posture rigid, and then slowly approached where I sat. "So, you were out all night for a project?" His tone was skeptical, laced with a bitterness that made me wince. The question felt like an accusation, a prelude to an argument I wasn't ready to have but knew was unavoidable. "Yes, Brandon, it was for my final project. You know how important this is for my grade," I responded, trying to keep my voice steady despite the fatigue and emotional strain. I didn't want to be out so late either, but we had to get everything finished. It's not something I can just put off. Brandon scoffed, shaking his head as he paced a few steps before turning to face me again. "All night, though? Seems like a bit much for just a project. You could have done some of it at home, couldn't you? Why did it have to be an all-nighter?" His doubt stung, and I could feel the defensive walls building up inside me. It wasn't just me, the whole group was there. We needed to work together to get it all done. It's not something I can control. Everyone was counting on each other. He continued to look unconvinced, his arms folded across his chest as he leaned back slightly against the wall. "It just doesn't sit right with me, you being out like that and not even a call to check in. How am I supposed to trust that?" The room seemed smaller with each word, the air between us thick with unsaid things and pent-up frustrations. I was so tired from this, so exhausted from the project and the sleepless night. "I'm telling you the truth, Brandon. I'm too busy to call. But I've texted a lot but you haven't replied." Brandon's gaze hardened, and he let out a long sigh, a sound of frustration and disbelief mixed together. "I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. Something about this doesn't add up." The conversation spiraled from there, with each of us rehashing old grievances and misunderstandings, our voices rising and falling in a familiar dance of conflict. Despite my attempts to explain the necessity of the night out, Brandon remained skeptical, his trust seemingly eroded by the incident. As the discussion wore on, I felt a profound exhaustion wash over me, not just from the lack of sleep but from the constant battle to justify my actions and intentions. It was draining, this feeling of having to defend my commitment to both my education and our relationship, and as the afternoon light began to fade, so too did my resolve to keep arguing. Finally, I stood up, a gesture that paused our heated exchange. "I need some rest, Brandon," I said quietly, the fight gone from my voice. "I'm sorry you feel this way, but I've told you the truth. I hope you can believe me." Without waiting for his response, I turned and headed towards our bedroom, leaving Brandon in the living room, surrounded by the silence that quickly filled the space I had vacated. The unresolved tensions remained, a silent specter in our home, as I closed the bedroom door behind me, seeking a refuge from the turmoil and a few hours of much-needed sleep. As the gentle colors of the morning light pierced the darkness, I looked forward to a peaceful morning to relax after the strenuous project session. However, the sudden ringing of my phone shattered the quiet of our apartment, catching me off guard. It was Brandon. Considering the time and the tense messages we had exchanged earlier, I prepared myself for a challenging conversation, but I was still utterly unprepared for the events that were about to unfold. As the soft hues of dawn broke through the night, I anticipated a quiet morning to unwind after the intense project session. However, my phone's sharp ring cut through the stillness of our apartment, startling me. It was Brandon. Given the hour and the strained messages from earlier, I braced myself for a difficult conversation, but nothing could have prepared me for what was about to happen. "Hello?" My voice was groggy, tinged with sleep and anxiety. The sounds that met my ears were not words but moans, distinct, Unmistakable sounds of intimacy. My mind raced as I tried to process the audio assault. Confusion gave way to a horrifying realization as Brandon's voice came through the line, breathy and cruel. "I wanted you to hear what you've been missing," he said, a hard edge to his whispered words. The background noise didn't subside. It was clear he was not alone. The shock hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. My hand trembled as I held the phone, my heart pounding with a mixture of anger, hurt, and disbelief. How could the man I loved subject me to such a deliberate act of humiliation and spite? There was a pause, a soft shuffle, then Brandon's voice again, colder this time. "Because maybe now you'll understand how it feels to be unwanted," he said, before the line went dead. The phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering against the hardwood floor. I stood frozen, the echo of his words reverberating in my mind, each syllable a shard of glass in my heart. The pain was sharp and deep, a betrayal that cut to the core of my being. Tears spilled over, hot and unchecked, as I sank to the floor. The room spun around me, a whirl of dark thoughts and unanswered questions. Who was the woman he was with? But more than anything, why would he choose such a devastating way to express his pain? In my shock, I called Anna immediately. She came to my apartment and rushed into the room. She was by my side, her hands gently lifting my chin to meet her worried gaze. "What happened? Oh my God, are you okay?" Her voice was laced with concern, her eyes searching mine for an explanation. I shook my head, the words catching in my throat. Through sobs, I recounted the phone call, each word punctuated by a fresh wave of tears. Anna listened in silence, her arm wrapping around my shoulders in a comforting embrace. "This isn't just about tonight, is it?" she murmured after I had finished, her voice soft but steady. "There's more going on here, more pain than just this moment." She was right. The incident wasn't an isolated one but a climax of ongoing tensions and unspoken grievances that had been building between Brandon and me. It was the breaking point of something that had been fracturing slowly, painfully, over time. Anna stayed with me as dawn turned to day, offering silent support as I processed the initial shock, and began to consider the implications of what had happened. The reality of the situation was harsh. Not only had Brandon violated our trust in the most intimate way, but he had also used his actions as a weapon, a way to hurt me as deeply as he felt hurt. "We need to talk about this, not just you and me, but you and him," Anna finally said, her tone firm. "This can't be brushed under the rug, it's too big, too painful." She was right. As much as I dreaded the confrontation, I knew it was necessary. The foundation of our relationship had been shaken, perhaps irrevocably, and it was clear that things could not continue as they had been. With Anna's encouragement, I found the strength to call Brandon later that day. My voice was steadier than I felt, bolstered by the conviction that I deserved better than the cruelty he had shown. "Brandon, we need to talk," I started, my words clear despite the tremor of emotion that underlaid them. "What you did this morning was beyond hurtful. It was destructive." There was a heavy silence on the other end before Brandon responded. His voice was subdued, lacking the harshness of earlier. "I know," he admitted, and for a moment, I thought I heard a hint of regret from him. I was angry, hurt. I had no idea how else to show, so I did that. "Brandon, hurting me like that, making me listen while you were with someone else. That's not a way to solve anything. It's just causing more pain," I continued, my voice firm but shaking with the weight of my emotions. "I know," he repeated, his voice low. "I wasn't thinking, I just felt so disconnected from you, and I don't know what I thought. I'm sorry, truly." His apology was a start, but the road to healing seemed long and fraught with potential setbacks. The trust between us had been deeply damaged, and I was unsure if it could ever fully be restored. After the phone call with Brandon, I retreated to the safety of our bedroom. The four walls felt like a sanctuary from the chaos and emotional turmoil that had erupted in our living room. Lying on our bed, I couldn't shake off the deep-seated sadness that clung to me, nor the images of Brandon's face, twisted with accusation and mistrust. My mind spun in circles, reflecting on the spiraling decline of our relationship. It was a cycle, tension, and misunderstanding that seemed to repeat itself with increasing intensity. I thought back to the early days with Brandon, when each moment together was filled with laughter and spontaneity. Those memories now seemed like echoes of a distant past, a stark contrast to our current reality where smiles were rare and silences were loaded with unsaid grievances. It wasn't just the lack of trust or the painful confrontation that morning. It was the realization that I no longer recognized the man I had fallen in love with. He had become a stranger, one who could willingly inflict pain with such calculated indifference. As I lay there, a mix of exhaustion and despair washing over me, My phone buzzed with incoming messages. Reluctantly, I reached over to check it, finding texts from Anna and a missed call from my sister Leah. I dialed Leah back, needing the familiar comfort of her voice. "Hey Leah," I began, my voice cracking slightly. "Hey, what's wrong?" "I could sense something was off from your text," she responded, her tone immediately shifting to one of concern. I recounted the morning's events, the call from Brandon, and the painful words exchanged. Leah listened silently, only interjecting to ask clarifying questions. When I finished, there was a heavy pause. "That's just cruel, you know? It's not like you to tolerate this kind of behavior, not from anyone," Leah finally said. Her words, firm and straightforward, mirrored my own thoughts. It was a reflection of how far I had strayed from the person I used to be, someone who valued self-respect and mutual understanding above all in a relationship. "Yeah, I know. I don't even know who he was anymore," I admitted, feeling the weight of my own words. "I can't keep going like this. It's draining me, Leah. It's not healthy." "You deserve so much better," Leah replied, her voice soft yet insistent. "You need to think about what you really want moving forward, not just for the sake of the relationship, but for yourself." Her words sparked something within me, a flicker of determination amidst the confusion. It was a call to reclaim the parts of myself that I had neglected in my attempts to salvage our faltering relationship. I needed to reflect on what I truly wanted, not just drift along in the current of Brandon's moods and accusations. Later that day, I met with Anna for coffee. As always, she was a grounding presence, someone who could always cut through the noise and help me see things more clearly. As I sipped my coffee, Anna laid it out plainly. "Everyone sees it, you know. You're not yourself anymore. You're always tense, always worrying about how to navigate around Brandon's feelings. When's the last time you did something just for yourself? Something that made you happy?" Her question hung in the air, stark and challenging. I didn't have an answer, and that in itself was telling. "He's changed, Anna. Or maybe I'm just seeing the side of him he's hidden all this time," I said, the realization bitter. "Maybe," Anna agreed, her brow furrowed in thought. "But more importantly, what are you going to do about it?" That was the question, wasn't it? What was I going to do? The thought of continuing in a relationship where I felt so undervalued, so misunderstood, was unbearable. Yet the thought of ending things, of stepping into the unknown after all we had shared, was daunting. Over the next few days, I took time to myself, reflecting on my values, my needs, and my future. I thought about the kind of love I wanted. The kind that was nurturing, respectful, and joyful. It was clear that what Brandon and I had now was far from those ideals. The love had been overshadowed by resentment and pain, a far cry from the partnership I envisioned. I realized that moving forward alone was a better path than staying in a relationship that had lost its way. It wasn't just about finding happiness but about preserving my self-respect and rediscovering the strength I had before the relationship consumed me. With a heavy heart but a clear mind, I decided it was time to end the relationship with Brandon. I needed to express my decision, not out of spite or anger, but from a place of honesty and self-respect. I hoped that he would release me, that he could see the necessity of the choice I was making. The decision to end our relationship was not easy, but it was necessary. It was a step towards healing, towards reclaiming the joy and peace that had once defined my life. As I prepared to have that final conversation with Brandon, I felt a mix of sadness and relief. Sadness for all that we had lost, and relief that I was finally taking a step towards a future where I could be myself again, free from the shadows that our love had become. With Brandon, the conclusion was just as challenging as I had expected. But beneath all the pain, there was a resolve that persisted. I was clear in expressing my demands and the sadness of a relationship that had deviated too much from happiness and respect for one another. As he listened, Brandon's expressions were a mixture of resignation and quiet recognition. Ultimately, he comprehended and acknowledged my choice, even though it was evident he was upset and regretful. In the weeks that followed, the immediate sense of relief I felt was tinged with moments of profound loneliness. Our shared apartment, once alive with shared dreams, now echoed with the quietness of solitude. I spent long evenings reflecting on what had gone wrong, turning over the memories, both sweet and bitter. This introspection, though painful, was a necessary part of my healing process. Gradually, the sharpness of recent wounds gave way to a more profound understanding of myself and my boundaries. I began to reconnect with old friends, and my family. Relationships that had been somewhat neglected, became sources of comfort and joy. Their support was instrumental in rebuilding the sense of self that had been eroded in my efforts to save a failing relationship. The knowledge I gained from this period of my life was priceless but difficult to get. I came to understand the value of being honest and open with myself as well as with a partner. I realized the danger of compromising too much and losing oneself in the attempt to keep others happy. I made a self-promise to put emotional fulfillment and respect for the other person before my dread of being alone in a relationship. As I move forward, the scars from this experience remain. But they are a testament to my resilience. They remind me that I have the strength to face difficult truths and make tough decisions, that I deserve to be loved fully and without reservation. The journey of reclaiming the joy and peace I once knew is ongoing, but now I walk it with a clearer vision of who I am, and what I truly value in life and love. I appreciate everyone listening to and reading my story. I have removed it from the platforms where I published it since I believe the details of what he did with me should not reflect poorly on my accounts. The only page I want to share a tale on is this one. Please leave a comment after hearing the story so I know what everyone thinks. I'll probably read it several times over. I want to thank you again for bearing with me as I confessed. My boyfriend asked me to sleep on the floor, showing his selfishness. I'm questioning his love and unsure about our future. I never imagined that a single decision could unravel so much of my life. At 24, I thought I had everything figured out when I moved in with my boyfriend, Mark. He's 35, mature, stable, and seemed like the perfect partner when we met through mutual friends 2.5 years ago. Our relationship started off strong, with mutual respect and love. I was enchanted by his wisdom, his calm demeanor, and how he seemed to have his life together, something I aspired to achieve myself. 5 months ago, I packed my belongings and left behind my small cozy apartment to move into his. It felt like the natural next step for us, a testament to our growing commitment. His apartment was significantly larger, situated in a quiet neighborhood with everything we needed within walking distance. It had an air of stability and permanence, a stark contrast to my transient lifestyle. At first, living together was blissful. We spent our evenings cooking together, watching our favorite shows, and planning our future. But things took a turn when Mark started his new job 3 months ago, a job that required him to work overnight shifts. I had no idea how much this change would impact our relationship, or my own sense of comfort and well-being. Mark's job means he comes home anywhere between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., exhausted and in desperate need of rest. To ensure he gets the sleep he needs, he asked me to leave our bedroom when he comes in. At first I tried to be understanding. I knew his job was demanding and that he needed his sleep. But as days turned into weeks, the sacrifice began to wear on me. Our bedroom is perfect for sleeping. Dark, quiet, and cool, thanks to the blackout curtains that block out the morning sun. But when I'm banished to the living room, it's a different story. The brightness of the early morning light floods the space, making it nearly impossible to sleep. The couch, which is more of a love seat, is too small and uncomfortable, and the floor is too hard on my body. We do have an air mattress, but with our playful cat, it's just a matter of time before it gets punctured. Despite my discomfort, Mark insists that I'm being selfish for wanting to stay in the bedroom. He says that my presence makes the room too hot, and my movements disturb his sleep. But what about my sleep? What about my comfort? It feels incredibly unfair that I'm the one making all the sacrifices while he refuses to compromise. We talked about buying a proper couch, but he doesn't want to contribute financially because, in his words, I'm the one who wants it. I'm at my wit's end. I don't know how much longer I can keep sacrificing my sleep and comfort for him. It's not just about the lack of rest. It's about feeling unheard, unappreciated, and undervalued in our own home. How did we get here? And more importantly, how do we move forward from this? The shift to night work for Mark started as a necessary career move, a way to climb the ladder in his new company. But as the weeks rolled on, it became apparent that the night shifts were doing more than just disrupting his sleep. They were disrupting our entire relationship. Mark needs absolute darkness and silence to sleep after his shifts. His body is already out of sync with the natural rhythm of day and night, and even the slightest disturbance can make it impossible for him to rest. I understood that, I really did. But understanding didn't make it any easier when he started asking me to leave our bedroom between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., so he could sleep undisturbed. At first, I complied without question. I wanted to support him, and I thought I could manage a few hours of discomfort. But the reality of it hit hard. Our living room, in stark contrast to our perfectly dark bedroom, is flooded with light in the early morning. We don't have blackout curtains there, and the sunlight pours in relentlessly, making it almost impossible to sleep. Our couch, a small love seat, is not built for comfort, especially not for prolonged periods. It's too short to stretch out on, and there's no way to find a position that doesn't leave me aching and stiff. The floor is out of the question. It's far too hard and unforgiving on my body. We do have an air mattress, but it's more of a liability than a solution. Our cat, curious and playful as ever, has already punctured it once, and it's only a matter of time before it happens again. Every morning, I find myself wrestling with these makeshift sleeping arrangements, trying to catch a few more precious hours of sleep. But it's not just the physical discomfort, it's the growing sense of resentment and frustration. Each morning that I'm forced out of our bedroom feels like another notch on the tally of sacrifices I'm making for Mark's comfort, with no end in sight. The conversations about finding a compromise often end in frustration. We discuss the possibility of buying a new, more comfortable couch, but Mark refuses to contribute to the cost, arguing that it's my desire, not his. He points out that he already pays 70% of the rent and most of the bills, implying that I should be able to afford it on my own. This financial disparity only adds to the tension, making me feel like my concerns are secondary to his needs. I'm left in a state of constant exhaustion, physically and emotionally drained. I dread the early morning hours, knowing that they'll bring another round of discomfort and resentment. I feel trapped, stuck between my desire to support Mark and my need for a reasonable compromise. The arguments about our sleeping arrangements started as whispers in the early morning and quickly escalated into full-blown confrontations. Mark would come home, exhausted and irritable, and the sight of me still in bed seemed to trigger something in him. "You're so selfish," he'd say, his voice thick with fatigue. "I just need a few hours of uninterrupted sleep, and you can't even give me that." His words cut deep, not because of their harshness, but because they felt like a dismissal of my own struggles. I tried explaining my side, how the living room was too bright, the love seat too small, and the air mattress a ticking time bomb with our cat around. But my protests seemed to fall on deaf ears. Mark's need for rest eclipsed everything else. "It's not fair," I'd argue back, my own frustration bubbling over. "Why do I have to sacrifice my sleep for yours? I'm exhausted too. I have to go to work in a few hours just like you." Mark would sigh, rubbing his temples as if trying to ward off a headache. "You don't understand. My job is demanding, and I need proper sleep to function. You can catch up on your rest later, I can't." These discussions often ended with one of us storming out of the room, the tension hanging heavy in the air. The emotional impact was profound. I started to dread his return from work, knowing it would lead to another argument. My resentment grew with each passing day, each morning spent contorted on the love seat or lying wide awake, bathed in the glaring morning light. It wasn't just the physical discomfort that gnawed at me. It was the feeling of being unheard and undervalued. I felt like my needs were being cast aside, my discomfort deemed irrelevant. Mark's unwillingness to compromise only fueled my frustration. How could he not see that this was affecting both of us? One particularly heated argument stands out in my memory. It was a Saturday morning, and I had stayed up late the night before, hoping to sleep in. Mark came home, his face drawn and weary, and immediately asked me to leave the bedroom. When I hesitated, he snapped. "Why are you being so difficult? Just go to the living room. It's not that big of a deal." "Not that big of a deal?" I shot back, my voice rising. "It's easy for you to say that. You're not the one sleeping on a love seat or dealing with the cat poking holes in the air mattress. I'm tired too, Mark. I'm exhausted." "Well, maybe if you contributed more financially, you could afford a better place to sleep," he retorted, his words like a slap in the face. "I'm paying for almost everything here. The least you could do is let me sleep in peace." That comment hit me hard. It wasn't just about the money, but about what it represented. My financial contributions might have been smaller, but they were still significant to me. I felt belittled, as if my efforts and sacrifices meant nothing. The tears stung my eyes as I tried to hold back the sobs. "That's not fair, Mark. I moved in here to be with you, to support you. But I feel like I'm the one making all the sacrifices. You're not even willing to meet me halfway." He softened slightly at my words, but the underlying tension remained. "I'm sorry," he said, though his tone lacked conviction. "I just need sleep, okay? We'll figure something out. Maybe next month, when I have some extra money, we can look into getting a better couch." But next month felt like an eternity away, and the promise was too vague to offer any real comfort. The cycle continued, the arguments becoming more frequent and the emotional distance between us growing wider. I started to avoid him when he came home, slipping out of the bedroom before he arrived to avoid the confrontation. I'd curl up on the love seat, my body aching, and stare at the ceiling, wondering how things had gotten so bad. The resentment festered, turning into a gnawing bitterness that ate away at the love we once shared. "Mark, we need to talk," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This situation isn't working for either of us. What if we buy a new couch? Something more comfortable that I can sleep on in the mornings?" He looked at me, a mixture of frustration and fatigue etched on his face. "I've already told you, I can't afford to buy a new couch right now. I'm paying for 70% of the rent, the bills, and both our car insurances. My salary only comes once a month, and it's tight." "I understand that," I replied, trying to stay calm. But I'm struggling too. The love seat is killing my back, and the living room is so bright in the mornings. I can't keep sacrificing my sleep like this. Maybe we can split the cost of the couch? I can chip in half. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. I don't see why I should pay for something I don't need. You're the one who wants the couch, so it makes sense for you to pay for it. His words stung, but I pushed on. We're a team, Mark. This is about finding a solution that works for both of us. I'm willing to contribute, but I can't afford the entire cost on my own. Can't we figure something out together? Mark's expression softened slightly, but the concern in his eyes didn't fade. Look, I get it. You're uncomfortable, and that's not fair to you. But I really don't have the funds for a new couch right now. Maybe next month, when I get paid again, we can look into it. Next month. The phrase felt like a lifeline and a curse all at once. It offered a glimmer of hope but also meant another month of sleepless mornings and mounting resentment. Still, it was something. All right, I said quietly. But we need to make sure it happens. I can't keep doing this, Mark. He nodded, though I could see the tension in his shoulders. I know. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, we tried to make the best of the current situation. Mark suggested I try sleeping with earplugs and an eye mask to block out the light and noise in the living room. It helped a little, but the love seat remained a constant source of discomfort. My body ached from the cramped space, and I found myself waking up several times each morning, unable to find a comfortable position. Mark, for his part, tried to be more considerate. He started coming home a bit quieter, tiptoeing around the apartment to avoid waking me. But the underlying issues remained. The financial strain and our inability to find a real solution loomed over us like a dark cloud. One particularly rough morning, I found myself in tears, curled up on the love seat, my body protesting every movement. I felt trapped, caught between my need for rest and my desire to support Mark. The air mattress remained unusable, as our cat had already managed to puncture it once, and we couldn't risk it happening again. Mark walked in, seeing me in my state, and his face softened with guilt. I'm sorry, he said quietly, sitting beside me. I know this isn't easy for you. We'll get through this, okay? Just a little longer. His words were meant to comfort, but they only highlighted the growing divide between us. How much longer could we keep this up? The temporary solutions felt like band-aids on a gaping wound, failing to address the deeper issues at play. As the days turned into weeks, the promise of next month became a distant echo, and my hope for a resolution faded. The love seat, the arguments, the sleepless mornings, it all felt like an endless cycle with no end in sight. Something had to give. But what? And how much more could our relationship endure before it broke entirely? One evening, after another heated argument with Mark, I poured my heart out to my best friend Jenna. Over a cup of coffee, I explained everything: the sleepless mornings, the cramped love seat, the mounting resentment. Am I being unreasonable? I asked, my voice trembling with emotion. Am I really being selfish? Jenna listened patiently, her brow furrowing in concern. Honestly, it sounds like you're both struggling, she said finally. But it doesn't seem fair for you to be the one making all the sacrifices. Relationships are about compromise, and it doesn't sound like Mark is willing to meet you halfway. Her words were comforting, but I needed more. That night, I posted my story on a popular relationship advice forum, detailing every aspect of our predicament. I poured out my frustrations, my feelings of being undervalued, and my physical and emotional exhaustion. I hit submit and waited, hoping for some insight or guidance. The responses came flooding in. They were varied, with opinions ranging from sympathetic to brutally honest. Some people sided with Mark, emphasizing the importance of his sleep and his financial contributions. Others were more critical of him, pointing out the unfairness of his expectations and his unwillingness to compromise. One comment stood out to me. You deserve to be comfortable too. It's not just about the money, it's about respect and mutual support. If he can't see that, then maybe it's time to reevaluate the relationship. Another suggested practical solutions. Why not look for a second-hand couch, something affordable that you can both chip in for, or consider rearranging the living room to make it more sleep-friendly for you. As I read through the comments, I began to see the situation in a new light. I wasn't being selfish for wanting a comfortable place to sleep. My needs and well-being were just as important as Mark's. The constant discomfort and lack of proper rest were not sustainable, and something had to change. One particularly insightful comment made me realize something crucial. Communication is key. You need to sit down with him and have an honest conversation about how this is affecting you. If he truly cares about you, he'll be willing to find a solution that works for both of you. Buoyed by the support and advice from strangers, I decided to reassess my stance. I wasn't going to let this situation continue to drain me. I needed to be more assertive, to stand up for my own needs and well-being. The next day, armed with the new perspectives I had gained, I approached Mark. I laid out my feelings clearly and calmly, explaining how the current arrangements were affecting me physically and emotionally. I shared some of the practical suggestions from the forum, emphasizing that we needed to find a compromise that worked for both of us. At first, Mark was defensive, but as I persisted, his demeanor softened. He agreed to look into second-hand couches and to consider rearranging the living room to make it more sleep-friendly for me. It wasn't a complete solution, but it was a step in the right direction. The next weekend, we picked up a second-hand couch and rearranged the living room. It wasn't as comfortable as a brand new couch, but it was a significant improvement over the love seat. The makeshift partition helped block out the light, allowing me to get a few more hours of rest each morning. As we worked together to make these changes, I felt a sense of hope returning. Mark's willingness to compromise and find a solution showed that he cared about my well-being. The process wasn't easy, and there were still moments of tension and frustration, but we were making progress. Over the following weeks, the atmosphere in our apartment began to improve. The arguments lessened, and the resentment started to fade. We were learning to communicate better, to listen to each other's needs and find compromises that worked for both of us. It wasn't a fairy tale ending, but it was a realistic step towards building a stronger, more supportive relationship. We still had a long way to go, but for the first time in a while, I felt optimistic about our future together. We were no longer two people at odds, but partners working towards a common goal, creating a home where both of us could feel comfortable, respected, and valued. The biggest takeaway was the critical role of communication. Our initial conflicts had been fueled by a lack of honest, open dialogue. Once we started truly listening to each other and discussing our concerns without immediate defensiveness or dismissal, we were able to find common ground. It was a reminder that relationships are built on mutual respect and the ability to navigate challenges together. As I lay on the new couch, more comfortable than I had been in weeks, I felt a sense of contentment and hope. We had made it through one of the toughest periods in our relationship, and I knew we could face whatever came next, together. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. My boyfriend yelled and insulted me in front of his friend after 1 year of cohabitation. How do I move forward? The morning started like any other. The sun came up, and its light sneaked into our apartment, making everything look warm and cozy. I stayed in bed a little longer, enjoying the quiet. Alex, my boyfriend, and I had been living together for a bit more than a year. Alex and I met back in college, and it didn't take long for us to start dating. He was fun, always making me laugh, and really sure of himself, which I liked. But Alex could also get pretty mad sometimes, especially when things didn't go his way. We had argued before, like most couples do, but we always made it right again afterward. Alex was a great guy, but when he got stressed, he could get pretty upset. I knew this about him and tried my best to understand. Today was a big day. Alex's old friend Mark was coming over. Alex had talked about Mark a lot. They have been best friends since they were kids. I was excited to finally meet him. I wanted to make our place feel welcoming for his visit. Our apartment was small but felt just right for us. We had pictures of our trips and fun times hanging up, making it feel like home. I was hoping Mark would feel comfortable here too. I spent the morning getting everything ready. I cooked and cleaned, hoping to make a good impression. But I noticed Alex was acting a bit off. He was quiet and didn't seem like himself. I thought maybe he was just nervous about seeing Mark again after so long. But deep down, I had this feeling that something wasn't right. I tried to ignore it, focusing on getting things ready, not knowing that the day was going to bring a lot more than just a friendly visit. It was going to be a day that would really test me and Alex in ways I never expected. Life with Alex before Mark's visit felt mostly smooth, like riding a bike on a flat road. Sure, there were bumps now and then, mostly because Alex could get really heated up over small stuff. But we always found a way to get back to that smooth part of the road after each bump. The day Mark was supposed to come over started weird. The apartment felt too quiet, like when you're in a room where you're supposed to be quiet, and you can hear every little sound. Alex was quiet too, not his usual loud, cheerful self. I figured he was just nervous or maybe excited to see Mark. They hadn't hung out in so long because Mark lived far away. Alex had told me a lot about Mark. They did everything together when they were younger. From what Alex said, I pictured Mark as a fun guy, always ready for an adventure. Alex was excited about showing him our place, about having him meet me, and about catching up on old times. The morning Mark arrived, I tried to make everything perfect. I cleaned the house again, even though it was already clean. I made snacks and arranged them nicely on plates. I wanted Mark to feel welcome. But all morning, Alex was off. He was there but not really there. He was like a balloon that had lost some air, not flat on the ground but definitely not flying high. When Mark finally showed up, everything changed for a bit. Alex lit up like someone turned his switch back on. They hugged, laughed, and started talking a mile a minute. Mark was just like I imagined. Tall, always smiling, and full of energy. Seeing Alex happy made me happy too. We spent the day hanging out, talking, and laughing. Well, they did most of the talking. I felt a bit like I was outside looking in. They had so many stories I wasn't a part of, jokes I didn't get. But it was nice seeing Alex so happy. As the day went on though, I started to feel more and more like I was actually outside. Alex and Mark got into some serious talking about old times, and sometimes Alex would look at me like he was checking if I was still there. I tried to join in, but it felt like throwing a pebble into a pond and not seeing any ripples. Then, things started to feel tense. It wasn't anything big, just little things. Alex would snap at me over small stuff, like if I asked if they wanted more to drink. Or he'd make a big deal if I laughed too loud or if I didn't get one of their jokes. It felt like he was picking on me, but in front of Mark I tried to just let it slide off my back. I didn't want to ruin the day. But as the sun started to set, I could feel something big was about to happen. It was like the air before a thunderstorm, all heavy. We were all sitting around, the room getting darker, and that's when it happened. Alex turned on me over something so small, I can't even remember what it was now. But his words were big and sharp. They cut right through me, and I couldn't hold back the tears. I ran to our bedroom, feeling like I was in a bad dream. I lay there on our bed, crying and trying to understand what just happened. Why did Alex get so mad? Why in front of Mark? It felt like everything was broken, and I didn't know if we could fix it. Lying there, I realized that this was more than just a bad day. It was a sign that something wasn't right between me and Alex. We needed to talk, really talk, about everything. But first, I had to get through the night. The night crept in, suffocating me in its heavy silence. I retreated to my sanctuary, the bedroom where my sobs echoed off the cold walls. Curling up on the bed, I sought solace in the darkness, tears streaming down my cheeks and soaking the pillow. How could this be? I screamed silently. Alex, the man I love, the man I share my life with, how could he say such cruel words? The pain of betrayal pierced my heart like a sharp knife. Weak rays of light filtered through the window, casting faint shadows on the photos hanging on the wall, memories of our happy times together. Now, they seemed to mock me, a reminder of a happiness that felt like a distant past. The warmth, the laughter, the gentle hugs. All of it vanished, leaving behind an endless void. The small bedroom, once our safe haven, felt suffocating and alien. Throughout the night, I tossed and turned, my mind racing with thoughts of Alex's words. Why was he so angry? What did I do wrong? The more I thought, the more trapped I felt. Sleep evaded me, leaving me only with haunting questions and a dull ache in my heart. The next morning, I left the bedroom. The apartment was silent. Alex wasn't there. He must have left early, maybe to avoid talking about what happened. The quiet felt like a relief and a weight all at once. I made myself some tea, the warm mug in my hands a small comfort. I sat at our little kitchen table, staring out the window, lost in thought. I replayed the incident over and over in my head, trying to make sense of it. How did we get here? How did a simple day turn into a night that felt like it might change everything? The questions kept coming, but the answers were nowhere to be found. As the day went on, I kept busy, cleaning up the apartment, trying to clear away the reminders of last night. But it was more than just the physical mess. There was an emotional mess to deal with too. I knew we couldn't just ignore what happened. We needed to talk, really talk, about everything. But I was scared. Scared of what Alex might say, scared of hearing that he didn't love me anymore, scared of finding out that our relationship was broken beyond repair. When Alex finally came home, it was late. The tension between us was like a wall, thick and unbreakable. We barely looked at each other. Dinner was a silent affair, both of us lost in our own thoughts. The silence was loud, filled with all the things we weren't saying. After dinner, I couldn't take the silence anymore. I needed to know where we stood. Alex, we need to talk. He looked up, his eyes dry. What do you want to talk about? About last night, I said, my voice trembling. Why did you say those things to me? What did I do to disappoint you? Alex avoided my gaze. You kept interrupting our conversation. You weren't really interested in what Mark was saying. That's not true, I retorted. I was trying to participate, but you made me feel like I didn't belong. Tears welled up in my eyes again. Seeing this, Alex sighed. He fumbled. I know I behaved terribly. There's no excuse for the way I treated you. Finally, he acknowledged his mistake. A small glimmer of hope flickered in my heart. But why? I asked. Why were you so angry? There was a long pause. Finally Alex spoke. I was just stressed out about work. And Mark's visit made things more complicated. Alex's confession took me aback. Stress? I repeated. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to worry you, he replied softly. A mix of sadness and disappointment washed over me. We had been living together for over a year, and yet Alex didn't feel comfortable sharing his problems with me. A sad and disappointed feeling filled me up, like a bad drink that left a yucky taste. We laughed so hard our sides hurt, cried on each other's shoulders during tough times, and built a future together, piece by piece. But here, at the kitchen table, the place where we'd had so many meals and shared secrets, there was a stranger sitting across from me. It hit me like someone punched me. Alex, the man I thought I knew, the one I told all my deepest secrets to, kept his troubles hidden away, like a locked box I couldn't open. The key wasn't trust, because we trusted each other after all we'd been through. No, it was something else that was missing. He didn't feel okay being open with me, letting down his guard and showing me the worries that bothered him. Did he think I wouldn't understand? Did he doubt I could be his rock, his best friend, the one person who would always be there? That thought hurt even more. Here we were, supposed to be a team, facing the world together, but he was fighting his battles all alone. This wasn't just about the fight, it was about the whole thing we had together. We were supposed to be partners, not roommates who lived together comfortably but didn't really talk. The silence now felt loud, a constant reminder of the space that had grown between us. Tears welled up in my eyes, making it hard to see Alex across the table. This couldn't be the end. Taking a deep breath, I scooted my chair back a little. Alex, I started, my voice shaky but strong. We need to talk more. Not just about the fight, but about everything. I want to know what's going on with you. And I want you to know you're not alone in this. You don't have to carry this all by yourself. Looking back on everything that happened, it feels like we've walked through a storm and come out on the other side, a bit worn but also stronger. That night, when Alex's words felt like knives and my tears wouldn't stop, I couldn't see a way forward. But now, I see it as a turning point, a harsh lesson that taught us so much about love, about each other, and about ourselves. I learned that love isn't just about the good times. It's also about standing together when the sky falls down, about holding hands in the dark, and finding our way back to each other. It's about speaking up when we're hurt and listening, really listening, when the other person is hurting too. We've learned to communicate better, to not let small things build up into big problems. We've learned that it's okay to be vulnerable, to show our true selves, because that's when we truly connect and heal. This experience has shown me the depth of our love. It's not fragile, but resilient, capable of weathering storms and emerging stronger. I'm grateful for Alex, for his willingness to change and grow with me. Our journey hasn't been easy, but it's ours, and I wouldn't change it. As we move forward, I carry with me the lessons of that night. They remind me of what we've overcome and what we can achieve together. Our love is a living, breathing thing that grows and changes with us, and I'm excited to see where it takes us next. Will he continue to hold my hand? Only time would tell. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. My wife has proposed a threesome with another girl. Would I be able to live with myself if I sacrificed my own values for the sake of keeping her by my side? Or would I refuse it? My name is Ash and I'm a 31-year-old man living in the bustling city. For the past 8 years I've been married to the love of my life, my wife, who is just a year older than me at 32. Our journey together has been filled with both highs and lows, but through it all, we've remained committed to each other, building a life filled with love, trust, and mutual respect. When I first met my wife, let's call her Sarah, it felt like destiny had brought us together. We shared a deep connection from the very beginning, and as our relationship blossomed, I knew she was the one I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. We got married after a few years of dating, surrounded by our friends and family, and embarked on the journey of marriage with excitement and anticipation. Our marriage has been a journey of growth and exploration, as we've navigated the challenges and joys of life together. We've supported each other through career changes, family struggles, and personal triumphs, always standing by each other's side no matter what. However, recently our relationship took an unexpected turn when Sarah proposed the idea of exploring our sexuality in a new way. It was a proposal that caught me off guard, to say the least. Sarah expressed her desire to introduce a third party into our bedroom, specifically another woman named Claire who had expressed interest in joining us. At first I was stunned by Sarah's proposition. It was something we had never discussed before, and the idea of bringing someone else into our intimate space felt daunting and unfamiliar. But as Sarah explained her thoughts and desires, I could see the excitement and anticipation in her eyes, and I knew she was serious about wanting to explore this new aspect of our relationship. Despite my initial reservations, I couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and intrigue. The idea of adding a new dimension to our sex life was both exciting and terrifying, and I found myself torn between my desire to please Sarah and my fears of the unknown. The conversation with Sarah about her proposition of a threesome was a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts swirling inside my head. Sitting across from her at our kitchen table, I couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise, curiosity, and apprehension as we delved into this uncharted territory. It all started one evening when Sarah broached the subject over dinner. As we savored our meal, she casually mentioned that she had been thinking about spicing up our sex life by inviting another woman to join us. At first I thought she was joking, but the earnest look in her eyes told me she was serious. I remember feeling a wave of shock wash over me as I processed her words. This was not a conversation I ever expected to have with my wife, and I struggled to wrap my head around the idea of sharing her with someone else. But as Sarah began to explain her perspective, I could see the excitement and anticipation bubbling within her. She spoke about her desire to explore her bisexual interests and her curiosity about adding a new dynamic to our relationship. She assured me that it was not about replacing me or seeking a polyamorous arrangement, but rather about enhancing our connection and experiencing something new together. Despite her reassurances, I couldn't shake the nagging doubts and concerns that lingered in the back of my mind. I worried about the potential complications and risks involved in inviting a third party into our intimate space. Would it change the dynamic between Sarah and me? Could it lead to jealousy or resentment down the line? Sarah sensed my hesitation and gently encouraged me to express my thoughts and feelings openly. She listened attentively as I voiced my concerns, patiently addressing each one with empathy and understanding. She reassured me that our relationship was strong enough to withstand any challenges that may arise and that she valued my happiness and comfort above all else. Deep down, I struggled to trust her intentions and questioned the true motives behind her proposal. In a moment of frustration and insecurity, I reacted harshly, my words laced with doubt and skepticism. I couldn't understand why she would want to jeopardize our marriage by introducing such a risky and potentially destructive element into our relationship. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios and I found myself lashing out in fear and anger. As the tension between us reached a boiling point, I made it clear that I was not comfortable with the idea of a threesome and that I would not entertain the notion any further. I couldn't bear the thought of sharing Sarah with another woman, and the mere suggestion of it filled me with a sense of betrayal and hurt. My own fears and insecurities clouded my judgment, leaving me unable to see beyond the immediate threat I perceived to our marriage. I recoiled from her touch, shutting her out as I retreated into my own turmoil. As the weight of my words hung heavy in the air, I realized the depth of the damage I had caused. My harsh reaction had pushed Sarah further away, widening the rift between us and deepening the divide in our marriage. As the conversation with Sarah reached its peak, with a tone that brooked no argument, she delivered chilling finality. Accept her proposal for a threesome, or risk losing her altogether. My heart sank as her words echoed in my mind, the weight of her ultimatum pressing down on me like a suffocating blanket. The thought of losing her, of watching our relationship crumble before my eyes, filled me with a sense of overwhelming dread. With a heavy heart I listened as Sarah outlined her terms. She offered me a mere 2 weeks to consider her proposal, a scant amount of time to grapple with the gravity of the decision before me. The pressure of her deadline bore down on me, leaving me feeling suffocated and overwhelmed. I found myself torn between my love for Sarah and my own moral convictions. The prospect of losing her was almost too much to bear, yet I couldn't bring myself to betray my own principles in order to keep her by my side. The choice before me felt impossible, each option laden with its own set of consequences and repercussions. As the deadline loomed closer, I found myself grappling with a myriad of conflicting emotions. On one hand, there was my deep love for Sarah, a bond that had weathered its fair share of storms over the years. On the other hand, there was my own sense of self-respect, my moral compass guiding me towards what I believed was right. The weight of the decision ahead of me felt like a heavy burden, one that I alone bore the responsibility of carrying. Would I be able to live with myself if I sacrificed my own values for the sake of keeping Sarah by my side? Or would I regret it for the rest of my days, haunted by the knowledge that I had betrayed my own principles? Update. Recently, there's been a significant gap between us, both emotionally and physically. It feels like we're miles apart, like there's this huge divide separating us from the closeness and intimacy we once had. I can feel the change most when it comes to our physical connection. We used to have this easy way of touching each other, of being close without even thinking about it. But now it's like there's this tension between us that wasn't there before. I find myself pulling away from my wife's touch, almost like I'm afraid of it. It's a strange feeling, one that I can't quite shake off. It's like her presence itself has become this uncomfortable weight, making it hard for us to connect like we used to. As an objective observer, I would like to offer some advice based on the situation described. 1. No declare. While the notion of engaging in a threesome with someone you already trust, such as a friend, might seem appealing initially, it's essential to recognize the potential risks involved. Trusting someone in the context of a platonic relationship doesn't necessarily translate to trust in a sexual encounter. Introducing a friend into the dynamic can complicate existing relationships and lead to unforeseen emotional entanglements. The lines between friendship and sexual intimacy can become blurred, causing confusion and conflict within the relationships involved. Therefore, it's advisable for Ash to steer clear of involving Claire or any other close acquaintances in such arrangements to avoid potential fallout and protect the integrity of his marriage. 2. Saying no. Despite the discomfort associated with rejecting his wife's proposition, sometimes saying no is the wisest course of action. It's crucial for Ash to assert his boundaries firmly while maintaining open communication with his wife. By expressing his reservations and concerns, Ash can demonstrate his commitment to honesty and transparency in their relationship. How his wife reacts to his refusal can provide valuable insights into her respect for his boundaries and her willingness to prioritize their mutual well-being over her desires. It's essential for Ash to ensure that his refusal doesn't lead to resentment or distance between them, fostering an environment of understanding and respect, even in the face of difficult decisions. 3. Establish boundaries. Before considering any further steps, it's imperative for Ash and his wife to establish clear and unequivocal boundaries for any potential threesome. They must engage in open and honest discussions to outline their expectations, desires, and limitations regarding the proposed arrangement. Agreeing that any involvement with a third party would be a one-time occurrence unless both parties explicitly consent to future encounters is crucial to avoiding misunderstandings and conflicts. Establishing clear boundaries up front can help mitigate the risk of emotional turmoil and ensure that both partners feel respected and valued in the decision-making process. It's essential for Ash and his wife to approach these discussions with empathy, understanding, and a commitment to prioritizing their relationship's stability and well-being above all else. 4. Consider the risks. While the prospect of exploring sexual fantasies and desires may be enticing, it's essential for Ash to consider the potential risks and consequences associated with engaging in a threesome. Threesomes can introduce a myriad of complexities and challenges into a relationship, including jealousy, insecurity, and emotional distress. Ash should reflect on whether the potential rewards of such an encounter outweigh the potential risks to their marriage and emotional well-being. Trusting his instincts and prioritizing open communication with his wife can help Ash navigate this decision with clarity and confidence. Ultimately, it's vital for Ash to make a choice that aligns with his values, priorities, and long-term goals for their relationship, ensuring that their bond remains strong and resilient in the face of temptation and uncertainty. Finally, I want to extend my sincerest thanks to all of you who have taken the time to share your stories on Reddit. Please continue to journey with us, share your experiences, and together, let's create memorable moments.